Chapter 1. Rosen. In the year 1491 of the marine calendar, as the sun ascended from the eastern horizon, a crimson glow illuminated half of the sky. The sea breeze gently caressed the shoreline, stirring a few seashells that jingled softly, creating an ambience of tranquility. Sunlight cascaded upon a naval training ground, where fully armed Marines stood resolutely in formation. Teacher Zephyr. The Marines present were the very first students of Zephyr. They held their instructor in the highest regard, for it was none other than a Vice Admiral personally imparting his knowledge to the man impressive stature that commanded utmost diligence. Zephyr nodded. However, upon spotting two students standing at the center of the training ground, he couldn't help but chuckle. Sakazuki, Rosen, what are you two doing standing there? These two were his most promising students, yet they often clashed due to differing opinions, leading to occasional discord. Like sworn rivals, their antics were indeed a source of frustration. Nonetheless, one thing was certain: their sense of justice aligned, albeit through divergent methods. Report, Teacher Zephyr. I request to duel with Rosen, Sakazuki declared, saluting with a proud demeanor that radiated righteousness. Rosen, not one to back down, retorted, Teacher Zephyr, I too request to engage in a duel with Sakazuki. Their challenge immediately stirred a commotion among the other students. Were they about to brawl again? Zephyr sighed, shaking his head as he gestured for silence. Waving his hand towards the two in the center, he said, Very well, since you both wish to compete, let us see the fruits of your recent training. At this moment, the still learning Polysolino widened his eyes, exclaiming, Those two look terrifying. Hey, aren't your abilities on par with theirs? Why are you scared? The mole questioned Polysolino beside him. Polysolino scratched his head in response. It's not that, it's just their expressions are genuinely intimidating. The surrounding Marine students nearly burst into laughter at Polysolino's remark, but out of respect for Zephyr, they stifled their amusement. Rosen, prepared to experience the power of my newly acquired magma fruit. I will demonstrate that absolute justice is the only correct path, Sakazuki said coldly, lifting his right foot and assuming an offensive stance. Rosen, equally resolute, drew his naginata and pointed it at Sakazuki. So you've consumed a devil fruit. If you happen to fall into the sea, we'll be sure to rescue you. Fairness is my principle. You. Sakazuki was momentarily taken aback, unable to retort. Well then, we'll be sure to thank you properly, Rosen. Zephyr and the surrounding students couldn't help but chuckle at the scene unfolding before them. Flame of the Great Eruption. Sakazuki roared, his body radiating visible heat. He raised his left arm high, a mass of magma coalescing in front of him, steadily expanding. The searing magma scorched the surrounding air, producing a hissing sound. One sword style, Flame Splitter. Rosen gripped his naginata tightly with his left hand, spinning his body as he slashed forward, the blade slicing through the magma, emitting a sizzling sound as sparks flew, igniting everything around them. Rosen moved with astonishing speed, reaching Sakazuki in the blink of an eye. With a powerful leap, he soared into the air, unleashing a white sword aura that cleaved through the atmosphere toward Sakazuki. Sakazuki remained unfazed, raising his right hand to launch a massive fireball in retaliation. Boom! The two forces collided, an explosion echoing through the skies, the air seeming to boil with a crackling noise. Those two troublesome brats, Zephyr chuckled bitterly, harboring a deep appreciation for these students. And then there was the exceptionally talented Polysolino, who, due to his formidable devil fruit abilities, had risen to become one of the most elite among the first batch of recruits. The talents and potential of these three were remarkable, yet their vastly different personalities made for a rather perplexing scenario. Clang! At that moment, Rosen's attack reached Sakazuki, producing a sharp ringing sound as a wound appeared on Sakazuki's body. Unfazed, Sakazuki retaliated with a fist imbued with magma, striking Rosen at an unexpected angle. Bang! The two collided once more. However, this time, Rosen's blade struck Sakazuki's already elementalized chest, while Sakazuki, as if anticipating Rosen's movement, landed a blow on Rosen's shoulder. This turn of events left all present in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. Is this for real? Sakazuki actually landed a hit. In the past, it was quite difficult for Sakazuki to injure Rosen. Who would have thought both of them have mastered hockey? Poliusilino remarked in surprise. What monsters they are. All right, enough is enough. Zephyr chuckled. Rosen and Sakazuki exchanged smiles, revealing their pristine teeth. Both had achieved their objectives. Rosen's attack had indeed wounded the elemental Sakazuki, yet it was far from fatal. Conversely, Sakazuki had evaded a lethal strike and created favorable conditions for offense. If this continues, the training ground might very well be destroyed, Zephyr observed as the two remained engaged. What's the matter with you two? Break it up. What are you acting crazy for? A trace of blood lingered at the corner of Rosen's mouth, while Sakazuki was no better off, his marine uniform stained crimson, looking rather grim. As long as I endure, I will surely surpass you. Sakazuki wiped the blood from his lips. Is that so? But why have you abandoned swordsmanship? Rosen inquired. Sakazuki's expression darkened. He had originally chosen to learn swordsmanship, believing it suited him best. Moreover, he considered Rosen, who also wielded a sword, his rival. Yet, fate had a penchant for irony, and by a twist of circumstances, Akainu had consumed a devil fruit, granting him the power of magma but at the cost of forsaking his original swordsmanship. Your hitting me this time was merely luck, Sakazuki retorted defiantly. I don't share that sentiment. Rosen shook his head. Returning to the ranks, Sakazuki and Rosen locked eyes once more, both emanating palpable hostility. Zephyr's voice turned stern. Remember, you're the future of the Navy, the hope of the Marine Corps, not a bunch of delinquents, understood? Understood, Teacher Zephyr. The students chorused in unison. Chapter 2. The most outstanding student over a decade ago, the Rock's pirates were decisively defeated by the Navy in the battle at God Valley, resulting in the demise of Rox himself and an unprecedented victory for the Navy. However, this triumph was not without its imperfections, as 3 future emperors managed to escape, along with numerous aspiring pirates that in response to this situation. The Navy headquarters established a dedicated academy to cultivate talent. A significant portion of the initial cohort of students hailed from humble backgrounds, with the most exceptional among them being predominantly of commoner origin and possessing remarkable strength. This provided Zephyr with a compelling reason to continue his endeavors. Initially, Rosen was an inconspicuous figure, largely unknown in comparison to Sakazuki, who was already being referred to as a monster. Rosen appeared rather ordinary until one fateful day when he engaged in battle with Sakazuki. In that moment, Rosen displayed astonishing prowess, defeating Sakazuki in a single blow and emerging as the foremost among the first batch of students. Such a performance naturally attracted the attention of influential figures, especially Zephyr, who, upon recognizing Rosen's extraordinary talent, invited him into the elite camp for personal mentorship. As a traveler from the 21st century, Rosen was well acquainted with the lore of the Pirate King, but was taken aback by how early in the timeline he had arrived. Nearly 50 years prior to Luffy's departure, this revelation filled him with excitement. Arriving decades ahead of time was akin to an auspicious beginning. Figures like Nika Luffy and Buggy the Clown seemed trivial in comparison. Through sheer effort and a deep understanding of hockey, he joined the Navy at the age of 18, showcasing his exceptional swordsmanship. The rigorous training bore fruit, and under Zephyr's guidance, Rosen's strength grew at an unprecedented rate, becoming increasingly unfathomable. In fact, both he and Zephyr were among the first to grasp hockey. After a grueling day of training, Rosen yearned for a relaxing bath and a good night's sleep, as he had been utterly exhausted. In the marshal's office, Steelbone Kong quietly regarded Zephyr. How are your students faring? He inquired. Zephyr chuckled. Quite well. 2 of them are powerful users of Logia-type devil fruits, and one is a master swordsman. Upon hearing this, Steelbone Kong's face lit up with a smile. This was indeed great news. Let me see their profiles. Zephyr produced 3 thick files and placed them before Steelbone Kong. Here are their profiles. However, I have high hopes for Sakazuki and Rosen. As for Borsalino, I believe he relies too heavily on his devil fruit abilities. At this juncture, Zephyr paused, then added, by the way, Rosen is a genius in swordsmanship. My assessment of him remains very high. Nevertheless, Sakazuki is no slouch either. Both possess remarkable talent and potential. As Steelbone Kong perused Rosen's profile, he found himself momentarily taken aback. The young man named Rosen. He mused. Indeed, the photograph depicted Rosen as a youthful figure, appearing almost childlike. After a few glances, Steelbone Kong returned the profile to Zephyr. He seems promising. Are they all from common backgrounds? Essentially, yes, Zephyr nodded. Steelbone Kong sighed. You've done well. You must be aware of how many Navy personnel wish to send their children to your academy. I've shielded you from a considerable amount of pressure. Shall I proceed with preparing the next batch of students? Zephyr responded with a smile. Given the success of this group, it would be remiss not to expedite the next round. Wait, Steelbone Kong interjected. What is the relationship like among these three youngsters? At this, Zephyr sighed and shook his head. Sakazuki is overflowing with a sense of justice and would gladly eradicate all pirates, while Rosen champions benevolence and the unity of strength. Their differing ideologies often lead to conflicts. Chuckling at Zephyr's words, Steelbone Kong remarked, That sounds troublesome. Just ensure you take good care of them. Of course, Zephyr affirmed. Subsequently, Steelbone Kong and Zephyr deliberated on some critical matters concerning the Navy. Meanwhile, Rosen was engaged in weightlifting, but the barbell he was hoisting was far from ordinary, weighing in at several thousand pounds. Arm strength training was a fundamental skill for any swordsman, and endurance was equally important. 998.999.1000.as He completed 1,000 lifts. Rosen was drenched in sweat. Exhaling heavily, he wiped the beads of perspiration from his forehead. Rosen's towering physique, nearly 3 meters tall, made him appear extraordinarily robust, his muscles sculpted like a finely crafted masterpiece. With a deep breath, he gradually descended. Upon landing, he wasted no time and leapt once more. Bang! Another thud resonated as his body met the ground again. Thus began 1,000 jumping jacks. The other students observing his almost inhuman training regimen had grown numb to the spectacle. This isn't training, it's self-torture. With each heaving breath, Rosen's body hit the ground again. He had completed 759 jumping jacks. Puff. Another breath escaped him as he landed once more. 999.1000. Stretching languidly, Rosen reflected on his physical state. It seems my progress is quite substantial, he mused, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Though he had not yet reached his limits, his formidable physicality was already sufficient to defeat a majority of pirates. As his training continued, Rosen's appetite grew, a phenomenon not exclusive to him, as Sakazuki and Borsalino experienced similar increases, though not to the same extreme. Yet, no one dared to mock the trio. Their strength was such that even the Navy's captains would find it challenging to contend with them. Sakazuki set down his chopsticks with a sly grin. I've developed a new technique. Care to test it? Upon hearing this, Rosen's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. I've been waiting for this. When? The day after tomorrow, Sakazuki replied with a smile. Does that work for you? Borsalino interjected. I believe we must inform teacher Zephyr about this. Certainly, Rosen chuckled. Sakazuki nodded. Just don't back out on me. Rest assured, my sense of justice won't allow for that. Chapter 3. Journey to Sabaody. Zephyr, however, paid little heed to Rosen and Sakazuki's request. Burdened with official duties, their application was relegated to a dusty corner, forgotten amidst the chaos. For Zephyr, the most pressing matter was the recruitment of new Navy students. He showed little interest in peripheral concerns, dedicating his life's work to ensuring the sustainable development of naval talent. He was resolute in addressing these matters, delegating less critical tasks to his personal secretary. Kong, are you available? Zephyr roared from outside Karp's office. You didn't even knock? Karp retorted with a smirk. Am I really that intimidating? Zephyr chuckled. Oh, by the way, could you accompany me? The allure of a Navy hero should be quite compelling. Zephyr grinned. Young people today seem to idolize heroes. That's a tall order. Karp sighed. I have to set sail with Sengoku. The seas are teeming with pirates. Zephyr, resigned, replied, All right, I won't trouble you further. However, I've heard you have some promising students. Wouldn't it be beneficial to let them serve as your representatives? Thank you for the reminder. Zephyr rolled his eyes. Just be careful out there. It's just Whitebeard and Roger. I'm not worried. Karp laughed heartily. I leave this to you. With a flourish of his justice cloak, Zephyr departed Karp's office, making his way to the Navy Academy's dormitory, just as Sakazuki and Rosen were brimming with anticipation for their upcoming duel. Zephyr arrived. Teacher, have you agreed? Sakazuki asked eagerly. What are you talking about? Zephyr replied, exasperated. Whatever it is, first, we need to receive the new batch of Navy students. You, Rosen, and Borsalino must set an example. Understood. Sakazuki fell silent, pondering the connection between new recruits and their ambitions. Borsalino stood up. Teacher Zephyr, am I going too? Yes, you will accompany us tomorrow. Do you understand? Zephyr huffed. And wash your face more. You look 20 years older. By the way, where's Rosen? Both asked in unison. He's in his training room. Upon hearing this, Zephyr nodded. He too was eager to learn how this young man, Rosen, trained. When he witnessed Rosen's training methods, even he could not help but exclaim, What in the world? There stood Rosen, effortlessly lifting a barbell weighing thousands of pounds with one hand. Skillfully twisting it around, he then hurled it upwards and, in a remarkable display, caught it with his feet while performing a handstand. The fluidity of his movements resembled the grace of flowing water. Such a training regimen would likely be beyond the capabilities of even the most seasoned veterans. Rosen, Zephyr coughed lightly. Tomorrow, you shall accompany me on a marine expedition. Do you understand? Yes, Master Zephyr, Rosen replied with a gentle smile as he set the barbell down. By the way, have you granted my request regarding Sakazuki? What request? Zephyr inquired, taken aback. I intend to face him again in a duel the day after tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Zephyr cleared his throat again. You shouldn't get ahead of yourself. As for this matter, I've taken note of it. For now, accompany me to the Sabaody archipelago to receive new recruits. Your personal matters can wait. Understood. Zephyr cast him a glance before departing. Rosen stepped out of the training room and looked towards Sakazuki. It seemed our duel would have to be postponed. I too wish for no delay, but Master Zephyr has made his decision. Sakazuki replied with a wry smile. Borsellino, he said with a slight grin, it seems something significant is about to unfold. Let us see what tomorrow brings. The two nodded in agreement. The following day dawned bright and clear. With a gentle sea breeze, a few unidentified seabirds flew overhead, leaving behind a trace of lightness in the air. When Sakazuki, Rosen, and Borsellino arrived, Zephyr finally revealed a smile. You must all set a good example. Understood. Understood. Borsellino, Rosen, and Sakazuki responded in unison. Then let us set sail, Zephyr said, his eyes twinkling with approval. The three exchanged glances, nodded, and affirmed, yes. Zephyr nodded in satisfaction. Oh. By the way, you will soon be graduating for your internships. I hope you do not bring shame upon your teacher. The trio chorused, rest assured, Master. Once aboard the warship, they headed towards the Sabaody archipelago. On that day, the docks of the Sabaody archipelago were already bustling with numerous vessels. Many had come drawn by the allure of having a vice admiral as their instructor. How could that not be enticing? The appearance of Zephyr sparked a commotion. Is he the teacher responsible for receiving naval recruits? It's incredible to see Vice Admiral Zephyr. What an honor. So impressive. At that moment, Zephyr shone like a star, radiating brilliance in the eyes of the crowd. Naturally, upon noticing Zephyr, the crowd could not help but take note of those beside him. Sakazuki, Borsellino, and Rosen. Each of them bore a faint smile, their imposing physiques exuding an air of strength and distinction that amplified their prowess manifold. Rosen coughed lightly. Isn't this beginning to feel like a fan meeting? It seemed many were familiar with Zephyr. After all, as a vice admiral, he was involved in various public engagements. The wealthy merchants and aristocrats of the Sabaody archipelago recognized him too. A businessman approached Zephyr. Vice Admiral, could it be that these three are your disciples? Indeed, Zephyr chuckled. Not too shabby, right? They are quite tall. No wonder they are your esteemed pupils. But I wonder, what level of skill do they possess? The seas are teeming with pirates. It's terrifying. If they underperform, it would be disastrous. Hearing this, Sakazuki and Rosen exchanged glances. Rosen felt a surge of indignation, thinking, who are you to judge my capabilities? Today, I'll show you. Chapter 4. The genuine one. Zephyr, being straightforward, did not conceal the circumstances of the three. They were indeed individuals groomed for combat, complemented by many advisors and logistical personnel. Zephyr laughed heartily. Overall, this first batch is filled with talent. The surrounding crowd displayed expressions of half-understanding but recognized that these three young men were extraordinary. I am quite curious, Zephyr, the businessman remarked with a smile. What level of skill do they possess to warrant your attention? Their talent is comparable to that of Garp, Zephyr replied with a slight smile. As for other aspects, it depends on their own efforts. This statement, the crowd's expression shifted, although they had anticipated this. Hearing Zephyr affirm that their talents were on par with Garp was still absurd. Who was Garp? The hero of the Navy, the man who thwarted the advance of the Rocks pirates. Zephyr burst into laughter. Hearing is one thing. Seeing is believing. Let me show you what they are capable of. As Zephyr's words fell, Sakazuki and Rosen stepped down from the platform, prompting gasps of awe from the crowd. Wow, what striking young men. They surpass my son by leaps and bounds. My grandson should be on par with them. Yet, something felt amiss. The aura emanating from the two boys was palpable. Sakazuki radiated the heat of a magma monster, while Rosen resembled a glacial dagger, his sharpness nearly piercing through the air. I didn't expect to face you today. Allow me to demonstrate my strength. Sakazuki grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. Don't get ahead of yourself. Rosen replied coolly, your so-called justice is laughable without sufficient strength. I have never considered my power to be inadequate. Sakazuki retorted, shaking his head. Humph, Rosen scoffed. Are you ready to take my challenge? Sakazuki cracked his neck. The sound of bones popping echoing. I am always ready. Rosen responded without hesitation. Magnum, Sakazuki charged at Rosen, his lava-coated arm striking with fiery intensity. Rosen unsheathed his sword, and a wave of harmonious sword intent surged forth, instantly repelling the molten attack. Oh, you think it ends there? Sakazuki taunted. Ignoring him, Rosen sheathed his sword, clasped his hands together at his chest, and suddenly vanished from sight, reappearing at Sakazuki's side, delivering a powerful punch. Sakazuki's reflexes were swift. He immediately turned to evade, executing a sweeping kick towards Rosen. However, Rosen seemed to anticipate Sakazuki's move, with a thrust of his finger. He met the kick head-on. A resounding clash reverberated as both retreated several meters. Sakazuki observed his trembling right arm. He had indeed been at a disadvantage. Rosen soared backward but landed gracefully on his feet. Indeed, your words hold some truth, Sakazuki. Sakazuki shook his hand. Ah, you are impressive. But only for now. Rosen remained silent, merely letting out a cold grunt. Unfazed, Sakazuki lunged forward again. Great flame. A wave of terrifying heat surged forth, accompanied by molten fury. Rosen remained calm, raising his left hand as the light of his sword cut through the air. Moonshadow flowed. A crisp ringing echoed, followed by a subtle ripple as sharp sword energy radiated outward. Sakazuki's great flame was dismantled in an instant. You are truly an annoying fellow, Sakazuki huffed. It seems I must resort to my trump card. What? Rosen arched an eyebrow. Does this fellow have a new trick up his sleeve? Canine bite. Crimson lotus. Sakazuki's disdain for Rosen's sense of justice was not unfounded. Unity can harness strength. Does that not undermine the Navy's authority? Sakazuki was unwilling to have anyone dragging down his team, thus he must defeat Rosen to prove his own strength. Sakazuki clenched his fists, a wave of searing heat erupting from his body. His eyes turned crimson, arms engulfed in flames, charging towards Rosen like a flaming hyena. The intense heat, scorching breath, and overwhelming pressure made it hard to breathe, akin to suffocation. Yet, Rosen's expression remained unchanged, his calm demeanor suggesting that Sakazuki's level of attack was hardly noteworthy. As Sakazuki closed in on Rosen, he unleashed a heavy punch. With a swift stroke of his sword, Sakazuki felt as if his fist had struck solid metal, a wave of pain surging through his entire being. How is this possible? Sakazuki was utterly horrified. He had not anticipated that Rosen would manage to parry his attack with the sword, forcing him to retreat several steps. Shattered magma burst forth, and the surrounding civilians hastily withdrew, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. As Sakazuki beheld Rosen standing resolutely in place, a tempest of emotion surged within him. He acutely sensed the vast chasm that lay between himself and Rosen, a disparity far greater than he had ever imagined. Although Rosen did not display any astonishing combat skills, his commanding presence was undeniably formidable. Hey, you two, are you going to continue this fight? Zephyr inquired. The voice of Borsalino echoed. Wait, I feel compelled to remind you both that if you persist in this manner, you are likely to injure one another, not to mention endanger the civilians. Sakazuki raised an eyebrow, and Rosen also halted, as they had both recognized the gravity of the situation. After all, the destruction wrought by their skirmish was considerable, and a moment's carelessness could easily result in collateral damage. The onlookers gazed at the duo with a mixture of awe and trepidation. They had never witnessed such a level of combat. Moreover, they were aware that both individuals were students of Zephyr, whose pedagogical prowess was indisputable. Contemplating their future, the citizens could not quite envision what lay ahead, yet they sensed that a promising era was about to commence. With this thought, their spirits were buoyed. The new recruits, witnessing this scene, stood filled with hope, already beginning to fantasize about the glorious future that awaited them within the Navy. With a grand sweep of his hand, Zephyr called out, "Come on." In response, the surrounding young aspirants erupted in enthusiasm, raising their hands and cheering. The power of a role model is often boundless, especially for these fledgling novices. Sakazuki shook his head, exclaiming, I haven't even fully unleashed my power yet. Rosen chuckled. Neither have I. Chapter 5. Intern Marine Rosen. The arrival of a new batch of recruits at the Navy Academy signified the conclusion of the first semester for the inaugural class of naval cadets. Thus, Rosen and his companions formally embarked on their internship journey. Oh, it's you, kid. Rosen encountered Carp, who greeted him with a rare smile. Admiral Carp burst into hearty laughter. When the opportunity arises, I'll take you to chase Roger. Upon hearing Carp's words, Rosen felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. With my current strength, I don't think I'm ready for that. That's of no consequence. A few battles will suffice, Carp remarked, playfully digging his nose. Since you have nothing on your plate at the moment, Why not join me on this voyage? Of course, I've already informed Zephyr. Rosen stroked his chin and nodded in agreement. Recently, the seas had been rife with tumult. Figures like the Golden Lion, Silver Axe, and Wang Ji were all making waves, while other pirates were also stirring restlessly. Although the Navy had managed to temporarily suppress the chaos, no one could guarantee what the next incident might entail. It could be pirates raiding villages or certain rogues actively attacking Navy patrols. Regardless, the current maritime landscape was even more frenzied and perilous than during the Rocks era. Thus, the Navy needed to swiftly cultivate capable Marines to address the impending shifts in the situation. However, regrettably, soon after, Roger ushered in a new era. Come, follow me. This time, I'll show you what a true spectacle looks like. Carp exclaimed, dragging Rosen towards the port. Hey, Admiral Carp, slow down. Rosen stumbled after him, barely keeping pace as they boarded Carp's distinctive dog-headed warship. At that moment, Rosen felt as though he was being pulled onto the deck by Carp. Admiral Carp, Admiral Carp. The Marines recognized Carp and greeted him enthusiastically, albeit casting curious glances at the sight of Rosen being towed along. Rosen stiffened, allowing Carp to lead him, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Now, allow me to introduce you to your new colleagues. Rosen, an exceptional student of Zephyr, Carp announced as he brought Rosen before the gathered naval officers. You all must take good care of this new comrade. Hello, Rosen, they chorused in unison. Hello, Rosen awkwardly responded, wishing he could sink into the ground upon witnessing their barely concealed amusement. However, he began to comprehend Carp's earlier antics. Without such a display, how could he have garnered their attention? But I'm not a panda. Is this really necessary? This is truly embarrassing, he thought. Heh, this fellow is now in your hands. Carp clapped Rosen on the shoulder and, with a jovial grin, departed. Yes, Admiral Carp. The group paused momentarily before breaking into friendly smiles directed towards Rosen. We will take good care of the newcomer, Admiral Carp. Please, allow us to show you around the warship of the naval hero. Thank you. Rosen wiped the non-existent sweat from his brow and followed suit. With the blast of a steam whistle, the warship set sail, departing the base and heading into the vast ocean towards the nearby Red Line. This marked Rosen's first journey accompanying Carp's fleet, and the wondrous experience left him somewhat incredulous. It felt astonishingly effortless. For Rosen, it resembled a leisurely outing, devoid of any trace of tension. What is our destination for this voyage? Rosen could not help but inquire. Rest assured, it won't hinder your reunion with your comrades, Carp replied with a grin, tossing Rosen a set of petty officer's uniform. Hurry up and change. Why a petty officer's lowly rank? Rosen caught the clothing. Bewildered. What does it matter? Just change already. Carp glared at him. Hey, not bad. Carp scrutinized Rosen in his uniform. This outfit suits you quite well. Rosen's lips twitched in disdain. Do you expect me to wear something suitable for a deckhand? These are the only two options on the ship. If you find the rank too low, I lament the lack of proper training uniforms from headquarters, Carp retorted, his expression a mix of annoyance and amusement. Be grateful you have something that fits. As they sailed across the vast ocean, aside from the seagulls soaring overhead, occasional fish leaped from the water, creating an aura of tranquility. Numerous seabirds skimmed past the deck, and Rosen could even catch the scent of the ocean wafting through the air. What a beautiful scene, Carp mused from the bow, shaking his head with a sigh as he gazed at the green tea in his hand. Alas, my tea leaves are nearly depleted. With no one else to attend to him, Rosen found himself temporarily acting as Carp's secretary. Carp's easygoing temperament endeared him to the Marines, and through this experience, Rosen gleaned numerous stories about Carp. By the way, kid, is your hometown Roguetown? Carp suddenly inquired. Yes, Rosen nodded. That rascal Roger was also born in Roguetown. He has quite a handful, Carp remarked, a hint of displeasure flashing across his face, only to be followed by hearty laughter. I must admit, he is truly formidable. I can never seem to catch him. No wonder he has my approval. Rosen fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. By the way, kid, Carp's tone shifted as he turned his gaze toward Rosen. Admiral Carp. Rosen stood straight, adopting a serious demeanor. Why haven't you poured me any tea? Carp exclaimed, glaring at Rosen for neglecting to refill his cup. I forgot. My apologies. Rosen hurriedly grabbed the teapot and poured tea for Carp. Carp teased, kid, you've a long way to go if you want to be a good Marine. I will do my best. Rosen vowed earnestly. Humph, Carp scoffed, then turned his gaze to the horizon. Be careful, kid. You never know when you might encounter a formidable adversary. Don't let your guard down. Understood, Rosen nodded. Well, I'm off. Carp waved his hand dismissively as he departed. Once Carp left, the previously bustling deck fell eerily silent, and Rosen finally exhaled in relief. Phew, I'm finally free. He wiped his brow, which bore no sweat, reflecting on how arduous the life of an intern Marine seemed to be. He wondered when Sakaski and Borisolino would arrive. Chapter 6. Crossing the red line. As the sunset bathed the sea in golden hues, seagulls glided overhead, creating gentle ripples in the water. Standing at the edge of the ship, Rosen gazed into the distance at the setting sun, contemplating the path that lay before him. With only 45 minutes remaining until dinner, and observing the kitchen's activity, it appeared he need not worry about the meal. Though starting from the very bottom, one would presume that it required little intellect, merely following orders would suffice. After all, aside from combat experience, his mind was largely void of anything else. As for nautical skills, he had no part to play, his only role being that of an observer. Kid, it's time to eat. The voice of Carp broke through Rosen's reverie, pulling him back to reality. Oh, very well. With that, Rosen shifted his gaze and followed Carp to the cafeteria. At that moment, the cafeteria was bustling with patrons, while Carp, with an air of down-to-earth charm, stood patiently in line, his eyes devoid of any impatience. Rather, they bore an expression of enjoyment. Youngster, fill your belly first, and then I'll inform you of your next tasks. Carp yawned, adding, you better listen closely. Oh, Rosen raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Carp's words, eager to learn what lay ahead. Admiral Carp, how could you fall asleep? Rosen sighed, rubbing his temples as he gazed at the slumbering Carp, who had apparently stayed up late watching movies. Remarkably, he had even dozed off while standing. Rosen reached out and shook Carp awake. Huh, did I actually fall asleep? Carp exclaimed, abruptly opening his eyes. My apologies, haha. Rosen stared at Carp, who suddenly burst into laughter, leaving him at a loss for words. He couldn't help but wonder if Carp maintained this demeanor even during critical battles. Observing Rosen's peculiar expression, Carp quickly adopted a serious tone, clearing his throat. Regarding your upcoming duties, it's relatively straightforward, merely a test, nothing too challenging. As he spoke, he handed a document pouch to Rosen. Here, take a look. If anything is unclear, feel free to ask. Rosen, perplexed, accepted the pouch and flipped it open, only to be left dumbfounded. What does this mean? The command written within took him by surprise. It stated, from the moment the order was received, Rosen would be a member of the Special Task Force. Carp nodded, don't be alarmed, just follow my orders. Of course, your performance will be crucial as well. Performance? Rosen furrowed his brow, realizing that this matter was not as simple as he had imagined. Had this been premeditated? By the way, can you tell me about your relationship with Sakazuki? I've heard you often clash with him. Why is that? Isn't it just a matter of differing views on justice? Rosen sighed, exasperated. He always has that arrogant attitude. Otherwise, people would think we, the Navy, are a bunch of violent maniacs. Carp shook his head, his impression of Sakazuki surprisingly positive. You're quite bold to say that. I think Sakazuki is rather impressive. Rosen couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. You still think Sakazuki is impressive after he killed Ace? Not eliminating him on the spot is already generous. Is that so? Rosen shrugged, saying, right now, I'm just curious about what this special task entails. We'll discuss it later. Carp waved his hand. We're almost at red line. I'll take you for a ride on the bubble boat. Really? Later that night, upon reaching the red line, Rosen stood in awe, gazing at the majestic sight before him, his mouth agape in astonishment. He never expected the red line to be so breathtaking. Towering mountains rose dramatically, their peaks shrouded in mist, resembling a celestial paradise. Due to the near-vertical terrain of the red line, there were no roads. The only means of traversing the land was via the ascending bubble boats. Quickly prepare, Carp called out, turning to shout, get ready to scale the red line. All units prepare. Yes, the sailors responded in unison. The inhabitants of the red line were said to be the creators of this world. The celestial dragons, who claimed to be the nobility of the world, descendants of the gods. Yet, to the common populace, the celestial dragons were merely parasites, living off the labor of others. The exorbitant taxes paid by the allied nations did not guarantee safety. As pirates continued their plundering and slaughtering, rendering the high taxes seemingly pointless. As Rosen beheld the opulent lights of Mariehua, he couldn't help but exclaim inwardly at its extravagance. The Navy, being a subordinate entity of the world government, did not always comply with the celestial dragons, given the multitude of factions within the Navy who knew what they truly thought. You'll be interning with me for a year. As for the others, they will arrive in due course. Remember, the new world is not like your hometown, East Blue. Many will perish. Understood? Got it, Rosen replied, a grin spreading across his face. A TG-1 branch. or Marineford, the future headquarters of the Navy, stood the formidable Admiral Sengoku and 5 vice admirals, a veritable bastion of strength. They had come to this stronghold primarily for supplies and rest. The dense fortifications and brilliantly illuminated buildings made Rosen swallow hard. As the most critical fortress along the Grand Line, Marineford's defenses were unparalleled, making any attempt to breach it a fool's errand. Chapter 7. Journey to the New World. Hey, Carp, you finally arrived. Upon Carp's ship docking, he encountered Sengoku and a throng of sailors waiting. Ha ha ha. I've brought along a little rascal. I believe you've heard of him, Carp boasted proudly. Sengoku looked astonished. Rosen, isn't supposed to arrive tomorrow? Ah, I took the liberty of bringing him along. Carp replied with a slight smile. I informed Zephyr in advance. Pleasure to meet you, Admiral Sengoku, Rosen said shyly, bowing respectfully to him. Sengoku nodded in acknowledgement. Let us go. It's getting late. We should head inside and rest. A crowd gathered around Sengoku as they made their way towards the port's interior, but Sengoku halted and grasped Rosen's wrist. Youngster, I heard you are one of Zephyr's best students. Huh, I suppose so. Rosen stammered. Where are you from? Rogtown. Rosen answered honestly. Roger's hometown, Sengoku murmured. Get some rest. Zephyr should be arriving tomorrow. With that, Sengoku released Rosen's wrist and turned away. Watching Sengoku's retreating figure, Rosen felt a profound sense of insignificance wash over him. He never imagined he would feel this way, realizing that Sengoku seemed vastly more powerful than himself, even though he recognized his own limitations compared to the Admiral. Carp, what's the matter, kid? What's our accommodation? Rosen inquired timidly. Follow me. Don't worry, kid, Carp reassured, patting Rosen's shoulder. This port has ample rooms. Rosen nodded in understanding. The following day, Zephyr's new recruits arrived at G1 Fortress. It was midday, and Sengoku personally welcomed them at the dock. Ushering Zephyr into G1 Fortress. Zephyr, you finally made it. Sengoku laughed heartily. You know, I've been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Hee hee, Zephyr chuckled lightly. With so many pirates in the New World, how could we afford to be negligent? True enough, those pirates are indeed restless, but thankfully you and your students are here. I'm curious to see what kind of turmoil those unruly pirates can stir up. Sengoku laughed boisterously. By the way, Zephyr, I heard you brought a child named Rosen. Sengoku suddenly shifted the topic. Rosen, that's him. Zephyr smiled slightly. Have you met him? But there aren't many top swordsmen in our navy, Sengoku pondered, stroking his chin. Right? Zephyr adjusted his sunglasses. Let's pair Rosen with Sakazuki and Borsalino. The fleet admiral has already approved. I'll make the arrangements. Since the dissolution of the Rocks pirates, the New World had been rife with chaotic pirates, particularly the infamous Shiki, who harbored grand ambitions to annex other pirate factions, threatening to ignite another war. By the way, Sengoku, Zephyr suddenly recalled, I've heard rumors of a mysterious force wreaking havoc at sea. I suggest you remain vigilant to avoid any losses. What mysterious force? Sengoku asked, his brow furrowing. Currently unclear, but it is undoubtedly formidable. I understand. I must return to teach my students. Please ensure these youngsters don't encounter any mishaps. Rest assured, Zephyr. I will see to it that they return safely. Then I shall rest easy. By the way, if you run into any trouble, don't hesitate to seek me out. As he spoke, Zephyr waved his hand and then boarded the warship docked at the pier, slowly sailing away into the distance. Meanwhile, Sakazuki and Pausalino remained by Zhangguo's side, while Rosen was assigned to Captain Carp. Although the three could not be together at all times, their movements were essentially coordinated. And after a few weeks of sailing, they quickly became accustomed to the surrounding maritime conditions. Naturally, they also encountered several battles. Rosen used his sword to obliterate the masts and sails of the pirate ships, rendering them immobile. As for Sakazuki, he eliminated the majority of the pirates. Despite some possessing formidable haki, they were ultimately no match for the searing magma. Pausalino was tasked with sinking the pirate ships and overseeing the aftermath. In several operations, the Navy suffered almost no casualties, while the pirates bore the brunt of the onslaught. Sakazuki showed no mercy in his assaults. When he struck, it was either death or injury. Carp, witnessing their fierce combat, erupted into hearty laughter, proclaiming it truly spectacular. Zhangguo nodded, saying, let it be for now. We shall discuss our plans later. The warship continued its journey across the ocean. Along the way, apart from the occasional appearance of pirates, there was nothing else. However, these were merely small pirate vessels that posed no threat to them. Rosen leaned against the ship's railing, gazing into the distance, and for some reason, he felt an ominous premonition that they would soon witness the brutality of the New World pirates. Hey, Hey, Rosen, stop daydreaming. Carp approached and tapped Rosen on the head. Aren't you supposed to be the smart one? Yes, Vice Admiral Carp, Rosen replied, lifting his head. Enough chatter. Get to work. Carp glared at Rosen. We need to reach the port before sunset. Understood, Vice Admiral Carp. Rosen immediately stood upright, responding earnestly before taking up the telescope to survey the surroundings. Around 6 o'clock in the evening, the fleet continued deeper into the New World after replenishing supplies at a port. Chapter 8. Encountering the Golden Lion. After months of sailing in the New World, Zhang and Carp's fleet encountered an unexpected visitor, the Golden Lion Shiki. It's you too, Carp, Zhang. Shiki laughed boisterously. A man in a golden-striped coat with long golden hair floated high above, looking down at them. Golden Lion, Carp clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. After all these years, you haven't changed one bit. Ha ha ha. I am a pirate. A pirate? Shiki cackled, surprised to see me, aren't you? Shiki, don't forget, there is no one else here but you. Zhang shouted angrily. Ha ha ha. So what, do you want to fight me? Shiki taunted, even if you two join forces. You might not be my match, and this is the open sea. Don't you care about the lives of your subordinates? Shiki, if you truly wish to fight, I shall accompany you to the end. Carp retorted with a cold laugh, charging forward. Zhang's expression shifted. Carp had acted independently again. However, he had to admit that taking the initiative was indeed the most suitable choice. It was better to strike first than to let Shiki take the lead. For the Golden Lion's strength was terrifying. Once he made a move, the two warships behind them could be obliterated in an instant, leaving them with no escape. Sakazuki's face grew serious. The captain of the flying pirate crew. Golden Lion Shiki was not to be trifled with. This is frightening, Pausalino remarked, looking grim. After all, Shiki was a figure on par with an admiral. At that moment, Rosen jumped down from the lookout tower. Everyone, prepare for cannon fire. We are about to be surrounded. What? Sakazuki exclaimed. What on earth is happening? It's Shiki's pirate crew, Rosen stated solemnly. They have surrounded us. Damn it. Sakazuki cursed angrily. How despicable they are. These pirates are truly audacious. Pausalino frowned. Aren't they afraid of inciting the relentless pursuit of the world government? Forget about that for now. Everyone, prepare for defense, Rosen urged, his expression grave as he watched Shiki engage with Carp and Zhang. A sense of helplessness rising within him. Pirate ships are surrounding us on all sides. A report came from the lookout tower. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the group darkened further. They had been completely encircled. And only by fighting desperately could they hope to survive. All hands, battle stations, Sakazuki bellowed. The morale of the naval soldiers surged as they swiftly took their positions and aimed at the enemy pirate ships. Rosen stood on the deck, observing the multitude of pirate vessels before him, his eyes narrowing. It seems the enemy scale is quite substantial, Rosen muttered to himself. On the other side, the Golden Lion Shiki sneered. Your subordinates are about to meet their end. Ha ha ha. Zhang coldly snorted. This was your plan all along, wasn't it? Shiki, with a sinister grin, Shiki replied. Apologies, I didn't intend to go this far, but since you've wandered into my trap, I can only annihilate them all. Zhang glared at him with icy eyes. Do you realize the consequences of your actions? Heh, consequences? Shiki scoffed. What consequences? I couldn't care less. I am the Golden Lion. Zhang. You truly are naive. Shiki continued to mock. Do you think you and your band of useless sailors can withstand my crew? What a delusion. You. Zhang roared in fury. Lion's roar. Shiki coldly huffed, raising his right hand and swinging it down, unleashing a powerful gust that blinded everyone. With a resounding crash, the entire sea seemed to tremble, and a colossal lion's head formed from the ocean's waters appeared before Zhang and the others. The sea churned violently, creating towering waves as ripples expanded outward, causing the warship to sway uncontrollably. Damn it. Zhang gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot as he transformed into a massive golden Buddha figure. Palms pressed together. A tremendous shockwave erupted from his palms, colliding with the giant lion's head, resulting in an explosion that engulfed the entire battlefield, making the sea boil with tumultuous waves. Carp's fist directly slammed toward the Golden Lion, who quickly sidestepped to avoid it. Haha, Carp, you're getting anxious, Shiki taunted. Damn it. Just then, the Golden Lion paused momentarily. Meteor volcano, 8-span jewels, a barrage of fireballs and light projectiles surged toward the oncoming pirate ships. In an instant, smoke billowed and monstrous waves rose. Swords of energy dashed through the night sky, with most incoming cannonballs exploding midair, while the remainder splashed into the sea, creating towering waves. At that moment, the Golden Lion's pupils contracted. Your little brats are quite capable. One by one, cannonballs and sword energies collided fiercely in the air. Boom. The sound of explosions echoed continuously. The Golden Lion squinted. These little brats possessed considerable strength. Zhang Guo was equally astonished. Watching the three engaged in battle from afar, how could their strength be so formidable? Rosen gazed at the nearby pirate fleet, his expression cold and filled with murderous intent, since they had come to seek their own demise. He saw no reason to hold back. With a swift stroke of his sword, he cleaved toward a pirate ship, its crew frantically attempting to steer away. However, Rosen would not grant them such an opportunity. Swish, swish, the successive sword lights sliced through the entire pirate vessel, dozens of sword beams enveloping all surrounding pirates like a net. After the sword beams passed, both pirates and crew members were reduced to mangled corpses. Plummeting into the sea and splashing water everywhere. In an instant, the navy surrounding Rosen stared at him in shock. His methods were simple yet brutally swift, making them nearly impossible to defend against. Even those on the battleship couldn't help but gasp, their expressions changing. Such terrifying power. A soldier swallowed hard, his eyes wide, fixated on Rosen. As a fellow swordsman. The gap in their abilities was astonishing. One pirate ship emitted a thunderous roar before erupting in a violent explosion, its hull shattering and sinking into the depths. Polysolino casually blew on his fingers, leering at the exploding warship with a smirk, as if saying, "No way, no way." Sakazuki coldly scoffed. Hey, keep it up, Polysolino. All right, you're terrifying like this." In midair, Carp roared, shattering the approaching giant lion with a single punch, then leaping into the air to attack the Golden Lion. Shiki also retaliated with a punch. Bang! The two fists collided, sending Shiki stumbling back 3 steps while Carp barely retreated half a step. Shiki sneered, "If that's the case, then goodbye." He lifted his head, a bloodthirsty glint flashing in his eyes. Wave slash. In an instant, a colossal silver blade of light sliced through the air, aiming for Carp. Carp, however, did not engage directly. The terrifying sword energy struck the ocean's surface, unleashing towering waves. These monstrous waves surged toward the two warships. Chapter 9. Death Struggle. Rosen bellowed in fury, his sword poised horizontally, unleashing a terrifying wave of sword energy that cleaved the tidal wave in two. A great eruption of flames. The magma clashed with the waves, emitting a resounding hiss, while the sea evaporated under the intense heat. What a commendable tactical acumen, Shiki remarked with admiration. Yet, there remains one final move, he added, lifting his weapons, Sakura-ten and Mokuke. A sinister smile etched across his face. This is dire. Sakazuki's complexion darkened. Before the astonished gazes of Sengoku and Carp, Rosen charged toward Shiki. One sword style. Star Rain. Rosen shouted, drawing his sword to strike at Shiki. In an instant, Rosen cast a puzzled glance at Sakazuki, wondering if they were still aboard the ship. Observing the surroundings, he let out a bitter smile. Had they returned to the base? Sakazuki looked at Rosen and stated firmly, "The doctor has instructed you to rest. Do you understand?" Rest. Rosen sighed, feeling a dull ache throughout his body. "Did I almost die?" "Pretty much," Borsalino remarked, his expression unusually serious for once. "By the way, what about the internship?" That matter will be handled appropriately. For now, focus on recuperating," Borsalino replied as he stood up, patting Sakazuki on the shoulder. "Stay here with him. I'll go summon the doctor." Sakazuki nodded in acknowledgement. Once Borsalino left, Rosen turned to Sakazuki, admitting, "This time, I put you all in danger." "You are not at fault," Sakazuki replied calmly. "This incident is entirely the fault of the Golden Lion. Without you, the situation might have been even worse. What should I do next?" Rosen suddenly inquired. Sakazuki frowned slightly. Hey, let's discuss that after your recovery. Right now, you need to rest." "All right." Rosen softly closed his eyes. This child's constitution is remarkably resilient. Had it been anyone else, they would have perished long ago, an elderly military doctor observed, looking at the consultation report in astonishment. "After all, this lad is a monster." Carp laughed heartily. "His potential is truly terrifying. Given time, he will undoubtedly become a pillar of our navy." "Let us hope so," the old doctor sighed. "But I wonder if he will suffer any lasting repercussions." "He shouldn't, right? In the span of a night." Rosen's exploits rapidly spread throughout the navy, with countless sailors recounting his selfless battle at sea. "What a fearsome little rascal," one soldier remarked. "Humph, he has become my idol." Another added, "Tisich, you're such a lovesick fool." Came the retort, "Hey, we're all men here. Is it necessary to say that?" In the director's office, Zephyr glanced at the newspaper and sighed. This young man appears so refined. Who would have thought he could be so reckless? Several senior aides seated in the office engaged in discussion about Rosen's deeds. This incident was exceedingly perilous. The Golden Lion is no less formidable than an Admiral, Zephyr interjected. That boy is indeed exceptional. I believe he will grow and help us achieve our ultimate goals. Admiral Zephyr is correct, came the chorus of agreement. What about you, kid? Sengoku inquired, standing by Rosen's hospital bed. I'm doing well, Rosen replied with a slight smile. I feel my observation hockey and armament hockey have significantly improved. Perhaps it won't be long before I surpass the Golden Lion. You certainly sound confident, Sengoku remarked, but your injuries are serious. It's best not to move around too much to avoid exacerbating your wounds. Rest assured, I am quite aware of my condition, Rosen assured him. Will the internship still continue? I have tasks to perform. Forget about that for now. Focus on recuperating. Besides, Sakazuki and Borsalino are here, Sengoku advised. Understood, Rosen nodded. Chapter 11. Entering the Calm Belt, the world government was exceedingly furious regarding the Golden Lion's attack on the Navy fleet. Of course, they were equally lavish in their praise for the performance of Rosen and his peers. Consequently, this assault was heralded by the world government as a victory, a resounding triumph. Such grandiloquent publicity was largely due to the discovery of faint bloodstains on the Golden Lion during his confrontation with Bondi Wald. This finding also reached the ears of CP0's spies, who, after thorough investigation, confirmed that the injuries on the Golden Lion stemmed from the earlier failed attack. Furthermore, they even took a photograph of Rosen, Sakazuki, and Borsalino together. In an instant, the three garnered immense fame and acclaim from the international community, though this was merely a modest victory. Its significance in terms of propaganda was profound. At the very least. In the eyes of many, it signified that the Navy was on the cusp of a new era, an era belonging to them. After nearly a month of recuperation, the interns had mostly regained their health and received notice that they would resume their internships the following day. We start work tomorrow. How exciting! They exclaimed. I wonder what my duties will be. It should be rather enjoyable. Dressed in military attire, Rosen entered Karp's office, where Karp was sipping green tea. Upon seeing Rosen, he immediately inquired, "Are you ready, kid?" "Yes." Rosen nodded affirmatively. "Haha. No surprise there. A fine student of Zephyr." Karp chuckled heartily at Rosen's response, causing Rosen's cheeks to flush. "All right, come with me," Karp smiled. "Sakazuki and Borsalino are already prepared. We were just waiting for you." "Understood." Rosen nodded again. Following Karp, Rosen made his way to the warship. Seeing Karp had arrived, Sengoku teased, "So, Karp, is the kid all better?" Hearing this, Karp burst into laughter. "Of course." He bellowed jovially. "Now, hurry up, don't dawdle." The two warships set sail together, heading toward the vast seas of the New World. On the boundless ocean, the ships glided silently. Rosen stood on the deck, gazing out at the distant sea. Lost in thought, several seabirds flew past him, their wings flapping as they soared into the sky, vanishing from sight. "What's wrong? Feeling unwell?" Karp approached Rosen, concerned. Rosen shook his head. "Not at all. I merely hope the era of pirates comes to an end soon." Hearing Rosen's sentiment, Karp sighed. "Mr. Karp." "Yes, what is it?" Karp turned to face Rosen. "It's nothing," Rosen quickly replied. Karp pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. "Before long, we will enter the Calm Belt. From that point on, there won't be many peaceful days ahead." Karp chuckled mischievously. "Oh, indeed." Rosen nodded in agreement. "Then let me quiz you. What dangers lurk in the Calm Belt? From what I know, there are no winds and sea kings." "All right, that's enough," Karp interrupted, waving his hand to signal the end of that topic. Before long, the warship gradually approached the Calm Belt, entering the vast expanse of ocean. The horizon met the sky, stretching endlessly, devoid of wind and rain. Suddenly, a massive shadow surged from the depths of the sea. It was a colossal shark, its body entirely black, with a grayish-white dorsal fin and razor-sharp teeth glinting ominously. This was a sea king shark, typically active in the ocean, attacking nearby vessels or objects. Once it had its sights set on something, escape was nearly impossible. That moment, the shark was fixated on the warship. "Fire!" Sengoku commanded coldly. Instantly, multiple cannonballs struck the shark, flipping it over on the surface of the water. Boom, boom, boom. The cannonballs rained down on the creature, sending torrents of water splashing around it. "Fire the magma!" Sakazuki bellowed, and a torrent of molten rock surged forth, crashing against the shark. The explosion reverberated through the air as the enormous beast was reduced to charred remains. Crimson liquid seeping into the ocean, an utterly grotesque sight. "Well done, Sakazuki," Rosen chuckled, then unleashed a wave-cutting strike toward the nearby sea, creating towering waves. "That move feels rather familiar," Sengoku murmured as he observed Rosen's technique. Karp chuckled. "Ah, Quite impressive, kid. The waters receded rapidly from the area impacted by Rosen's attack, revealing a much larger sea monster lurking beneath. This creature was a massive sea serpent, measuring well over 100 meters in length. Rosen smiled slightly, thinking, that was close. Had it ensnared the warship, we would have been in trouble. He then cast a provocative glance at Sakazuki. Chapter 12. The Beachhead Landing Operation. Sakazuki merely scoffed in response. Unperturbed by Sakazuki's reaction, Rosen continued to survey the surroundings. The comm belt was unlike any other region. For pirate ships reliant on wind power, it was a lifeless, desolate void. Only the Navy's warships and the Kuja pirates of Amazon Lily could navigate these waters with ease. Aside from the threats posed by Sea Kings, there were generally no significant risks in the comm belt, making it an ideal location for routine training. However, this mission was clearly not a standard training exercise. Thus, meticulous preparations were essential. The objective of this mission was a beachhead landing. Carp, picking his nose, asked, "Kid, how do you feel?" Rosen shook his head with a smile. "Not particularly. I can't tell if it's just a feeling. But I always seem to feel a bit uncomfortable." Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Carp burst into laughter. "Having spent so long at sea, do you wish to return to land?" "Well, indeed, a little," Rosen replied while touching his nose. Staying for too long can be quite perilous. Although it sounded somewhat pretentious, it was indeed the truth. The calmness of the doldrums was beginning to irritate Rosen. The sea was eerily tranquil, devoid of wind. Yet, this was merely the surface. The hidden currents within the doldrums were far more terrifying, especially during such still moments. At that moment, Sengoku summoned Rosen, Sakazuki, and Borsalino to the captain's quarters. "You three youngsters are responsible for providing fire cover for the fleet, ensuring the troops can land safely. Understood?" Sengoku's expression turned grave. Borsalino stood tall and saluted. "Understood, sir." Rosen inquired, "Will the ship's cannons provide support?" "Of course not." Sengoku shook his head. Sakazuki coldly remarked, "In that case, let us see who can destroy more targets." "Why?" Rosen rolled his eyes. "Because I want to prove that my sense of justice is more valid than yours, understand?" "Huh?" Rosen was taken aback. He never expected Sakazuki to utter such words. "Are you out of your mind?" "What did you say, you bastard?" Borsalino chuckled slightly, his face appearing mischievous. "If you two destroy fewer targets than me, that would be quite embarrassing." "What did you say?" Sakazuki bellowed. Sengoku rapped the table, his voice low. "Enough. You three youngsters, prepare yourselves." "Aye." The three responded in unison. Sakazuki turned and walked towards the bridge, followed closely by Borsalino. "Sakazuki is truly a handful." Rosen sighed helplessly. "Rosen," Borsalino suddenly called out. "What?" "You better do your best." Rosen shrugged, observing Borsalino's gloating expression. "I will do my best too, Borsalino." With that, Rosen dashed towards the bridge, where Sakazuki was already waiting for him. "You should strike first." Sakazuki exhaled. "You're a swordsman. Your attack range is not as far-reaching as us Logia users." Being underestimated like this made Rosen quite uncomfortable, and the consequences could be severe. However, now was not the time to dwell on such matters. Rosen drew the blade hanging at his waist, exerted force with his legs, and instantly leaped onto the mast. Carp, witnessing the three's demeanor, couldn't help but laugh heartily. "Ha!" The other cadets showed no signs of mockery or ridicule. Instead, they gazed at them with anticipation, as the finest trainees. Their performance was certainly worth looking forward to. Rosen, however, paid no mind to Carp's teasing. His focus remained on the surface of the sea. The sea was tranquil, not even a ripple disturbed its surface. Yet, Rosen's brow furrowed as he meticulously searched for the target island. After a while, Rosen finally spotted the target island. "Found it," he shouted down to Sakazuki. "Really?" With that, his arms glowed a fiery red, fixated on the horizon. Sengoku approached, solemnly stating, "The target is still 4 nautical miles away, approximately 1 nautical mile. You three should prepare yourselves." "Yes," they replied in unison. The sailors aboard the ship were also readying for the landing. Sengoku ascended to the bridge, taking his position atop the lookout tower. As they drew closer to the island, he took out a microphone and declared, "Action commences. One sword style, secret technique. Blue bird," Rosen shouted fiercely, his body transforming into an afterimage that vanished from sight, leaving behind a faint blue light. Terrifying sword energy ripped through the air, producing a deafening sonic boom as it struck the targets on the island. Sakazuki moved with a light step, making no sound at all. Meteor volcano. Sakazuki extended his fists, hot magma erupting from his palms, crashing down upon the targets on the island. Boom! A powerful shockwave shattered the island, causing trees to topple. Boom! Another resounding crash echoed as a towering tree, several meters high, snapped in half. At that moment, Borsalino also made his appearance, 8 Shaki Magatama. Golden orbs of light swiftly swept over the targets on the island. The soldiers on the landing craft rushed towards the shore, making their way onto the shallow beach. These youngsters are quite capable, Sengoku murmured, observing the Navy soldiers landing on the island, but they are rather timid. Sengoku snorted softly that Lozen's speed was remarkable, and in the blink of an eye, he crossed the sea to the island, looking up to see that the beach targets had essentially been reduced to ruins. Hey, Lozen, are you going a bit overboard? Borsalino remarked, eyeing Lozen's relaxed demeanor. Lozen shook his head, not at all. Borsalino yawned. Hey, it's hard to tell who really took care of everything. Lozen shrugged. Whatever. I didn't pay much attention anyway. Borsalino chuckled as he glanced at Sakazuki still aboard the warship. This truly is troublesome. Chapter 13. Return. The landing operation appeared to be exceedingly successful. At least, as far as the eye could see. There were no substantial fortifications or decoy targets left. Things looked quite promising, Sengoku chuckled. The targets had essentially been obliterated. Sakazuki maintained his indifferent demeanor, asserting, landing operations require absolute superiority to eliminate the enemy. Sengoku nodded slightly. Sakazuki's words held merit. Lozen's cold voice broke the silence. Sakazuki, our competition is no longer relevant. What? Sakazuki's expression turned peculiar, beads of sweat glistening on his dark face. What do you mean? I mean you. The one you mentioned in the captain's quarters, Lozen replied. Sakazuki's countenance darkened. And what of it? It no longer holds significance. Lozen yawned, quickly boarding the warship. We still need to relocate. Lozen inquired. Carp cleared his throat. You all should rest for now. This area is relatively safe, and your assessment for this operation can be deemed successful. I'm so tired. Lozen stretched and lay back on the beach. This period has truly exhausted me. Being at sea has worn me out. You seem rather optimistic, Sakazuki remarked, glancing at Lozen, who exhibited no sense of tension whatsoever. Then why did I climb the mast? Lozen retorted. Should I complain about not performing as well as others and await the final judgment of a military tribunal? Sakazuki frowned, seemingly disapproving of Lozen's mindset, yet found himself unable to refute it at that moment. Forget it. Let's not discuss this anymore. Lozen waved his hand. You always just shout at people. Take a look at Borsalino. He rarely speaks. Sakazuki turned to Borsalino, finding him engrossed in trimming his nails, seemingly oblivious to Lozen's prior remarks. Borsalino, Sakazuki called out. Huh? Borsalino responded. What is it? Why did you pretend not to hear that? Sakazuki inquired with a frown. What do you mean I pretended not to hear? Borsalino exclaimed, bewildered. It's nothing. I just wanted to confirm. Sakazuki pouted, casting a glare at Lozen. So you were all slacking off too? Borsalino realized. I was just busy with some trivial matter and didn't notice. Borsalino put away the scissors and took out a tissue to wipe his hands. He then pulled out several tissues and handed them to Sakazuki. Here, for you. You have quite a bit of sweat on your forehead. Lozen thought, this is so awkward, and said, thank you. Sakazuki accepted the tissues and wiped the sweat from his forehead, gazing up at the azure sky. What else do we need to do? Lozen replied. Let's see what their arrangements are. Perhaps we might still execute some special mission. After 3 days of sailing, the fleet began its return journey to the captain's quarters. Sengoku's voice resonated through the transponder snail. What do you think of them? During the return to the military camp, Zephyr inquired. Not bad, I suppose. Although they lack discipline, they collaborate well, and most importantly, their strength is formidable. Sengoku replied slowly, I think so too. Zephyr nodded, holding his own evaluations of the 3 disciples. Sakazuki's strength was unquestionable, coupled with a strong desire for leadership. As for Lozen, he was quite impressive, possessing not only a strong sense of responsibility, but also the ability to adapt to his surroundings. As for Borsalino, while he had immense talent and the powers of a devil fruit, he came across as somewhat of a street urchin, rarely taking anything seriously. These youngsters are indeed quite interesting. Zhangguo let out a light chuckle, inquiring, what are your plans for them from now on? Let's observe for a while before making a decision, Zephyr replied, shaking his head. Perhaps they will become the future of the 3 admirals. That is not entirely impossible, Zhangguo mused. After all, they're your prot-gs. Haha. Zephyr laughed heartily. Meanwhile, Rosen felt a sense of being deceived. What exactly is this so-called mission? He exclaimed. Hey, Sakazuki, do you know? He glanced at Sakazuki beside him. Don't tell me this mission is just about landing on the island. Of course not, Sakazuki replied nonchalantly. Then why do I feel like I've been wronged? Rosen muttered. No, wait. It's more like I feel deceived. Shut up, Sakazuki suddenly shouted, startling Rosen. You rascal, Rosen rolled his eyes. I'm merely expressing my thoughts. Sakazuki remained silent for a moment before sighing. Honestly, I'm not sure either. Huh? Rosen was taken aback. You're not sure? Sakazuki nodded, squinting his eyes, his expression one of resignation. Rosen elongated his tone, then chuckled. You actually don't know. Haha. Are you mocking me? Sakazuki frowned, his voice laced with irritation. Of course not. Of course not, Rosen hastily denied. Though a hint of schadenfreude crept into his demeanor. Humph, Sakazuki retorted. I wonder which fool slipped away to reach the G1 base first. You traitor, Rosen sheepishly replied. It's that old coot carp causing trouble. Blocking my path ahead. Humph, you, who cannot refuse others, will eventually suffer for it one day, fool, Sakazuki said curtly. Rosen scratched the back of his head. All right, I admit I can be a bit foolish. I don't care whether you acknowledge it or not. You must change your current disposition and state. Sakazuki clenched his fists. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to show you my strength. Rosen promptly fell silent, whistling and ignoring Sakazuki. Sakazuki, in turn, paid him no mind, retreating to a corner. Lost in his own thoughts, the white seagulls sliced through the azure sky, leaving a beautiful trail across the ocean's surface. Chapter 14. Storm and pirates. Barely out of the doldrums, they encountered a storm. Two warships sped towards the nearest naval base, one behind the other, bustling with activity. The sea roared with tumultuous waves, and a gray mist obscured visibility, through which distant rumblings could be faintly heard. Rosen stood on the deck, gazing into the distance. Amidst the fog-laden sea, flickers of fire could be discerned. Reel in the forward sails, shouted the sailors. Everyone, pay attention. Pirates ahead. Pirates. We've encountered them so soon. It appeared to be a sizable pirate crew. Zhangguo emerged, commanding. Immediately expand the course. Understood. Dozens of sailors responded in unison, swiftly returning to their stations. The rear sails were also furled, and the entire ship began to change direction. At that moment, Rosen stood at the window. His right fist pressed against his mouth, a grave expression upon his face. Sakazuki, Borsellino, I sensed the presence of enemies. Sakazuki and Borsellino furrowed their brows slightly. How many waves of pirates have we faced? Sakazuki asked Borsellino. This is the 5th wave, Borsellino replied. Since leaving the Calm Belt, they had encountered pirates in succession, far more than their training missions could prepare them for. Sakazuki nodded. Regardless, we cannot retreat upon encountering pirates. Rosen drew his naginata, declaring, You two, stop dawdling. Open fire. The cannons roared, sending tremors through the sea, instantly stirring up colossal waves. The pirate ships, clearly under attack, hastily evaded. Damn it, a crew member at the bow of the pirate ship cursed. Shake them off, the captain ordered. If we don't flee now, the storm will catch up with us. The pirates swiftly turned the helm, powering full speed toward the southeast as towering waves rose behind them, seemingly ready to swallow them whole. Damn it, the pirate captain gritted his teeth. Where on earth did these Navy scum come from? Judging by the direction of their bow, it seems they came from the Calm Belt. One pirate speculated. Listen up, everyone, show your resolve. This is a matter of life and death, the captain bellowed, waving his arms that we must break through the storm and shake off these Navy fools. Oh, the pirates erupted into excited cheers. On the dog-headed warship, Carp shouted, Bring me the cannonballs. Understood. A soldier hurried into the cannon room, pushing a cart of cannonballs out. Just as Carp was about to launch the cannonballs, a storm of fire rained down from above, shooting towards the pirate ship. What the hell? The pirate ship erupted in panicked screams. What is that? However, due to the fierce wind and high waves, Sakazuki's meteor volcano barely missed its target, failing to hit the pirate ship. Huff, huff, Sakazuki panted. Damn it, these guys are truly troublesome. Sakazuki, you missed. Borsellino floated up, a mischievous grin on his face, making Sakazuki wish he could stuff him into a freezer. Don't think you're so strong. You little brat, Sakazuki retorted angrily. I am the strongest. Yada no Kagami, Borsellino murmured, as a brilliant light began to shine from his palm, growing ever brighter, with countless light orbs shooting towards the pirate ship. Damn it, dodge, the pirate captain shouted, Quickly, avoid those light orbs. Don't take them head-on. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The waves surged, and the pirate ship was propelled by a massive wave, most of the light orbs whizzing past. Nevertheless, over a dozen light orbs struck the pirate ship, destroying a third of its hull. Damn it, those bastard navies. The pirate captain roared, his eyes bloodshot, his chest heaving as if his heart would explode at any moment. That moment, this self-proclaimed battle-hardened captain noticed something abnormal on the sea, a straight figure emerging from the water. Drawing ever closer, on the deck of the Rodsward, all eyes turned skyward. A figure draped in a black cloak gradually descended. Pirates, huh? Rosen sneered from the Rodsward. Finally, it's my turn. Hearing Rosen's words, the pirates displayed wary expressions. Rosen gazed at them, grinning. Tonight, let me send you all to hell. With that, Rosen suddenly leaped into the sea, vanishing from sight. Gone. What does he intend to do? The pirates on the ship exclaimed in surprise. Just then, the Rodsward was cleaved in two by a single stroke. Rosen stood at the bow, his naginata aimed at the flustered pirates across from him. I certainly don't wish for you to escape. That would be contrary to my combat style, Rosen stated calmly. So it's best if you die. After all, this is of your own making. With that, Rosen swung his naginata down. Splatter, blood sprayed, staining the sea crimson. Little pirates, Rosen chuckled lightly. How amusing. He then utilized Moonwalk and Shave to quietly return to the warship, looking at Sakazuki before declaring, it's all done. I didn't let a single pirate escape. Sakazuki nodded. I saw it. Hee, I do enjoy finishing off the remnants. Rosen shrugged. Carp approached, delivering a punch to Rosen's head, causing him to clutch his skull in pain. Hey, what was that for? Don't you dare talk back to me. You brat. You stole my thunder, Carp scolded. Rosen hastily covered. Hi Polysolino, has your formidable presence taken shape yet? Weasel suddenly inquired. Naturally, Polysolino chuckled, having already grasped the situation. When the time for battle arrives, it will undoubtedly prove invaluable. The anticipation is palpable. I wonder which of you three new recruits will emerge as the top contender in this round of evaluations, Weasel mused thoughtfully. Polysolino spread his hands. Certainly not me. Sakazuki, observing the group, exclaimed, Hey, there's alcohol today, come quickly. Wow, there's actually alcohol, Rosen said with delight, recalling that when you extended the invitation back then, I assumed it was merely a formality. Sakazuki. Boom, a resounding explosion echoed, sending a towering column of water skyward. Pirates, at 11 o'clock, Gummir shouted, his brow furrowed. It's a pirate fleet. Following Gummir's indication, Sakazuki gazed in that direction and, indeed, a colossal pirate ship emerged into view. Sakazuki promptly issued commands. All hands, to your stations, prepare to counterattack. The ship's cannons took aim, their barrels slightly elevated. Boom, boom, boom. Fireballs streaked through the night, instantly creating a tumultuous wave. The bow of the pirate ship was blasted into a massive crater. The pirates shouted, enemy attack. Enemy attack. Damn it, it's the Navy, eliminate them. The captain roared, kill. The cannons roared in unison, countless shells raining down, causing deafening explosions across the sea. Bang, another shell struck the mast of the pirate ship, instantly snapping it in two. Chaos erupted, screams of anguish filled the air. Well done, Doberman. Cheers resonated throughout the warship. Meanwhile, Rosen bellowed, bring the ship closer. Bang, bang, bang. The surface of the sea erupted in massive splashes as the pirate ship was riddled with cannon fire, leaving it leaking air and aimlessly drifting forward. All right, don't let your guard down. Watch out for the pirates' offensive, Sakazuki shouted. Got it. Bang. Another cannonball soared through the air, striking the side deck of the pirate ship. Instantly, that section of the deck caved in, creating a large pit and emitting smoke, clearly rendered useless. Polysolino skillfully directed the crew to maneuver the helm in response to the unfolding battle. Cannonballs from the pirate ship exploded midair. On the foredeck of the Doghead warship, Rosen's eyes gleamed as he focused intently on the pirates aboard the enemy vessel. In the blink of an eye, Rosen and Weasel took flight using the moonwalk technique. What is that? The pirates, witnessing two dark figures soaring towards them, wore expressions of sheer terror. Bang, bang, bang. A barrage of bullets and rockets rained down upon Rosen and Weasel. However, the concentrated firepower did not deter their advance. Run, they're monsters, one pirate shouted, promptly turning to flee. The others, witnessing this, followed suit, scattering in a panic. Whoosh! A cannonball flew by, brushing against the blade of a sword. Finger gun. The white light emitted from Weasel's fingertips shattered the cannon, dissipating into a wisp of smoke. Bang! A cannonball suddenly exploded, claiming the lives of a group of pirates. Yet, some fortunate pirates leapt into the water, seizing the opportunity to escape amidst the chaos. Charge! Sakazuki bellowed. Yes, the soldiers aboard the warship seized their weapons and leaped onto the pirate ship, engaging in fierce combat with the pirates. Bang, 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 rat-a-tat-tat. On the warship, Rosen and Weasel charged forward, leaving a trail of blood in their wake. What on earth is this? One pirate exclaimed, staring in disbelief at the white light and flames rushing towards him. Bang! With a tremendous crash, the pirate was sent flying, crashing against the wall. Flame torrent, Rosen shouted, slashing his weapon, unleashing a torrent of flames. Bang! Crack! Cracks spread across the wall, revealing fissures. Boom! Finally, the wall collapsed, exposing a cavern, and without hesitation, Rosen dove inside, followed closely by Gummir, Shaitiles, and the others. Suddenly, a group of figures lunged out, drawing their guns and aiming at Rosen, though their trembling legs betrayed their fear. Get lost, Rosen scoffed, delivering a powerful elbow strike to the abdomen of one. The man screamed in agony, crashing to the ground. With a swift motion, Rosen kicked him viciously in the chest. The man clutched his chest, kneeling and spitting out blood, his face pale as death. Humph! Rosen sneered, stepping resolutely into the passageway. This time, no one dared to obstruct him. Chapter 16. The Banquet. Bang, bang, bang. Pft, pft, pft. A series of white lights flashed, accompanied by flames. In the horrified gaze of the pirates, their comrades fell, unable to resist even a moment. Is this what iron feels like? Truly remarkable, Weasel exclaimed, exhilarated as bullets failed to penetrate their bodies. Bang! Puffed, puffed, puffed. Weasel and Rosen displayed an astonishing synergy, effortlessly dispatching all the pirates. Who are these two? They wondered in disbelief. Just then, a red figure darted past Sakazuki, determined not to let Rosen steal the spotlight. Inferno dog! Sakazuki shouted, his right arm swelling dramatically, the scorching heat causing the surrounding pirates to tremble in fear. Hiya! He bellowed, launching his molten arm forward, obliterating everything in its path. Ah! The cries of agony echoed as pirates were singed, leaving naught but charred remains. This guy, Gummir gasped, his eyes wide in shock at the brutality on display. Rosen yawned, glancing sideways as the pirates began to flee in his direction. Isn't it better to leave them whole when they come to me? At first, Weasel was taken aback, but upon witnessing Sakazuki's artillery-like onslaught, he understood Rosen's words were no exaggeration. You pirates, die! Sakazuki roared. Streams of lava erupted from his hands, engulfing all pirates on the foredeck. This pirate crew, Gummir muttered, swallowing hard at the sheer terror of it all. He recalled that Sakazuki had never once managed to defeat that particular adversary. On the bridge, Paulusalino observed Sakazuki's rampage, his pupils constricting behind his glasses. How terrifying, he murmured. The pirates had completely crumbled, the remnants leaping into the sea. On the surface, 2 Navy ships commenced their salvage operations. Reel them in, Jonathan commanded with a grin. As nets pulled up one after another of the captured pirates, they trembled in fear. Jonathan's eyes gleamed as he surveyed the captured pirates. With this many, dinner tonight is sure to be splendid. What the hell is this? The pirates screamed in terror upon seeing Rosen and Sakazuki. Damn demons, spare us. We surrender. Please, we won't dare again. Spare us, and we will willingly go to impel down. We beg you. Observing the captured pirates, Rosen frowned. What is wrong with these guys? Demon. You demon. Spare us. We won't dare again. They wailed. Hearing their cries, Rosen waved his hand in annoyance. Sakazuki's expression turned fierce. Shut up. A heavy silence ensued. Carp stepped forward. Well done, boys. That was a splendid fight. So, can we drink now? Rosen suddenly leaped forward, grabbing Carp by the shoulder. Carp scratched his nose and replied, Want a drink? Not a chance. But there are rice crackers. The entire ship fell silent, each person standing in stunned disbelief. The pirates looked at the Navy soldiers with expressions akin to having tasted something foul. Rice crackers. Aren't those for children? Sengoku approached, shaking his head, and smiled at Rosen. You did well. Rosen grinned in response. Meanwhile, Sakazuki glared menacingly at the pirates, his muscles tensed, ready to explode at any moment. Though there is no wine, there will be meat, Sengoku said with a faint smile. Dinner is already prepared. The Navy personnel cheered joyously as they surged into the dining hall. A chorus of eager gulps resounded. as a group of individuals hastily settled at the table to indulge in their meal. The taste is acceptable, but it's excessively salty, Rosen muttered while devouring the roasted meat. Gurgle, gurgle, it's so hot. This roast is far too salty. It's certainly not freshly prepared. Rosen couldn't help but voice his complaints. Hey, you lot, hurry up and eat. Stop the chatter, Sakazuki glared at Rosen. Coughing awkwardly, Rosen forced a smile, then picked up a piece of fish and stuffed it into his mouth. A zesty sensation surged from his tongue, prompting him to cough vigorously a few times. This fish is quite flavorful. Poliusolino wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth and remarked with a grin, Of course, it's my very own culinary creation. Your own creation? Rosen raised an eyebrow. You can cook? Poliusolino shook his head and replied earnestly, I merely added some salt. Pfft. Rosen's mouth twitched. It seems you added quite a bit of salt, Gumir commented. The surrounding Navy personnel observed as Rosen's mouth twitched, suddenly feeling an urge to lash out. For some inexplicable reason, he felt as though he had fallen into a pit. After the banquet concluded, all the Navy personnel wore expressions of bliss. Few, Carp sighed, gazing at the senbei in his hand, steeping some green tea to savor leisurely. Truly, it is the senbei meticulously crafted by yours truly. Under the night sky, the silvery moonlight illuminated the ocean, casting a soft blue glow as the full moon bathed the sea in silver light, revealing a distant island on the horizon. Crackle, crackle, several crabs scuttled across the beach, producing a faint scratching sound. Chapter 17. The final assessment. The group returned to headquarters by ship, satisfied with their year-long internship. Yet one final assessment awaited them. You all may rest for now. The official final assessment will commence shortly. I hope you all succeed, Sengoku chuckled, adding, Remember, I do not care how you achieve it. You must pass this exam. The cadets aboard the ship exchanged glances. Rosen, feeling rather bored, stood on the deck, looking up at the sky. As a gentle breeze stirred the waves, creating ripples, a few seabirds flew from afar, hovering over the deck, flapping their wings and cooing softly. Rosen stretched his body, inhaling deeply, closing his eyes to relish the refreshing breeze, feeling invigorated. Though pirates were particularly rampant at present, Rosen did not feel overly anxious. After all, he had encountered numerous formidable adversaries. With his strength, dealing with ordinary pirates should not pose much of a challenge. How's it going? Poliusolino approached with a glass of juice, offering it to Rosen. After taking a sip, Rosen replied, It tastes quite good. Poliusolino grinned broadly. Since we've finally returned, tonight we must rest well. As for the final assessment, he pondered for a moment. How prepared are you? Rosen shrugged. I'm about ready. If luck is on my side, I might just pass directly. Poliusolino's eyes widened in astonishment. Are you certain? Yes, I believe it should be fine, Rosen replied. What about you? Are you up to the task? Who says I'm not? I am, Poliusolino quickly retorted. I am undoubtedly the fastest among our group. Rosen chuckled softly, glancing at Poliusolino, suddenly feeling a twinge of sympathy for him. What if the instructor for the final assessment was Zephyr? Wouldn't he be subjected to a thorough thrashing? Given Zephyr's attitude, he certainly would not go easy on him. Returning to the dormitory, Rosen lay on his bed, surveying the familiar yet foreign environment around him. Indeed, the dormitory suits me best, he mused, leaning against the wall. Sakazuki, how is your hockey training coming along? SOSO, Sakazuki replied. Upon hearing Sakazuki's response, Rosen smiled knowingly. Stop pretending, after a year. I know you well. Oh, how about we make a wager? Rosen suggested. What's the wager? Sakazuki inquired. If I lose, you can demand any condition from me, and I will comply without hesitation. Conversely, the same applies to you, Rosen proposed. After pondering for a moment, Sakazuki asked, What shall we wager? Rosen's eyes gleamed as he declared, Let us bet that I will be promoted to Rear Admiral within a week. Sakazuki frowned. If you become Rear Admiral, then so will I. What? Rosen stared wide-eyed. You dare underestimate me. Sakazuki looked at Rosen as if seeing a ghost. I do not look down on you. Then what do you intend to wager? Rosen gritted his teeth. Let us leave it at that. I won't interfere with you. Sakazuki replied. Rosen glared at Sakazuki. Why are you so cold? It contradicts your fruit powers. Suit yourself, Sakazuki replied nonchalantly. I am only indifferent towards pirates. All right. Fine. Since that is settled, the wager is on, Rosen declared, slamming his hand down with determination. Sakazuki grunted. Get some sleep. Rosen pouted and muttered. What a bore. Before turning over to sleep, a few days later, the third batch of new recruits arrived at the Navy headquarters. Among them was a man wearing an eye patch, whose appearance, while not striking, belied a profound inner world that contrasted sharply with his devil fruit powers. I am Kazan. The man in the new recruit uniform cheerfully announced to those around him. Quite the contrast to my devil fruit ability, Sakazuki remarked, furrowing his brow as he reviewed Kazan's information, noting that during the assessment, this fellow had frozen the entire vineyard, an ice fruit ability. Huh? Rosen chuckled. A dichotomy of ice and fire. That power is rather impressive. What are you talking about? Sakazuki asked coldly. Never mind. Don't overthink it. Pausalino interjected. Hurry up. The assessment is about to begin. There are still a few hours left. Rosen yawned, speaking sluggishly. What's the rush? Hey, are you trying to slack off? Pausalino nudged his glasses. I'm quite eager to see how you two perform. Rosen looked at Pausalino, his mouth twitching. Why do I feel like you're just here for the spectacle? I am just here for the show, Pausalino replied, to watch you get pummeled by Instructor Zephyr. Get lost. Rosen kicked Pausalino away with irritation. Sakazuki furrowed his brow. Is it at the training ground? Yes, Pausalino nodded. Not far from here. I want to see as well. Sakazuki glanced at Rosen. Don't disappoint me. Rosen shrugged helplessly. I'll do my best to make it worth your while. All right. Upon arriving at the training ground, the first batch of surviving recruits had already gathered. Upon seeing Rosen, a weasel-eyed individual's eyes lit up. Oh, you finally made it. Rosen nodded. So, how about you guys? I've mastered my haki, the weasel exclaimed proudly. I am quite skilled now. Congratulations, Rosen laughed heartily. I wish you a smooth assessment. Thanks for the kind words, the weasel grinned. But, Rosen blinked. But what? Ahem. The weasel awkwardly scratched his nose. You know, Instructor Zephyr is quite strict. So I'm a bit worried. Just perform well. Rosen waved his hand dismissively. It's merely a formality. The weasel hesitated, watching Rosen walk away, a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes. Could it really be that the strict Instructor Zephyr would treat it as just a formality? Before long, Zephyr's figure appeared. He smiled. Very well. You 40 are the Navy's most outstanding recruits. Today marks your final assessment, after which you will all part ways. Yes, Instructor Zephyr. Chapter 18. Face the gale. It has been a year since everyone last met. I am eager to witness your abilities. Thus, I will personally assess your skills in this final evaluation. Zephyr clenched his fists tightly, gazing at the students standing on the stage, and spoke solemnly, this time. It will be practical combat, and it will be a team-based exercise. Upon hearing Zephyr's words, everyone gasped in astonishment. There are a total of 42 of you qualified to participate in this final assessment. You'll be divided into 4 groups. Apart from Sakazuki, Pausalino, and Rosen being in one group, the remaining 39 will be split into 3 groups. Zephyr chuckled. Come forth. With Zephyr's command, the third group of trainees swiftly stepped out of the ranks and gathered on the open ground. Eagerly awaiting the commencement of the competition, the first batch of trainees, led by Dalberman, displayed a flicker of excitement upon spotting Zephyr, as they recognized the gravity of their situation. Zephyr chuckled. Ah, little brats, come at me. I shall demonstrate the prowess of an old man. Dalberman initiated the first attack, his figure darting towards Zephyr, but just as he was about to close the distance, Zephyr vanished from sight. In the next moment, Dalberman heard Zephyr's voice from behind. You're quite quick on the uptake, aren't you? Startled, Dalberman spun around and struck towards Zephyr's chest with his palm, only for Zephyr to effortlessly deflect the blow. With a swift twist of his wrist, he aimed for Dalberman's throat. Seeing Zephyr's movement, Dalberman's expression shifted, and he retreated hastily, exclaiming, Iron block, accompanied by a shout. Zephyr felt as though his right arm had collided with an unyielding metal surface. Yet Dalberman was sent flying, crashing into a wall several meters away. Observing Dalberman sprawled on the ground, clutching his chest and struggling, Zephyr laughed heartily. Not bad, your reflexes are commendable. Then, 12 others charged forward. But in mere moments, several white figures flickered, and all 12 were sent sprawling to the ground. Groaning in pain, a collective gasp arose from the audience, their faces painted with shock as they beheld the scene before them. Incredulous at the display of Zephyr's might, despite their confusion over Dalberman's defeat, the sight of the others being tossed aside as if in a game was enough to leave them astounded. Sakazuki chuckled and asked, Rosen, could you defeat them in such a short time? Rosen shook his head. Not a chance. Sakazuki nodded and remarked, Then how long do you think you could last under his command? That would depend on how much strength Teacher Zephyr is willing to exhibit, Rosen replied calmly, his gaze fixed on the arena. The second team was led by Fire Mountain, whose eyes were wide with admiration as he looked at Zephyr. As one of the earliest disciples to train under Zephyr, he regarded him as a deity. Yet now, this revered figure seemed even more formidable, revealing the vast chasm that lay between him and true strength. A gulf so wide that he felt he could barely graze the hem of Zephyr's garment. "Come on, little brats." Zephyr laughed. 13 individuals surged forward, and while dodging their attacks, he deftly seized their wrists, hurling them away with finesse. In this assessment, you must take it seriously, little brats, Zephyr advised as his form abruptly vanished from sight. The next moment, he reappeared behind one of the trainees, delivering a powerful punch to his back. With a dull thud, that trainee was sent hurtling away, crashing against a stone pillar before collapsing, unconscious. Borsalino sighed in resignation. "What a pity. What's wrong?" Rosen chuckled. "Most of them don't even know how to use hockey." Borsalino mused with a slight smile. "If they had even a smidgen of it, they wouldn't be in such a predicament." Rosen nodded slightly. "Indeed, but I believe it's only a matter of time before most of them cultivate hockey. It's just a question of when." "And so?" Borsalino inquired, puzzled. Rosen grinned. "Rest assured, as long as we survive, it won't be long before we become the core of the Navy, and our strength will surely be formidable." Soon after, Fire Mountain was sent flying, his luck faring much better than the others, as he remained unscathed. "Little brats, continue." Zephyr laughed, vanishing once more from sight. The team comprising Weasel, Gomir, Stallerby, and Shitley's charged at Zephyr. Zephyr was taken aback. So many swordsmen. How rare. Under Zephyr's watchful gaze, Shitley's and the others unleashed astonishing speed, converging on him. However, their pace seemed excruciatingly slow to Zephyr. He propelled himself forward, transforming into a blurred eye in the blink of an eye. He stood before Shitley's, his left hand coiling into a fist, delivering a devastating blow. Shitley's, knocked down by Weasel, narrowly avoided Zephyr's punch. Zephyr raised an eyebrow, letting out a cold snort, and kicked out again, sending Weasel flying. Then swiftly moved, appearing before Gomir and executing a sweeping kick. Gomir had no time to evade, and Zephyr's kick struck his chest, propelling him like a cannonball. Zephyr grinned, extending his right hand to seize Gomir's shoulder, and then hurled him away with great force. The audience erupted in astonished gasps. After dealing with Gomir, Zephyr set his sights on Weasel. Weasel brandished his sword, declaring, "Teacher Zephyr, I want to hold back." Zephyr paused in surprise, then laughed heartily. "I like that. Come on, little brat. Let me see how strong you really are." In the next instant, Weasel leapt into the air, lunging at Zephyr with his sword. Zephyr sidestepped, then grasped Weasel's arm, yanking him forcefully, causing him to stumble and nearly fall. "Not bad. You actually possess hockey, and this power seems even more formidable than I anticipated." Zephyr commended Weasel, "But your attack still lacks a bit of strength. Try again." With that, Zephyr delivered a kick to Weasel's abdomen, sending him crashing into the nearby wall. Simultaneously, the other trainees began to succumb one after another. "You've certainly impressed me, little brats," Zephyr remarked, gazing at the 39 remaining trainees as he chuckled heartily. Chapter 19. A disheartening turn. It's our turn now, Rosen said with a sly grin. "Teacher Zephyr, I look forward to your guidance." Sakazuki and Borsalino also rose to their feet, regarding Zephyr with determination. Zephyr donned his sunglasses, crossing his arms over his chest. "Then let us see what you've got, little brats. Let us hope you don't fall as easily as they did." With a snort, Sakazuki surged forward, launching himself at Zephyr. A smile crept across Zephyr's lips as he vanished, reappearing behind Sakazuki and delivering a punch. Sakazuki reacted swiftly, utilizing his elemental transformation to evade Zephyr's strike. Zephyr, however, did not pursue. Instead, he remained rooted, his knees slightly bent and his body poised. Sakazuki, sensing the shift, prepared to attack again, but Zephyr raised his right hand into a fist, aiming for Sakazuki. With a roar, Sakazuki unleashed Red Dog, his right arm, imbued with magma, surged towards Zephyr, who disregarded the attack, continuing to swing his fist. Sakazuki wondered if Zephyr was unaware that his punch could melt stone. In the next moment, Sakazuki was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Zephyr chuckled. "Very good. You forced me to use hockey." Borsalino laughed. "Teacher Zephyr, I'm coming too." The moment a gleaming sword appeared in his hand, Zephyr remarked, "Little brat, your fruit abilities are quite impressive, but how many times must I tell you? You rely too heavily on them." Grasping Borsalino's wrist, Zephyr delivered a swift kick. Borsalino raised the sword to defend himself, but was sent flying, falling into unconsciousness. "That move won't work on me, little brat." "You'd best behave," Zephyr chuckled, turning his attention to Rosen. Rosen grinned, one-sword style. Black rope tornado, with Haki enveloping his sword, a powerful whirlwind erupted, hurtling towards Zephyr. Upon witnessing this, Zephyr's eyes lit up. Not bad at all. The tornado, infused with formidable cutting power, engulfed Zephyr, yet he merely swayed a couple of times before regaining his footing, extending his palm to strike the top of the whirlwind. With a thunderous boom, the tornado exploded. You, little brat, managed to channel Haki into your sword. Now I must take you a bit more seriously, Zephyr said with a smile. Is that so? Rosen replied nonchalantly, I feel the same, gripping the handle of his sword tightly. Rosen charged forward without hesitation. Fully aware of Zephyr's fighting habits from his memories, he knew that if he waited for Zephyr to strike, he would be toyed with mercilessly. Zephyr smiled and met him head-on without a hint of hesitation. With a single slash, the blade cut through the air as if tearing apart reality itself, aimed at Zephyr. However, Zephyr showed no inclination to evade, simply extending his left hand to meet Rosen's strike head-on. What? Rosen's eyes widened in disbelief as Zephyr dared to catch the blade barehanded, showing no signs of injury. Was this the disparity in their strength? Yet, this strike slightly interrupted Zephyr's speed, which was enough for Rosen. Seizing the moment of Zephyr's brief surprise, Rosen shouted, one-sword style. Thousand Birds, the one-sword style's ultimate technique, Chidori, was a formidable move forged by Rosen under the terrifying pressure exerted by the Golden Lion. Its power far exceeding Rosen's previous estimations. However, Zephy's strength was undeniable. Such a degree of damage could hardly be considered lethal for him, though it certainly took him by surprise. Boom! A terrifying shockwave radiated from the point of contact between the two, causing the ground to crack, stones to roll, and dust to swirl. Zephyr stepped back a few paces, while Rosen retreated several meters before coming to a halt. Though Zephyr emerged unscathed, he felt the tumult of blood surging within him. Truly, Zephyr was no ordinary teacher. Rosen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and grinned at Zephyr. Kid, you are indeed remarkable. Zephyr nodded. Yet your flaws are equally apparent, if I am not mistaken. The techniques you have honed were cultivated under the pressure of the Golden Lion, and your explosive power bears some resemblance to his. Indeed, Rosen affirmed with a nod. Just then, Sakazuki's voice boomed. Great eruption. A searing ball of magma hurtled towards Zephyr, the terrifying heat wave causing those observing to instinctively step back. Zephyr frowned at the fiery mass. Kid, that's quite a dangerous thing. Sakazuki remained silent, fixated on Zephyr. Suddenly, a loud explosion resounded as the magma erupted, sending shards flying in all directions and leaving the surroundings in chaos. Unwilling to be outdone, Rosen swiftly moved, swinging his blade with a fierce gust of wind aimed at Zephyr. After knocking Sakazuki unconscious with a punch, Zephyr quickly dodged, as Rosen's strike cleaved the ground where Zephyr had just stood, sending the sturdy stone tiles flying. Kid, you have this move too. Zephyr's figure suddenly appeared behind Rosen. Delivering a punch aimed at his head. Rosen's pupils constricted. Sara, narrowly evading Zephyr's blow. Impressive speed, Zephyr acknowledged with a slight nod. So, what do you intend to do next, kid? Zephyr sidestepped Rosen's slash. At this rate, you won't have a chance. Chapter 20. The Strength to Overcome Mountains. Bang. Another punch struck towards Rosen, who deftly leaped aside, raising his blade once more. Ha! Is that all you've got, kid? Zephyr laughed heartily. Show me the courage you had when facing the Golden Lion. Rosen remained silent, resolutely swinging his sword. One-sword style. Thousand waves, Rosen shouted, his blade carving an intricate arc, and in an instant, countless rays of light converged, forming a river of blade light sweeping towards Zephyr. Zephyr's expression grew grave, inhaling deeply before bellowing. Storm step. Multiple slashes surged forward, colliding with Rosen's Chidori, resulting in a violent explosion. This time, Zephyr did not gain the upper hand. His demeanor grew increasingly serious. He had not anticipated that Rosen could reach such a level. Indeed, the kid's talent was extraordinary, outstripping others in both innate ability and effort by several magnitudes. With Sakazuki and Borsellino having retreated early, Rosen felt the mounting pressure. He understood that he needed to defeat Zephyr quickly, or he would not last much longer. Zephyr sensed this as well. His offensive began to intensify, aware of Rosen's fatigue and preparing for a swift conclusion. Kid, I do not wish to bully you, but since you are so persistent, show me your strongest strike, Zephyr declared with a dismissive huff, arms outstretched, right fist clenched tightly. Rosen's heart raced as an overwhelming aura emanated from Zephyr, who seemed to be brimming with power. Teacher, brace yourself. This is a move I have yet to reveal. Rosen spoke with confidence. One sword style. 100 cuts, flowing march. With his legs slightly bent, Rosen suddenly propelled himself forward, his blade transforming into 3 dazzling arcs. Each infused with unmatched strength, the 3 beams intertwined, creating an even more radiant blade light. Zephyr's gaze sharpened. So this is your trump card, kid? He growled. Finger gun. 6 divine shots. Zephyr instantly swung his hands, unleashing a formidable force from his fists, crashing down upon the 3 beams of light. Boom! A terrifying shockwave surged outward, uprooting the soil, snapping nearby trees, and forming a deep crater in the ground. The registration office for new recruits nearby noticed the disturbance in the training grounds, promptly zeroing in on the center of the smoke. What on earth happened over there? A new recruit wondered aloud, only to be pulled back by another. Don't move. Did you not see the situation over there? The other recruit cautioned. Could it be that some instructor or mentor is sparring? One speculated. Sparring? Scoffed another nearby recruit. You are far too naive. That explosion was on a whole different scale. A deep, rumbling sound echoed, as Kazan gazed in astonishment toward the training grounds. From what he understood, there was an assessment taking place, with the chief examiner reportedly being Admiral Zephyr. Such a level of explosion could not have been initiated by Zephyr. Thus, only one possibility remained. Kazan squinted. It was the student who had initiated the attack, leading to this situation. In no way could it be that Admiral Zephyr was actually attacked, a new recruit said in disbelief. Hearing this, Kazan's lips twitched, and he shot an incredulous glare at the recruit. Ahem, I was only joking. Let's move on. The recruit coughed awkwardly. All right, Kazan replied, retracting his gaze. You will soon find out what transpired. Bang. Another resounding blast echoed as the smoke gradually dissipated, revealing Zephyr's voice. What a fearsome kid. His strength has nearly reached the level of a typical rear admiral. Zephyr lifted Rosen, while Sakazuki and Borsalino had long since relocated to safety, lying in Zephyr's arms. Rosen gasped for breath, his clothes tattered, revealing ghastly wounds across his chest, blood trickling down his collar. Kid, Zephyr gently stroked Rosen's hair. Why do you push yourself so hard? This is not desperation, it's for victory. Rosen chuckled weakly, yawning before slipping into unconsciousness. Honestly, kid, you always make me worry, Zephyr sighed, carrying Rosen to the infirmary. Despite his words, Zephyr bore a proud smile. After all, this child was worth his pride. Zephyr placed a hand on Rosen's pulse. Phew. Fortunately, this kid's physical resilience is quite commendable. Following a doctor's examination, it was confirmed that aside from some internal bruising, Rosen was otherwise unharmed. In no way. My sword is broken, Rosen lamented, shaking his head, looking at the chipped naginata in his hand. He sighed. This blade had accompanied him for several years, and he felt an inexplicable connection to it, as if it had been with him throughout his life. That I must find another blade, Rosen muttered to himself. After getting out of bed, Rosen made his way to a weapon shop. The shop was modestly sized but boasted a wide array of well-organized and pristine decorations. After much deliberation, Rosen finally settled on a suitable weapon, a knife sheathed in iron, adorned with a beautifully carved red flower. Boss, how much for this? That's a taro, a fine quality knife. Upon hearing the classification, Rosen frowned slightly, placing the weapon back on the shelf. What's the matter, young brother? Is it not to your liking? It's about right. Just then, Rosen's gaze flickered to a dark corner where a katana with a faint blue hilt emanated an intriguing aura. I'll take this one. The shopkeeper behind the counter looked up at Rosen. Kid, I advise you to choose another. This weapon is not suited for you, and you might meet a grim fate. Oh, why's that? Rosen inquired, intrigued. This is a Zelu, the shopkeeper replied. You're still too young. This blade is not easily tamed. Rosen shrugged. It's fine. I have confidence. At your age, it's best to avoid risks, the shopkeeper cautioned. Without hesitation, Rosen pulled out his belly and handed it to the shopkeeper, insisting on the purchase. The shopkeeper glanced at the belly, then back at Rosen. All right, but if you regret it, there will be a chance for a return. Rosen nodded decisively, taking hold of the Zelu and gently stroking its blade, feeling a slight tremor. Not bad, he mused. The sword quivered, seemingly yearning to break free from Rosen's grasp. With a sudden surge of strength, Rosen's right arm tightened its hold, and after a few futile attempts to escape, Zelu was ultimately subdued. What is happening? Rosen murmured. Yet Zelu continued to tremble incessantly. Zelu's resistance grows ever stronger. Little imp, Rosen sneered, his dominant aura surging forth. Since I dare to take you, I have already set my sights on you. Thus, you ought to adhere to the rules. The overwhelming pressure of his aura instantly quelled Zulu, who quivered slightly before returning to its original state. Goodness, young man, how did you manage that? The boss exclaimed in astonishment at the scene. It's merely a matter of dominance. If you're not strong, he won't recognize you, Rosen replied. Chapter 21. The temporary instructor, you rascal. Sakazuki glared at Rosen, who was sprawled on the bed. Why didn't you wake us up? I hardly have the luxury of time, Rosen chuckled. With teacher Zephyr being so formidable, a moment's distraction could lead to ruin. Isn't it simply that you're too weak? Sakazuki turned his gaze to the window. Nevertheless, you've been promoted to Rear Admiral now. Congratulations, Rear Admiral. Upon hearing Sakazuki's words, Rosen was taken aback. How did I become a Rear Admiral? Take a look for yourself. Sakazuki handed Rosen a newspaper, which detailed the evaluation records of the new recruits. As the most formidable individual in the academy, it's only natural for you to be promoted. Wait a moment. Rosen glanced at the newspaper's cover. You and Borsalino have become colonels. Borsalino sighed in resignation. Such absurd appointments will no longer occur in the future, but it is indeed a positive development. Rosen nodded. Rear Admiral? That sounds splendid. Sakazuki merely scoffed, offering no further comment though. By the way, Rosen suddenly recalled. When do we commence our duties? Approximately 3 weeks from now, Sakazuki responded. Then what shall we do during this time? Training. Sakazuki rolled his eyes. What else could we possibly do? Training. Rosen paused. Training for what? Of course, training the new recruits. The second batch is far too weak. Disappointing, teacher Zephyr, but the third batch has several promising candidates. Borsalino lamented. They are exceptionally powerful. I see. Rosen muttered thoughtfully. Do not worry. Sakazuki patted Rosen's shoulder reassuringly. After all, you are the only one who has achieved the rank of Rear Admiral. Dealing with them should be a breeze for you. Rosen pondered for a moment. In that case, I shall give it my all. 3 days later, in the training camp's office, Zephyr sat behind the desk, scrutinizing the list of the second batch of recruits with a furrowed brow. Has Rosen not arrived yet? Zephyr inquired. He should be here shortly, replied his aide, Matthew Walker. Zephyr rubbed the bridge of his nose, continuing to focus on the documents in hand. A few minutes later, the office door swung open. Reporting in, a loud and resonant voice echoed throughout the room. It's Rosen. Zephyr looked up, his face lighting up with a smile upon seeing the young man enter the office. Teacher Zephyr, Rosen greeted with a beaming smile. I apologize for my tardiness. You arrived just in time, Zephyr chuckled. I have approved your training plan. You need only to teach. Understood. Rosen stood tall, nodding solemnly. Additionally, Zephyr paused. There's a kid named Kazan in the third batch. He is a powerful Logia-type devil fruit user, so you must take good care of him. No problem. Rosen nodded. We will give it our utmost effort. Good, Zephyr acknowledged, turning to Matthew. Where is Kazan's report? Right here. Matthew hastily retrieved a file and handed it to Zephyr. Kazan, 19 years old. Zephyr scanned the document before passing it to Rosen. Logia-type, ice fruit user. Kazan is the strongest among the third batch of recruits. Oh, so it's an ice fruit, Rosen mused, stroking his chin. That is quite a rare type. Indeed, Zephyr nodded. Now, your injury should be nearly healed. So, I'll head out first, Rosen interjected. All right. Zephyr hesitated for a moment. They are in building 2. Thank you for the information. Rosen promptly turned and dashed out of the office. Wait, Zephyr called out, but he could not stop Rosen, merely shaking his head as he watched his retreating figure. A muffled thud echoed through the air. Sakazuki stumbled, landing awkwardly on the floor. These fools, he exclaimed, wiping his face with irritation. Sakazuki, Rosen leaped down the stairs, helping him up. What happened? Is someone after you? You scoundrel. Sakazuki huffed. That kid Kazan is even more insufferable than you. Oh, Rosen raised an eyebrow. What did he do to provoke you? Oh, fiery volcano. That brat is simply a fool, Sakazuki grumbled, still seething with anger. So much unnecessary kindness. I can't fathom why his temperament is so at odds with his devil fruit powers. What a simpleton. Hey, Sakazuki, mind your language. Rosen shook his head. Even if you are the older brother, it's inappropriate and disrupts harmony. Do you have the time to lecture me? Sakazuki shot him a fierce glare. You have your own mess to deal with. What mess? Rosen blinked, feigning innocence. I came to help you out of goodwill. And you mock me in return? Sakazuki's eyes widened. You're helping me? Of course. Rosen nodded earnestly. It's just a recruit. What is so difficult about it? Look at me. You'll just handle the practical training from now on. Sakazuki opened his mouth, struggling to find words. Are you sure you can manage? Certainly. Do I not appear capable? Rosen nudged Sakazuki with his elbow. Trust me, they will be in good hands. Sakazuki stared wide-eyed at Rosen. Is this fellow truly reliable? What will the training subject be? The Navy's moral and ethical training, Rosen replied. The course on Navy moral and ethical training primarily discusses the Navy's attitude towards combat and justice. In the classroom, Navy soldiers are held to strict standards, expected to adhere to discipline and obey orders. After listening to Sakazuki's explanation, Rosen was taken aback. Is this a course you all devised? Sakazuki glanced at Rosen, calmly nodding. No, it was set by the Academic Affairs Office. Don't you dare mess it up. Rosen nodded. Oh please, you've already messed it up. How embarrassing to be so riled up by a recruit. Sakazuki was momentarily stunned, contemplating his words. You may have a point. Leave this task to me. Rosen shrugged. Where is the classroom? Room 2004. Sakazuki led Rosen through the corridor, turning a corner towards the classroom. Along the way, everyone they encountered bowed respectfully to Sakazuki, and Rosen smiled and nodded in polite acknowledgement. Before long, they arrived at the classroom. Inside were approximately 20 students, while Kazan regarded Sakazuki with a wary expression. You can leave now. I will take it from here. Rosen waved Sakazuki off. Sakazuki shot Kazan a glance, snorted, and exited. Who are you? Kazan eyed Rosen with suspicion. You may call me instructor. My name is Rosen. He replied with a smile. For the next 20 days, I will be responsible for the theory, while Sakazuki will handle the training. Do you all understand? Chapter 22. Kazan, the bar back after Sakazuki's departure. The atmosphere quickly became lively. Instructor, are you the Rosen from the newspaper? A young boy exclaimed, looking up at him with flushed cheeks. You are a hero. A hero. Rosen scratched his nose. I merely did what was expected of me. Regardless of whether it was expected, you saved so many lives. Another boy stood up, his eyes sparkling with excitement. You are my idol. Rosen chuckled awkwardly. All right, we still have class to attend to. Let us begin. Shall we? Oh, class. The previously excited boy snapped back to reality, promptly sitting down in an orderly manner, appearing exceedingly well-behaved. Rosen exhaled in relief, surveying the room, and then took out his lecture notes to commence explaining the material. We need to master a skill. How to protect ourselves on the battlefield while defeating our enemies, Rosen stated, pausing to gauge the eager expressions around him. I hope you understand that on the battlefield, anything is possible. Rosen smiled, acknowledging that Sakazuki's words hold some truth. The swift resolution of adversaries is indeed paramount. The theoretical course conducted that morning progressed remarkably well. Although it appeared effortless, the mental toll was substantial. In the small tavern of the naval base, sailors gathered to drink, chat, and indulge in light-hearted banter. A familiar voice called out beside Major General Rosen. He opened his eyes and turned his head. Ah, Kazan. Rosen smiled and waved, asking, What brings you here? I'm here to work. I can make ice, Kazan replied, setting his drink down and flashing a warm smile. Indeed, the Navy is home to all sorts of characters. Rosen raised an eyebrow, inquiring, What do you mean? Kazan shook his head slightly. Your sense of justice aligns closely with that of Instructor Sakazuki, yet your methods are starkly different. One is quite extreme, while the other is more moderate. Then there's Instructor Borsalino. I've heard others say his sense of justice is rather nebulous and difficult to grasp. Upon hearing this, Rosen frowned. So that's the case. Kazan pondered for a moment. Are you friends with Sakazuki? I suppose so. I often give him a good thrashing. Rosen shrugged. Why do you ask? Oh, nothing much. I just feel he tends to be overly extreme. Kazan replied with a wry smile. With a casual wave, several ice cubes materialized and landed in Rosen's glass. Rosen beamed at Kazan, remarking, With you around, the tavern's business will surely flourish. Haha. Kazan laughed heartily. I merely drop by when I have the time. It's really not a big deal. After taking a sip of wine, he wiped his mouth and continued, In 20 days, will you all officially graduate? That seems about right. Rosen nodded, glancing around. By the way, there are quite a number of students this year. Over 1,000, I believe. Kazan shrugged. I'm not exactly sure of the exact count. Kazan, we need more ice, someone shouted. Kazan promptly rushed over to prepare the drinks, becoming quite busy in the process. Rosen sat nearby, observing Kazan with interest. Although Kazan had an unremarkable appearance, his friendly demeanor and formidable strength earned him a commendable reputation at the academy. Suddenly, a commotion arose from afar. Kazan, we need chilled beer over here. Kazan looked up, his expression one of surprise. Oh, Merlin, it's them? Just a moment. I'll be right there to at that moment. Weasels, Gumier, and others arrived, approaching Rosen, who was drinking alone. Weasel handed Rosen a glass of juice, saying, "Rosen, give this a try." "It is quite delightful." Rosen accepted the juice with a smile, thanking him. "I thought you all wouldn't make it." Gumier grabbed a beer bottle from the table and guzzled half of it. "How could we not come? It's just that training has been quite demanding lately." Rosen chuckled, choosing not to respond. Gumier suddenly asked, "Have you crossed paths with that person who is at odds with Sakazuki?" "Which one?" Rosen feigned ignorance. "Kazan," Gumier said with a smirk, yet the mirth in his eyes was unmistakable. "Oh, I've met him," Rosen recalled. "He is quite a handsome fellow." "Ha ha ha." Weasel couldn't help but laugh. "Kazan's a good guy. But his relationship with Sakazuki is rather poor." Gumier concurred. "Indeed, Sakazuki's type is the quintessential tough guy." "Sigh," Rosen lamented. "If given a choice, I would prefer Sakazuki." "And Kazan?" Weasel inquired. Him." Rosen nodded. "I think he is quite decent. He has potential." Gumier chuckled. "I sense you two get along well. You and Sakazuki are no longer on the same page." "Ha ha. We're all just greenhorns." "Really, we're all the same," Rosen replied, "if the Navy cannot unite. It is no better than pirates. It's detrimental to lack solidarity with those who hold differing opinions." Weasel cleared his throat, suggesting, "I say we should just drink." "I concur." Rosen raised his glass. "Let us drink." The atmosphere in the tavern transformed into one of merriment as the group shared laughter and stories, continuing until nightfall before parting ways reluctantly. Rosen stretched, exclaiming, "I'm utterly exhausted." Upon returning to his dormitory in a tipsy state, he discovered Sakazuki already asleep in bed. As he gazed out the window into the hazy moonlight and brilliant stars, Rosen sighed, retrieving his backpack from under the bed and pulling out a bottle of red wine. "What a bother," he muttered, placing the wine on the cabinet, shedding his clothes, climbing into bed, and snuggling under the covers. Sakazuki turned over, regarding Rosen across the way. "Do you despise pirates?" Rosen was taken aback. "If you do, I will help you eliminate that scum," Sakazuki continued. Rosen chuckled lightly. "However, being overly cruel can lead to irrationality. Blind recklessness is undesirable." Sakazuki furrowed his brow slightly, scrutinizing Rosen for a long while. "I understand," he murmured. Rosen closed his eyes. "It's best to get some rest now, Sakazuki." Chapter 23. Strike first. 20 days passed in the blink of an eye. Although there were no tearful farewells, the moment was indeed poignant. "Aren't the three of you leaving?" Kazan inquired. Puzzled. "We're waiting for orders," Rosen replied. "Huh." Sakazuki shook his head. Borsalino squinted, skillfully trimming his nails. "Hey, you lot." Carp's voice rang out. "Come with me." Upon hearing this, everyone turned, and Rosen asked, "What mission do you have in mind?" Carp replied coldly, "It's about that Wald fellow. He obliterated an island. I'm heading out with Sengoku to confront him." "That sounds rather challenging," Borsalino exclaimed, wide-eyed. Carp shot him a glare. "What are you worried about?" "I'll be leading the charge." Rosen chuckled. "So, is this our first mission?" I suppose it is," Carp said, digging in his nose. "Are you coming or not?" Sakazuki stepped forward, asserting, "I must go." He then turned to Rosen. "You don't need to come. With me and Borsalino, that should suffice." Rosen felt perplexed and stepped closer. "Since you say that, I must accompany you. Don't you dare run off." Sakazuki frowned. "What can you even contribute? If you fall overboard, I'll fish you out. That should be manageable, right?" Rosen countered. Ultimately, the warship set sail, and searching for a single person in the vast ocean was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Fortunately, a naval base reported having spotted Wald's whereabouts. "Is that so?" Carp exclaimed, astonished. "Does that mean he is not far from us?" "Indeed," came the response. "Based on their escape route, Wald is heading in your direction. So, we are quite close to him," Carp murmured. After hanging up the call, Carp looked at Sengoku, who was seated beside him. "That Wald fellow is nearby. We should encounter them shortly." Sengoku nodded slightly. "Then let us prepare adequately. We must not be careless when facing Wald." Meanwhile, several dozen nautical miles away, a pirate ship sailed the seas, with Wald perched at the front of the deck, examining his surroundings while holding a few bullets. "Ha ha ha." He laughed boisterously. "I'm finally free. I wonder how those fools are faring. I hope they aren't completely terrified." His subordinates joined in the raucous laughter, and Wald added, "Those worthless fools are only fit to live in dreams." Sebastian approached. "Captain, you should exercise caution at a time like this." Wald disdainfully curled his lip. "What is there to be afraid of?" In a corner of the ship, several men clad in black quietly hid behind the wall, their gaze cold and sharp as they observed Wald and his crew. These individuals were from CP0, the world government's covert organization, who had been hiding here, biding their time, due to Wald's actions. Just then, a lookout shouted from the crow's nest, "Captain, we have a situation." What is happening? Wald rose, looking in the direction indicated by the lookout, and his pupils constricted as he spotted several warships approaching from afar. "How dare they pursue us? They're seeking death?" Wald sneered. "Adjust the sails. Accelerate." Aye. With a command, the subordinates withdrew in a short while. The warship had approached within 100 meters, and Wald leaned out of the window to discern the silhouettes aboard the opposing vessel. "Is that Carp? It has been quite some time." Humph. Carp let out a light snort, while Sakazuki and others stepped forward, arms crossed. "Wald," Sengoku's voice resonated. "Long time no see." "Sengoku," Wald grinned, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. "I never expected to encounter you here. What a stroke of luck. Regardless, we shall not relent in our pursuit of your capture." Sengoku's demeanor was as steadfast as a mountain, his indifferent gaze seeming to pierce through Wald. "You should comprehend the gravity of your situation." Wald and his officers gathered at the ship's deck, each cracking their knuckles in anticipation. "You Navy folks are truly bothersome," Wald remarked, fiddling with the bullets in his hand. "You caught up so quickly, it's quite disconcerting." Sakazuki stepped forward. "You scoundrel, meteor volcano." He raised his right arm high, enveloped in searing flames that warped the very air around him. Boom, accompanied by a violent explosion. Countless blocks of magma erupted, shattered stones igniting midair, turning to ash as the wave of fire surged toward Wald. Yet Wald remained unfazed, exuding an air of nonchalance. With a sudden push, he launched himself forward like a cannonball. 50-fold. Bang! Carp positioned himself before Sakazuki, raising his hand to deflect Wald's missile-like assault. Just as CP-0 was about to act, a drenched figure appeared at the pirate ship's railing, delivering a terrifying slash that cleaved the vessel in two. Wald's expression darkened. "You bastard." Rosen chuckled. "Apologies, everyone." Chapter 24. The Frenzy of Rosen. The excitement is yet to calm. CP-0 did not anticipate the Navy's swift actions, but they remained silent, watching as the Navy thoroughly dismantled the pirate ship before them. That was close. Sakazuki wiped the sweat from his brow, reflecting on how he would have been riddled with holes had Carp not intervened in time. Wald shouted angrily, "Die, you brat." He hurled a punch toward Rosen. Bang! Carp seized Wald's wrist. "Don't get too arrogant, Wald." Carp forcefully pushed him away, causing Wald to stagger back. "Damn it!" Wald roared, charging at Carp once more. Although Wald's exhibited strength did not significantly surpass that of Carp, he was, after all, a notorious pirate of the New World, making it challenging for Carp to subdue him swiftly. 100-fold bullet. Wald bellowed, his firearm erupting with brilliant bullets, crimson projectiles streaking through the air, leaving a long trail of flame as they hurtled toward Carp's face. Carp sidestepped, the bullets whizzing past his ear, creating massive splashes upon hitting the sea. Sarah, seizing the opportunity as Wald's gaze shifted. Carp swiftly appeared behind him, delivering a punch. Thud. Carp's fist struck Wald's back with force, eliciting a muffled groan from Wald as he was propelled away. Bang! He collided with the mast, creating a deep dent, and coughed as he crawled out from it. "Carp," he muttered under his breath, his figure vanishing in an instant as his cold gaze swept toward Borsalino and the others. Sakazuki's expression changed. Great fire. He unleashed a torrent of searing magma directly at Wald. "Humph." Wald scoffed disdainfully, raising his arm to grasp the molten mass. "You brat, perish, 50-fold." Sakazuki gritted his teeth, narrowly avoiding the lethal blow, but Wald's form surged toward him. "Not bad, brat." Borsalino, seizing the moment, conjured the Amatsu no Kaze sword to block the attack, the violent impact causing both to spit blood as they fell into the sea, while Sengoku firmly restrained Wald. The two sides locked in a stalemate. Rosen shook his head. "You guys are in trouble. Old man is here to save you." He flicked his sleeve and leaped into the sea, gathering wind pressure in his hands, striking the surface with tremendous force. Splash! A torrent of water erupted, sending colossal waves crashing forth. Sakazuki and Borsalino were swept onto the warship by the current, with Sakazuki glancing back at Rosen, who stood at the bow, his eyes misty, overwhelmed by emotions that were hard to articulate. Rosen gently patted his shoulder. "Don't worry. Leave it to me." Sakazuki nodded gravely in response. Meanwhile, Carp and Sengoku were locked in an increasingly fierce battle with Wald, when suddenly a voice rang out. "Do not move, Wald." Several men clad in black appeared, holding Wald's subordinates hostage, exuding an air of menace. Sengoku and Carp immediately halted their combat, eyeing the black-clad figures warily, fully aware that this group was no ordinary threat. One of the black-clad men stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Wald. "Otherwise, they all die." His tone was remarkably flat, As if death were as mundane as eating or drinking, Wald's expression shifted dramatically. Who are you? CP0. Upon hearing the name CP0, Wald's pupils constricted. You bastards. Wald erupted in fury. Release my subordinates immediately. A scream shattered the silence as Nachin collapsed to the ground, clutching her chest, trembling violently. Several bloody holes were evident in her torso. Nachin, Wald shouted in agony, his voice hoarse, eyes bloodshot with rage. You lunatics! Observing Nachin gasping on the ground, Wald roared in fury. We are merely upholding the justice of the world. The leader of CP0 cast a cold glance at him. Rosen frowned, as though they have made their move after all. He quietly stepped back, hiding behind Sengoku. Carp and Sengoku were equally astonished by the sudden appearance of CP0. How did you get here? What is it that you want? Wald's face contorted in rage, his right hand clenched into a fist, knuckles cracking ominously. Submit to the judgment of the world government. The leader, brandishing hockey-infused handcuffs, leaped before Wald. For the sake of your comrades. Surrender obediently. Wald remained silent. A flicker of cunning flashing in his cold eyes. As the sea stone was about to touch Wald's wrist, he suddenly shoved the black-clad man aside. The bullets he released scattered in all directions, targeting the surrounding CP0 agents. Simultaneously, his figure darted to his companions, shielding them securely. Did you think I was merely this capable? A cruel smile crept across his lips. You underestimate me. You underestimate us Navy too much. Rosen's figure appeared inexplicably beside Wald, clutching hockey-infused sea stone handcuffs. Hee, you can't escape this, bastard. Wald's gaze turned icy, his reflexes sharp as he lunged to the side, yet it was too late. Rosen clung tightly to Wald's body, forcibly binding his hands. Before the eyes of the crowd, the two tumbled across the ship's deck. Damn you. Wald cursed vehemently. Ha ha ha. Rosen let out a maniacal laugh, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth down to his chest. Bastard pirate, I finally have you. With all his might, he restrained Wald, who was forced to lie prone beneath Rosen, unable to struggle. Damn Wald, he thought bitterly. Had it not been for Rosen's sneak attack at the last moment, I would not have fallen into such a predicament. Wald's strength had significantly waned. Rosen stood tall, declaring, Come at me for a duel, you bastard. I'm waiting. Sengoku and Carp were left dumbfounded. This kid is utterly insane. Sakazuki and Borsalino leaped to Rosen's side. Is everything all right? No problem. Rosen's eyes gleamed with madness. Here comes the sparring partner. Chapter 25. Perfect coordination. Sakazuki patted Rosen on the shoulder. Hey, we must win this battle. It's on me. Rosen nodded in agreement. Borsalino's mouth hung agape.no way. Rosen extended his right hand toward Wald. Please treat me well. Wald snorted coldly, placing his hand in Rosen's palm. Suddenly exerting force. Don't underestimate me. Navy, without the powers of the devil fruit, Wald's strength had indeed diminished significantly, compounded by the exhaustion from previous battles. Thus, Rosen felt no fear, especially with Sakazuki and Borsalino by his side. Canine Tooth, Red Lotus. Sakazuki let out a low growl, his fists transforming into deadly claws as he charged towards Wald, while Borsalino stood by, seeking an opportunity. Rosen's sharp gaze fixated on Wald, with a swift tap of his toes. He propelled himself forward like an arrow. Wald, with remarkable reflexes, raised his arm to parry Sakazuki's assault, while his other hand lunged towards Rosen. In a flash, Rosen evaded Wald's strike, his form vanishing momentarily before reappearing behind Wald. Aiming his sword directly at Wald's neck, with a resounding clash, Wald swiftly turned to block, but Rosen unexpectedly released his sword, delivering a powerful kick to Wald's chest, forcing him to stagger back, just as Wald regained his footing. He heard the whistling wind beside him. Meteor volcano. Wald looked up to see a massive ball of lava descending from the sky. As he attempted to evade, Borsalino's voice rang out, Yada no Kagami. Empowered by his haki, Wald braced himself against Borsalino's onslaught. It could not suppress a spurt of blood. Boom, a blade of energy surged from behind, and Wald hurriedly dodged, but was still a moment too late. Suffering a gash on his arm, blood dripping onto the ground, creating splatters, Rosen withdrew his sword, a broad smile gracing his face as he awaited Wald to catch his breath before resuming the battle. You bastard. Wald gritted his teeth, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, glaring furiously at Rosen. You little brats. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light flashed. Mr. Wald, have you ever been kicked by light? Wald's pupils dilated. Boom. Wald's massive form was sent flying, crashing into the remnants of a distant ship, raising a cloud of dust. Coughing, Wald rose, glancing at the wreckage behind him, a deep sense of humiliation swelling within. The formidable Wald had been reduced to a pitiful state, by 3 youngsters. Though he had not sustained serious injuries, the disgrace was palpable. He fixed a furious stare at Rosen. "Damn it, I will not let you off." Rosen, imbuing his sword with armed haki, smiled slightly, revealing his pearly whites. "Then, I shall await your arrival." Wald inhaled deeply, and in an instant, every muscle in his body tensed, a powerful force radiating from his limbs. His clothes shredded, his form expanded, veins bulging from his skin, his eyes turned a furious red. As if ready to explode, an overwhelming pressure emanating from him, a flash of golden light erupted, exploding upon Wald. Boom! A resplendent mushroom cloud ascended, a powerful shockwave sweeping across the sea. "Indeed, Mr. Wald is formidable," poor Celino remarked. Covering his forehead and surveying the surroundings, "Be cautious," Carp warned, frowning at the area. In the next moment, Sakaski and Rosen firmly blocked Wald's path. Rosen tasted blood in his throat, a crimson droplet escaping, yet he maintained a smile as he regarded the now completely enraged Wald. Sakaski's magma-infused fist struck Wald's cheek fiercely. Despite the protection of haki, Wald's eyes still swelled. Yet, Wald did not cease his onslaught, throwing punch after punch at Sakaski and Rosen, who could only defend themselves. Poor Celino observed the unfolding battle, seizing the moment Wald was distracted to launch a surprise attack, a violent explosion erupting behind Wald, leaving a charred mark on his back. "Sakaski, hold your ground. I shall finish this," Rosen declared, leaping into action, unleashing a crescent-shaped blade of energy towards Wald's head. Wald narrowly evaded, but not without consequence. A long gash was carved across his face, blood trickling down his cheek and dripping onto the deck. "Damn it! This isn't over," he shouted at Mr. Wald. "Tenguzen." Poor Celino wielded his light sword, swinging it towards Wald. In an instant, Wald was forced back, and Sakaski took the opportunity to enshroud Wald in searing magma. Rosen, while maintaining his swordsmanship, kept a watchful eye on Wald's movements, silently positioning himself behind Wald. With a swift motion, a silver slash struck Wald's left flank. Wald gasped in pain, turning to glare at Rosen. "You bastard," as Wald attempted to retaliate. Sakaski seized him tightly, and Wald struggled desperately, unable to break free from Sakaski's grasp. "You little brat, I will kill you," Wald roared in madness. The searing magma erupted forth, engulfing Wald. Chapter 26. Victory over adversity. The intense heat seared him. And though Wald winced in agony, he refused to concede. Ultimately, through sheer willpower, he broke free from the magma, forcefully pushing Sakaski aside before pivoting sharply towards Rosen. Anticipating Wald's move, Rosen swiftly retreated. However, as a legendary pirate, Wald's prowess was undeniable. Despite Rosen's formidable physicality, he paled in comparison to Wald. With a sickening sound, Wald grasped Rosen's shoulder, his right hand piercing into Rosen's scapula. Ugh! Rosen stifled a groan as excruciating pain radiated from his shoulder. His complexion paling, yet he remained silent. "You are finished." Fortunately, the presence of armed haki and steel prevented his body from being pierced entirely. Rosen was no coward. Realizing he could not best Wald, he clung tightly to him instead. Spear of Justice. Rosen channeled his remaining haki into a ferocious thrust, driving it into Wald's abdomen. Wald let out a pain scream, releasing his grip on Rosen, who staggered back, spitting blood and collapsing into the sea. Sakaski shouted fiercely, "Crimson Lotus!" His speed was remarkable as he reached Rosen's side, delivering a devastating blow to Wald's face. Bang! Wald was knocked to the ground, clutching his head in agony. This moment, Sakaski resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption. His crimson eyes filled with murderous intent. Seething magma erupted from Sakaski's body, enveloping Wald entirely. Wald screamed in torment, desperately attempting to escape the unbearable heat, yet Sakaski offered him no reprieve. Smoke billowed from Wald's form as wisps of white mist escaped his pores. While Sakaski stood coldly, unwavering. As the magma burned away, a figure gradually emerged, shrouded in smoke, with skin charred black. Wald shakily rose, glaring menacingly at Sakaski. His lips were already a deep purple, his eyes bulging as though they might fall from their sockets. Most of his injuries were inflicted by Rosen, and he now harbored a desire to rend Rosen into pieces. "Ha!" Wald's deep, raspy laughter echoed across the pirate ship. In this moment of disarray, no one dared mock him. Not even Perusalino. Do not underestimate me, Navy. Wald wiped the blood from his mouth. "I am Wald. How could I possibly be defeated so easily?" He gritted his teeth, glaring furiously at Sakaski. "Oh, how unfortunate. Your body is on the brink of collapse. Is it not? You should be running on fumes by now," Sakaski remarked coldly, assessing Wald's condition. "If I were you, I would surrender." Rosen, navigating the swaying deck, looked at Wald. "Do not do anything foolish." Wald glared at Rosen with malevolence. Who met his gaze unflinchingly. "Do you find my eyes appealing? Staring at me like that makes me want to gouge them out," Rosen replied calmly, though laced with mockery. Wald's fist clenched tightly, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. The next second, Rosen felt a gust of wind rush past his ear, and he narrowly dodged Wald's strike. Yet Wald, as if anticipating Rosen's movements, executed a swift turn and appeared behind him once more. Sweat beaded on Rosen's forehead as he propelled himself into the air. However, Wald pursued relentlessly. Poor Salino, with an indifferent smile, activated Yata no Kagami, using light refraction to appear behind Wald. Delivering a powerful kick. Wald's body was sent crashing onto the deck. And Sakaski sneered as magma cascaded down like an enormous net, enveloping Wald. In the next moment, the magma completely encased Wald, continuing to thicken. "Do you think such a degree of magma could kill me?" As Wald's words faded, a short sword suddenly erupted from the magma, viciously plunging into Wald's chest. With a sickening sound, Wald spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes widening in horror as he glanced down at the weapon embedded in his torso. Rosen's sword had indeed pierced him. Carp and Sengoku exchanged bewildered glances, staring at Rosen and his companions, astonished that Rosen had emerged victorious. Though they had previously exhausted Wald's stamina and willpower, this outcome was still astonishing. Wald was, after all, a legend with considerable renown in the New World. Yet, the truth remained, Wald had been defeated. Sakazuki hoisted the gravely injured Wald and discarded him to the side before delivering a resounding slap to Wald's face, causing half of his cheek to swell rapidly. With another swift motion, Sakazuki struck the other side of Wald's face, sending his teeth flying. "This is for Rosen," Sakazuki coldly remarked. "Who do you think you are?" "Just a pirate, nothing more." Wald coughed up blood, his mouth stained crimson, presenting a chilling sight, yet he defiantly met Sakazuki's gaze. Rosen exhaled, wiping the blood from his face as he approached Sakazuki. "Let's go." The three of them returned to the warship, where Rosen leaned against the bow, gazing at the distant azure sea. His complexion was slightly pale. The battle with Wald had pushed him beyond his limits. Although Wald had been defeated, his strength was not to be underestimated. "Thank you both," Rosen said, turning to Sakazuki and Borsalino. "Without you, I might have perished." Rosen's gratitude was sincere. Wald's moves were brutish and deadly, and had it not been for Sakazuki and Borsalino, Rosen could have truly faced fatality. "Let us hope there won't be a next time," Borsalino sighed. "Heh, you two are my backbone," Sakazuki retorted, rolling his eyes. Chapter 27. Reassignment. Having finished his remarks, Sakazuki strode into the cabin, leaving behind an aloof silhouette. Rosen shrugged and smiled, then turned to retire to his quarters for some rest. Meanwhile, the agents from CP0 were engulfed in tumultuous thoughts, having never anticipated that the situation would unfold in such a manner. Wald, the world destroyer, was indeed a top-tier figure among pirates, and the fact that these three could engage him to such an extent was nothing short of astonishing. Carp and Sengoku cleared their throats, attempting to mask their astonishment. In their minds, Rosen was merely an anomaly, yet Sakazuki and Borsalino had managed to stand against Wald. "These youngsters are quite exceptional," Sengoku remarked, shaking his head in admiration. "Indeed, they surpass us by leaps and bounds." Carp agreed, nodding in affirmation. Wald and his followers, severely injured, were apprehended by CP0, bringing this farce to a temporary close. Rosen, on the other hand, made his way to the infirmary. This time, he did not need to lie in bed for recovery. After a simple bandaging, he ascended to the deck, where the sea breeze greeted him, prompting him to squint in comfort. The sunlight cascaded upon Rosen's face, and as he reached out to touch it, he felt its warmth. "Such splendid sunlight," Rosen murmured. "Indeed, it is rather beautiful," came a familiar voice from beside him. Rosen turned to find Carp standing nearby, a jovial smile on his face. "What brings you here?" Rosen asked in surprise. "That question should be mine. I find it curious," Carp replied, scratching his nose while scrutinizing Rosen. "You don't think I'm injured, do you?" Rosen said, bemused. Who knows? You never seem to be straightforward," Carp mused, stroking his chin. "What do you mean by not straightforward?" "I have always been quite honest," Rosen exclaimed, rolling his eyes in exasperation. "Your behavior makes me question your character," Carp stated, gazing seriously into Rosen's eyes. Rosen's lips twitched in response, but Carp seemed to take it lightly as he patted Rosen's shoulder. "Take care, you little rascal," he said before striding away, leaving Rosen to stare blankly into the distance. Rosen scratched his head, realizing he had no clue what Carp was truly up to. At the naval base, Rosen received a transfer order, appointing him as the base commander of the 5th Division. As he perused the document, a smirk crept onto his face. What a remarkable promotion, given that G5 had only recently been established. It was not unusual for a major to assume command of a base. However, his age made him a notably young commander. I recall that the troops there are quite unruly, Rosen mused, stroking his chin. Suddenly, a boy in a naval uniform collided forcefully with Rosen, causing him to rub his forehead as he looked up. Sorry. Rosen stood up, gazing at the individual who had bumped into him, only to be taken aback. It was Kazan. With his head bowed, Kazan seemed to have noticed Rosen as well, suddenly lifting his head to reveal a bright smile. What are you doing here? Rosen frowned. Oh, nothing much. Teacher Zephyr sent me over. Kazan replied. You should go then. Rosen waved his hand dismissively. Kazan nodded and swiftly departed. After Kazan left, Rosen's eyes fell on the departure date. Oh, today is October 2nd, only 2 days left until I leave. Is it really so urgent? Rosen murmured. After packing his belongings, Rosen headed to the small tavern within the headquarters. The tavern was filled with unfamiliar faces, clearly comprised of the new recruits who had recently joined. Rosen found an empty table and sat down, pouring himself a glass of juice tea. That moment, he was in relatively good spirits. Just then, Sakazuki's voice broke through. Drinking alone, are you? Rosen looked up to see Sakazuki seated beside him. Hey, Sakazuki, what a coincidence. Rosen raised an eyebrow. Indeed, quite the coincidence, Sakazuki replied, taking a sip from his glass. What brings you here? Have you been dispatched to the 5th Division? Rosen nodded. Yes. What about Borsalino? He's over there. Sakazuki gestured with his chin towards the crowd. Following Sakazuki's gaze, Rosen spotted Borsalino, who was currently holding a glass and conversing merrily with others. Though he couldn't hear their conversation, Borsalino appeared to be enjoying himself greatly. Hey, Rosen, Sakazuki chuckled. You're the only one among us to hold the title of base commander. Oh, are you envious? Rosen blinked in surprise. Ha. Jealous of you. I've heard that lot is hard to manage. Sakazuki scoffed. As long as you have strength, what is there to fear? Rosen boldly declared, downing a bottle of juice. Don't overestimate yourself, Sakazuki cautioned. I know, but seriously, where are you all headed now? What else is there to do? Just be an aide, Sakazuki sighed. With Vice Admiral Carp around, what is there to fear? Battles are bound to happen. So you can rest assured. Rosen patted Sakazuki's shoulder. Sakazuki nodded in agreement. And you, planning to explore the new world? By the time you return, I should be a Vice Admiral. Rosen yawned. My hockey has improved. You all better keep up. Chapter 28. Base Commander Rosen G5 Naval Base, Training Grounds. Hey, this is unacceptable. You all are truly lacking, Rosen shouted, glaring at the group of soldiers. The seasoned veteran shrank back, hesitant to speak. Look at your training methods. How could you possibly improve like this? Rosen reprimanded, struggling to contain his frustration, fearing he might lose his temper and unleash a beating upon these miscreants. The officers below wore expressions of dismay. Silently cursing, these little brats, they sprint away when it's time to slack off. Yet now they resemble wilted eggplants when it comes to training. We can't help it. Didn't you teach us that yesterday? One soldier piped up. Exactly. I barely slept last night. It nearly killed me. Hearing the soldier's inflammatory remarks, Rosen found himself momentarily speechless. The night before, upon arriving at the notoriously difficult-to-manage G5 outpost, the troops had eagerly surrounded him. They had been somewhat respectful towards their new commander, behaving like obedient little wives. However, once it was time to train, their utter lack of organization nearly made Rosen lose his mind. Had he not intervened in time, chaos would have surely ensued. You all, Rosen opened his mouth but ultimately refrained from speaking further. Fine, we'll call it a day. Yes, Major General. At this moment, Rosen sat in his office, leaning against the back of his chair, gazing out at the cerulean sea, suddenly feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him. His aide knocked and entered, stating, Major General, I have just inquired, and the items you requested are fully prepared. Have you made the payment? Rosen inquired. Yes, it has been settled. Please sign here, the aide replied. Handing over a foldered, Rosen took the document, glanced over its contents, confirmed everything, and affixed his signature before handing it back to the aide, instructing, deliver this to Major Ludwig. Yes, Major General. By the way, let me see the training records, particularly regarding team performance. The more detailed, the better, Rosen continued, as he was still unfamiliar with the personnel under his command and needed to gain insight. The aide acknowledged and turned to leave. Watching the aide's departing figure, Rosen stroked his chin, sensing that this assistant named Brooks seemed out of place among the group of disorganized individuals. TSK. Rosen shook his head, stretched, and stood up, heading outside. However, at the moment he stepped out of the room, his ears perked slightly, and he squinted, listening intently. After a moment, a smirk crept onto his face. How intriguing. Someone dares to follow me. Rosen murmured softly, since you wish to track me, let us engage in a little game. With that, his figure vanished from sight. The Marines preparing to follow him were left bewildered, searching high and low for Rosen, but found nothing. Truly impressive to have faced off against the likes of Gold Lion Wald. Someone muttered, indeed, this fellow is far more formidable than we had anticipated. Humph, just a braggart. What is so impressive about him? A young-looking Marine scoffed. You shut your mouth. Anyone who could contend with them possesses at least the strength of a fleet. Oh, you comprehend the caliber of such individuals? Another nearby retorted sharply. TCH, I don't believe it. The young Marine scoffed, disdain written all over his face. Hey, what are you lot doing behind my office? At that moment, a voice called out. The group turned to see Rosen standing there. Clad in a crisp uniform, red armbands on his sleeves, exuding an air of stern authority, the Marines were instantly silenced. Reporting, Major General, weak hee. Rosen interjected, I heard your little conversation just now. What brings you miscreants to my domain? You heard us. One bolder Marine ventured cautiously. Yes, I certainly did, Rosen shrugged. Now, care to spar with me? The Marines exchanged glances, perplexed by the sudden turn of events, as they had come to follow him, and now he was inviting them to fight? We still have training tasks to attend to. One of the bolder ones quickly fabricated an excuse. That's irrelevant. What if your skills have improved? Rosen replied with a grin. No sooner had he spoken then a few of the braver Marines exchanged glances before lunging at him. Rosen's martial prowess was exceptional, and he effortlessly dispatched 3 of them, leaving the remaining 2 trembling in fear. You've lost. Now I can arrange for you to train with me, right? Rosen said nonchalantly. If you perform well this time, I shall spare you from punishment. Yes, absolutely. The Marines quickly agreed, well aware that incurring Rosen's wrath would be a painful affair. At the training ground, Rosen stood holding a wooden stick, addressing the Marines. How will you deal with me? The Marines froze momentarily before scattering in all directions. Don't run, Rosen exclaimed in surprise. What is the meaning of this? Have you all conceded? Swoosh. One Marine suddenly charged from the side, dagger in hand. Aiming for Rosen, he felt a gust of wind brush past his right side as he raised his hand to block the attack. Not bad at all, learning to swoop in. I wonder which master taught you. Rosen raised an eyebrow. The Marines had intended to flee as a ruse to ambush him, but they were unprepared for the swiftness of his response, failing to even graze his clothing. However, this tactic won work on me. Rosen sneered, then unleashed a vicious kick that sent the attacker flying. Boom, the man was propelled backward, but thanks to Rosen's restraint, he landed lightly on the ground. Chapter 29. Reformation. You all have a long way to go. Rosen scoffed. Swoosh. Another Marine rushed in, the brother of the previous assailant, renowned for their stealth tactics. Yet they had not anticipated Rosen's extraordinary reflexes. With a smile playing on his lips, Rosen focused intently on the Marine's footwork. Boom. A side kick from Rosen sent the second Marine crashing to the ground. How was that? I admit you're stronger than me. But don't forget we outnumber you. Together, we shall prevail. The Marine struggled to rise, while the others closed in. Rosen shrugged. Come on, let us do this together. He assumed a fighting stance, awaiting their attack. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Mere moments later, aside from the 2 moaning on the ground, the remaining 3 lay sprawled, clutching their bellies in agony, their plight truly pitiable. Are you taking this seriously? A smile lingered on Rosen's lips. The 5 Marines exchanged glances, then nodded in unison. Rosen crouched down, lit a cigarette, and slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke. Do you know what I was just contemplating? The group shook their heads. I was considering that while your capacity for cooperation is somewhat commendable, your fundamental strength remains woefully inadequate. Rosen sighed. The Marines' faces flushed with embarrassment, unable to refute his words, for they were indeed the truth. All right, from now on, train diligently. Otherwise, when your comrades fall before you, how will you seek vengeance? Are you content with that? Rosen stood up, dusted off his trousers, and declared, now, back to rigorous training. I'm off. The 5 Marines supported each other as they departed, leaving chaos in their wake. This fellow is truly terrifying. It's simply because our skills pale in comparison. Regardless, we must strive harder. Rosen, cigarette in mouth, observed the retreating figures of the Marines, a peculiar glimmer in his eyes. Several days later, Major Ludwig gently knocked on Rosen's door. Finding him seated at his desk, enjoying breakfast, "Major Ludwig, you seek me?" "Indeed. Here is the training report you requested," Ludwig replied, handing it to Rosen. Rosen accepted it and briefly skimmed through the contents, noting there was some valuable information within. The level of skill is quite far from that of the headquarters personnel. He set the documents aside and said to Ludwig, "This is my newly drafted training plan. Please discuss it thoroughly with your staff." As he spoke, Rosen handed the folder to Ludwig. Ludwig took it and examined it closely. After a considerable pause, he raised his head. "This plan is quite comprehensive. If implemented, it should enhance the soldiers' combat capabilities. But the issue of soldier discipline. If we follow this training plan, these individuals may struggle to adhere to orders." Ludwig frowned. "I have considered this as well. However, I believe they need to cultivate their discipline, starting with their bunks, attire, and formations," Rosen mused, stroking his chin. "If they cannot manage these basics, then there is no point in wasting our time." "Understood. I will relay this to the others," Ludwig nodded. "Thank you for your hard work." Rosen replied, "It is my duty. I shall take my leave now." "Very well." At the training ground, the Marines stood rigidly, their bodies trembling from exertion, yet none wished to back down. "Not enough effort," Rosen declared coldly. "You re all panting as if I should assist you in expelling the phlegm from your lungs. Is standing at attention really that challenging?" With that, he intensified his tone. "Stand tall, attention, at ease." Huff, huff. The Marines gasped for breath, their chests heaving violently. "You're truly embarrassing yourselves," Rosen bellowed. "Let me tell you, if you cannot even stand at attention properly, then you might as well leave and return home to tend to the fields." Upon hearing Rosen's furious roar, nearly everyone shuddered, gritting their teeth to persevere. "Let me make this clear. If you do not exert yourselves further, do not blame me for being unkind next week," Rosen coldly declared. "Do not presume that I am deceiving you. I shall make you experience unimaginable pain, and you will come to understand the taste of withered flowers and the wounds that lie scattered upon the ground." Upon finishing, the group of Marines could not help but shudder. The image of Rosen exercising his tyranny upon them loomed large in their minds. "We must now undergo rigorous training. Do not think for a moment that this is a game. You are racing against life itself, and should you lose, I assure you that death awaits." Rosen spoke in a grave tone. "Your adversaries are the pirates of the New World, who will slaughter your families and dishonor your wives and daughters. If you cannot even stand firm, how can you speak of revenge?" After uttering these words, Rosen felt a flush of shame. He found his own words repugnant. "Forget I said that. Do you understand?" "Understood. Very well. Take a moment to rest." Chapter 30. Moria. Shortly after, a piercing alarm echoed throughout the G5 base. "Pirates sighted on nearby islands. Pirates sighted on nearby islands." The announcement blared across various channels, instantly saturating the base with a tense and serious atmosphere. Soldiers, upon hearing the broadcast, rushed from their dormitories or the training grounds to open spaces, awaiting orders from the base. "All personnel, prepare for battle. The warship will depart from the base in 5 minutes." Frowning, Rosen made his way to the entrance of the base, only to be halted by his aide just a few steps out. "Your Excellency, based on the flag and characteristics of the pirate ship, it appears to be the Moria pirates." Rosen halted and turned back to inquire, "Are you certain?" The aide nodded, confirmed, "It is indeed the Moria pirates' vessel." Rosen's expression shifted oddly. "How did they manage to escape to our vicinity?" The aide shrugged. "Unclear." Aboard the warship, Rosen took a seat on the deck, resting his hand on the railing as he gazed contemplatively at the distant sea. At this time, Moria was still quite young, a promising figure, yet this did not hinder his eventual transformation into an infamous figure who could not even be defeated by a third-rate Luffy decades later. After all, he was a force to be reckoned with, even capable of contending with Kaido. Target locked, closing in. Suddenly, the broadcast announced, prompting Rosen to lean slightly to the side, and indeed, a massive sailing ship soon came into view. "How dare they encroach upon our territory? Destroy that ship. Damn it, it really is the Moria pirates." Soldiers murmured amongst themselves, some eager to engage, clearly brimming with confidence in their formidable strength. Rosen raised a hand to quell the restless soldiers. Silently observing the approaching vessel, "Open fire," with the command broadcasted. Cannonballs and bullets rained down upon the pirate ship. Due to poor aim, aside from a few cannonballs striking the hull, the majority veered off course. Moria scoffed, barking orders, "Take care of them, you lot." Subsequently, the cannons aboard the pirate ship retaliated against the warship. The two vessels were a kilometer apart, yet the sound of cannon fire pierced the air, echoing like thunder in one's ears. Despite the impressive firepower, most projectiles splashed harmlessly into the sea due to their inaccuracy. Are they aiming for a boarding action? Rosen raised an eyebrow upon spotting Moria in the distance through his telescope. His expression darkened. Everyone, pay attention. Enter battle mode immediately. Prepare for the enemy. Moria's actions were nothing short of a blatant insult, which Rosen could not tolerate. He promptly instructed all personnel to ready themselves for combat. However, unbeknownst to Moria, Rosen's heart was already elated. With a swift strike, he unleashed a blade of energy that obliterated the incoming cannonball mid-air, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Since you've come to my doorstep, do not blame me for being impolite. With that, Rosen leapt onto Moria's pirate ship, his right leg crashing heavily onto the deck. The thunderous impact startled Moria, who had barely registered the moment before being forcefully kicked to the ground. Rosen smirked coldly, advancing towards Moria with his blade drawn. Eliminate him. Moria's subordinates surged forward in unison, plunging the entire ship into chaos. With a swift kick, Rosen struck the neck of the foremost male pirate, who fell to the ground, howling in agony as blood streamed down his forehead. Rosen narrowed his eyes. Get lost, scum. His voice dripped with menace, causing the surrounding pirates to instinctively take a step back. Meanwhile, Moria had regained his footing, a sinister expression of anger crossing his face. You dare harm my subordinates. Rosen unfazedly lifted his chin. And who do you think you are, fool? You were seeking death. Moria's eyes widened in rage, gripping his weapon and charging at Rosen. Without flinching, Rosen blocked Moria's attack with his blade, then spun to evade another strike from the opposite side, landing a swift kick in return. Moria winced in pain, clutching his waist as he collapsed. At that moment, a sharp dagger came flying from behind. Without turning, Rosen seized the wrist of the dagger-wielding assailant, twisting it with a sharp crack that rendered it broken. What do you think you're doing? Rosen's voice rose sharply, reverberating painfully in the ears of those around him. As expected of the base commander, the Marines behind him applauded, their expressions toward Moria growing more disdainful. Rosen released his grip, and the unfortunate pirate crumpled to the ground, clutching his wrist and howling in agony. Pathetic. Rosen shot him a cold glance, uttering the words with icy disdain. The pirate fell silent, daring not to utter another word, merely bowing his head in submission. At this juncture, Moria struggled to rise, his teeth clenched as he glared at Rosen. Do not underestimate me, Marine. Moria's voice was frosty. Behold my zombies. As soon as the words left his mouth, a plume of black smoke erupted, and a multitude of zombies materialized around Moria, while his voice echoed ominously from all directions. He. Is your head made of pork? Rosen scoffed. Do you truly believe such trivial tricks can defeat me? Chapter 31. A new beginning. What do you know? Moria bellowed. My zombies are invincible. You are no match for me. Moria's figure flickered around Rosen, making it difficult for him to discern his location. However, in the next instant, Rosen felt a sudden chill at his back, a shadow lunging at him. Bang! Rosen was knocked aside but quickly regained his footing. Come on, pirates, keep going. Moria's eyes widened, his face reddening with rage. You bastard, how dare you underestimate me? Rosen shrugged. No, I certainly do not underestimate you. Can't you tell? Moria's complexion darkened, and with a fierce shout, Shadow Javelin, in the next moment, a spear materialized out of thin air, which Moria hurled violently at Rosen. Rosen's pupils constricted as he sliced through the spear, severing it in two. However, the force behind it still struck him. Thud. Rosen coughed up blood. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he muttered, TSK, this guy. Rosen frowned, realizing he had indeed underestimated Moria, as he had not anticipated the formidable destructive power of that attack. Ha. Moria grinned malevolently. You're finished. Kid. Rosen's expression turned strange. Have you misunderstood something? Moria ignored him, his arm muscles bulging as he charged at Rosen with fervor. The clash of blades rang out as Moria's monstrous strength collided with Rosen's, producing a jarring clang of metal. Moria was exceptionally powerful. Had it been anyone else, they would have surely faltered. But he was Rosen. Clang. With a resounding crash, Moria's weapon was sent flying from his grasp. How was that possible? Moria stood frozen, disbelief etched on his face, struggling to grasp the situation before him. Impossible? Rosen scoffed. Not only are you weak, but your zombies are lacking as well. I truly do not comprehend why pirates like you are so enamored with such bizarre tricks. Moria was furiously enraged. Shut your mouth. Oh, have I struck a nerve? Rosen chuckled derisively. You lot are nothing but garbage. .1 sword style. Moon slash. A glint of cold light flashed in Rosen's eyes as he swung his blade toward Moria. Moria hastily defended himself, yet his body was sent hurtling sideways. With a splatter, Rosen's sword cut across the face of the zombie shielding Moria, blood splattering forth. Moria gasped, collapsing to the ground, his eyes wide with shock as he realized he had just been struck. What? Are you not convinced? Shall I continue to strike you? Rosen smiled as he spoke. Moria swallowed hard, trembling as he stood up, seizing the fallen giant's scissors and charging forward once more, his mind consumed by a singular thought. To eliminate Rosen. Bang! Another deafening sound erupted, and suddenly Moria's vision darkened. As his blood surged, he could not help but spit out a mouthful of crimson. He raised his hand to wipe the blood from his lips. A profound sense of defeat swelling within him. Moria was undeniably powerful, yet he found himself utterly outmatched by Rosen's overwhelming presence. Hey, you fools, don't you know to save me? Moria roared in frustration from the ground. The pirates exchanged glances, shaking their heads. Boss, we can't take him on. Fortunately, Moria had summoned a substantial number of zombies. Even injured, he could still command them to fight. Tear him apart, Moria bellowed. The zombies, heedful of their orders, lunged at Rosen without fear of death, charging forward relentlessly even when their limbs were severed by Rosen's blade. Rosen raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the zombies' tenacity, with a glint of cold light in his eyes. He unleashed a swift strike, one sword style, flying snow and withered flowers, accompanied by the sound of the blade. Snowflakes danced through the air, swiftly annihilating all the zombies Moria had summoned. The flurry of snowflakes encircled Moria, causing his pupils to constrict. Boss! The surrounding pirates shouted anxiously. Moria glared at Rosen, his fist clenched. You bastard! He swung his arm furiously, unleashing a gust of wind that scattered the snowflakes. But his own appearance was in shambles. His clothing tattered and torn. Heh, it seems you are not as formidable as you claim, Rosen mocked, lightly tapping his toes to move rapidly towards Moria. Moria reacted swiftly, raising the giant scissors to strike at Rosen. The two entangled in a fierce battle. Moria, capable of standing against Kaido, proved to be remarkably resilient, enduring longer than one might expect. However, Rosen was equally relentless, his speed and precision leaving Moria in a state of constant peril. Moria gazed at Rosen in terror, a deep sense of helplessness rising within him. Who on earth are you? He inquired. Rosen retracted his sword, a smirk playing on his lips. Me. I'm just a passerby. Ha. Rosen turned and took a few steps before pausing. Oh right, you lot. Remember to capture them. After all, they're all pirates. With that, he strode directly towards Moria. Long-faced freak. I wonder how you'll escape. Rosen chuckled. Your expression is truly grim. Only the style of the undersea prison would suit you. Moria remained silent. Rosen approached Moria, raising his foot to kick him in the groin. What now? My shoe's quite hard. I doubt you're accustomed to wearing tin-foil underpants, Moria. However, you do seem to be in quite a dire situation. Rosen remarked, pressing down on Moria's elongated head with force, pushing it back down. Moria opened his mouth to retort, but Rosen interrupted. What's the matter? Are you too frightened to speak? Don't worry, I have no intention of killing you. What do you want? Let us duel, shall we? You can't escape anyway. If you manage to defeat me, perhaps there's a chance for your survival. If not, Rosen's tone turned threatening as he placed his foot on Moria's abdomen. So, since you're here, why not put on a proper show? Don't behave like before, merely fleeing. Silence from Moria was taken as consent. All right, let the game begin. Chapter 32. Nothing has changed. Moria stared wide-eyed at Rosen before him. Truly expected to fight such a creature? What a joke. Hey. Rosen frowned, glaring at Moria, clearly irritated by his demeanor. My patience is limited. Moria swallowed hard. You arrogant bastard. Don't underestimate me. Come forth. Gigantic zombie, Moria sneered, Shadow Master, as Moria summoned. A massive black zombie emerged from the ground, towering over the previous one, exuding a foul stench of decay. Rosen narrowed his eyes, truly impressive. Moria raised his head in triumph. Are you afraid? If it weren't for your sudden ambush, I would have dealt with you long ago. Now, it's my turn. Boom. With Moria's words, the black zombie lunged at Rosen. He sidestepped, instantly slashing through the air with his blade aimed at Moria. However, before he could close in, he noticed Moria smirking, his gaze icy, as he raised his right hand in a defensive posture. Interesting. Rosen swiftly withdrew his blade and retreated, but it was too late. The zombie's speed was astonishing, already upon him. Meanwhile, Moria's eyes glimmered with an eerie purple light, drawing Rosen's gaze toward him. Ha! The zombie roared in fury, clawing at Rosen with terrifying muscles. Even as Rosen pierced its abdomen, it continued to flail its claws. Dense sword energy surged toward Moria. Moria's pupils constricted as he dodged quickly, yet Rosen showed no intent of letting him breathe, relentlessly pursuing him with swift strikes. Moria's combat experience was indeed vast. The bounty of over 300 million was not for naught. Despite his injuries, he held on through several exchanges. As Rosen's assault began to wane, Moria chuckled, finally showing signs of weakness. He used his right hand to block Rosen's attack while launching a left punch aimed at Rosen's midsection. Rosen cast him a disdainful glance, stepping back with his left foot and retaliating with a fierce knee strike. With a resounding thud, Moria was knocked to the ground, clutching his chest as he coughed up blood. The zombie behind him seized the opportunity to charge at Rosen, who swiftly turned to evade, delivering a kick to the zombie's face. Crack! The zombie's head shattered, collapsing to the ground as Rosen turned back to Moria. At that moment, Moria had risen. Though still unsteady, he gritted his teeth, refusing to show pain. Rosen approached and placed his right hand on Moria's shoulder. Not bad, quite resilient. Get off me, Moria roared, pushing him away. Then staggered toward the hatch. Heh, Rosen smirked. You really think you can escape? As he entered the ship's cabin, Rosen was struck by the lavish decor, rivaling that of a presidential suite. The walls were adorned with paintings, all valuable artworks, creating a remarkably comfortable atmosphere. How do you enjoy life so much? Rosen's voice echoed eerily in the room. Moria, however, stumbled forward, utterly disregarding his appearance. You can't escape. Don't waste your energy. Rosen sighed in exasperation. This attitude of yours won't do. With that, he unleashed a wave of sword energy, causing the ship to explode, sending Moria crashing to the ground. Bastard, Moria shouted in fury, yet he did not halt, instead running faster. Rosen entered a hidden chamber, his face displaying surprise at the sight of Longma's corpse and the black blade. Jiushui, good treasures. Rosen collected them with a sigh, but he shook his head, deciding it was better to forge the black blade with his own hands. At that moment, a torrent of seawater surged into the cabin, swiftly blocking the already narrow passage. Rosen stood still, arms crossed, quietly observing Moria. Awaiting the opportune moment for escape. Moria's expression darkened as he watched the frenzied water rise, soon submerging him to the neck. He struggled desperately to surface, but it was futile. Rosen leisurely pulled out a cigarette, placing it between his lips, igniting it with a flick of his lighter, taking a deep puff and exhaling the smoke into the water. Moria's breathing quickened. You lunatic. Rosen raised an eyebrow, glancing at him. You, a poor swimmer, dare to call me a lunatic? Ha, Moria, don't blame me. I said the impel-down prison suits you best. Saying this, Rosen seized Moria's elongated head and swam to the surface. Moria gasped for air, coughing violently as Rosen cuffed him with handcuffs. Moria writhed, attempting to break free from the restraints, but the sea stone cuffs were not so easily removed. Stop struggling, Rosen said indifferently. Reunite with your subordinates, they must be in need of you. Moria's eyes widened in terror. With a resounding thud, the heavy door of the small prison aboard the warship swung open, and Moria was unceremoniously thrown inside. Rosen, seated languidly in a chair, observed as Moria clumsily collapsed onto the floor. Struggling to regain his footing, Moria barely had time to take a step before he heard Rosen's ominous words, this time. I do not intend to show mercy. Prepare yourself, Moria. Rosen's voice was deep and steady, the smoke rings exhaled from his lips obscuring his visage. A flicker of despair crossed Moria's gaze. Rosen rose and approached Moria, stating, there is no need to kill you, but it is essential for you to experience the taste of prison life. It is merely the way of the world, winners and losers. What pirate would dare attack a warship? Have you lost your mind, Moria? Standing tall, Rosen continued, this vessel's defense system is entirely sealed. Unless you can find a means of escape, you shall remain here until transported to impel down. Watching Rosen depart, Moria despondently sank to the floor, his hands clenched into fists. Meanwhile, Rosen sat in the control room, perusing a nautical chart, instructing his subordinates to report to headquarters, stating, we have captured the notorious pirate Moria, with a bounty of 300 million berries. Aye, sir, the first mate saluted sharply. Additionally, investigate if there are any other pirates in the vicinity. Understood. Rosen leaned back in his chair as the clock in the captain's quarters ticked steadily. He was acutely aware that the war was far from over. It was merely the beginning, and he needed to continue searching for suitable targets. Chapter 33, The Golden Great Pirate, Chapter 24 revised, amidst the vast expanse of the ocean. A medium-sized merchant vessel glided smoothly across the water's surface. On the deck, a group of individuals gathered around a table laden with a bottle of whiskey, several platters of roasted meat, and a few glasses of red wine. A man clad in a suit raised his glass, exclaiming, cheers, cheers. The others lifted their glasses in unison, downing their drinks. Recently, we have acquired a bounty of gold weighing several hundred pounds. We are truly striking it rich, remarked a man in a floral shirt, his eyes gleaming with delight. Shall we consider changing countries? Perhaps we can continue to rake in the profits. That is a splendid idea. The others nodded in agreement. I've heard there are numerous islands nearby. Should we not explore them? First, we must find a safe harbor. The leader frowned. If we leave hastily, it may draw the attention of the Navy. I just realized, I forgot about that. Boss, said a momentarily stunned man. At this juncture, a slender young man spoke up. I believe our greatest threat is not the Navy, but the infamous Unanimous, the Golden Great Pirate. The leader's brow furrowed. I have heard he has also ventured into the New World. The slender youth stroked his chin. Given our current situation, it is wiser to keep our distance, isn't he on the Grand Line? The slender youth remained silent, casting a glance at his leader, who appeared deep in thought. Boss, the slender youth called again. You are right. In that case, let us avoid him, the middle-aged man sighed. The slender youth exhaled in relief and then queried, where shall we go next? To the North Sea. The leader pondered. I recall that a pirate named Nero Poke resides in that region. We should approach him for a potential alliance. However, the slender youth hesitated to speak. It is of no concern. The middle-aged man reassured him, patting his shoulder. With him around, I feel at ease. At that moment, aboard the warship escorting Moria, he was shackled by iron chains, sprawled on the deck, trembling uncontrollably, witnessing his pitiable state. Rosen chuckled. It seems your resolve is not as unyielding as I had anticipated. You torment me day after day. Do you not fear retribution? Moria glared at him with malevolence. That I fear not. You are a notorious pirate. And my only concern is that the guards there may be unable to control you. What if you injure them? Rosen shrugged, inquiring, what do you think? Moria longed to rend Rosen to shreds, but reality made it abundantly clear that such a feat was impossible. Just then, a sailor rushed over, reporting, Captain, the headquarters transponder snail is calling. Rosen frowned slightly, waving his hand dismissively. I understand. The sailor nodded and turned to leave but suddenly paused, recalling something. Captain, there is one more thing. What is it? Rosen asked, puzzled. There has been intelligence indicating that the Golden Great Pirate Unanimous has arrived in the New World, the sailor said hastily before scurrying away. Rosen stood still for a moment, then snapped back to reality. A cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he murmured, Unanimous? How fortuitous. New World. Marine Headquarters, this mission has failed catastrophically, and we have suffered significant losses. I request reinforcements. Upon receiving the report relayed by the transponder snail, Sengoku's expression darkened considerably. Who is the nearest unit? It is Rosen, Akainu replied flatly. Rosen. Sengoku exclaimed, incredulous. I see. He took a deep breath to suppress his seething rage, gritting his teeth as he commanded, immediately inform Rosen to intercept that Unanimous fellow. Yes, sir. After ending the call, Sengoku rubbed his temples, his gaze fixed on the documents strewn across the table, unable to find solace. Hello. This is Akainu. What is it? Rosen yawned as he rose from his bed. Admiral Sengoku has ordered you to intercept Unanimous, Akainu stated succinctly. Unanimous. Rosen raised an eyebrow. My fleet is less than 40 nautical miles from him. It won't be long before I can capture him. This achievement shall belong to our unit. Suit yourself, Akainu replied with a grunt. Should you fail, do not blame me for not warning you. Oh, what do you mean by that? Rosen inquired with a playful grin. Akainu shot him a sidelong glance. You are far too lenient. Lenient? Rosen shook his head. I do not believe such a trait exists within me. You, Akainu, frowned. Do not misunderstand. I am not implying you lack the capacity for slaughter. Rosen shrugged. What I mean by leniency is that there is no need to annihilate the enemy completely. Merely imprisoning them suffices. Akainu paused, taken aback. Are you saying, I have captured Moria, and he is currently being tortured to within an inch of his life? Once I catch Unanimous, I shall inform you. Rosen languidly stretched. In any case, I will ensure my own safety. After severing the communication, Rosen strode to the foredeck, addressing his comrades. Brothers, we have a new target, Unanimous. Let us bring them down. The soldiers erupted into excited cheers. Wolves travel 1,000 miles for meat. Dogs go 1,000 miles to deliver heads. Rosen grinned widely. We are a pack of wolves. The pirates are ours to feast upon. Oh, whoa! The soldiers howled in unison. Hearing their raucous cries, Moria could not help but tremble, wondering what they were up to. Chapter 34. Unanimous. Where's the gold? A man toyed with the wine glass in his hand. Gazing at the man lying feebly on the ground nearby. I truly do not know where the gold is. I beg you, spare me. I swear I don't know. The man pleaded desperately. Ha. Do you think I would believe you? The man scoffed, placing the glass on the table and drawing the handle of his gun from his waist. Tell me where the gold is hidden, and perhaps I will spare your life. All the remaining gold was taken to the heavens. It was shipped out yesterday. The man replied hastily. So, you mean to say, the man narrowed his eyes. We have come for nothing. Rising to his feet, he drew his handgun and aimed it at the man on the ground, saying, in that case, you must die. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire echoed, and the man fell to the ground, his eyes wide open. Lifeless in a pool of blood, the man holstered his gun and turned to his companions, stating, "We should leave. It was a wasted trip." Indeed, the others nodded in agreement, just as they were about to depart. A massive warship sailed by in the distance, its flag fluttering prominently. That is, the man halted, his expression darkening. "Unanimous, the Navy. It's the Navy," a panicked voice called out. "Damn it, the Navy again." Unanimous gritted his teeth. Fists clenched, "Those relentless bastards. Move out." On the other side, aboard the G5 warship, Rosen surveyed the nearby pirate fleet and the pirates along the coast, a smile creeping onto his face that it seems they have discovered our presence. Rosen chuckled, preparing for a landing operation. Aye. Rosen raised his right hand on the foredeck. Suddenly, a barrage of cannon fire shattered the tranquility of the waters. Shells tore through the surface, hurtling towards the pirate fleet. Some of the weaker pirates were caught off guard, meeting a tragic demise amidst the cannonade. Do not let them escape onto the ship, Rosen bellowed, as the thunderous explosions of cannonballs erupted around the pirate ship, sending numerous marauders, who sought to seize the vessel and flee, flying in all directions. "Retreat! Fall back to the island, quickly," Wunan shouted. Upon hearing his command, some began to scatter, while others dashed toward the island. However, a greater number opted to escape aboard the ship, for none wished to await their doom. "Everyone, follow me." Rosen leapt with remarkable agility onto a pirate ship, surveying the pirates from an elevated position. "Navy, get off our ship, get off," Rosen sneered, swinging his fist, imbued with the power of hockey, down with ferocious force. Boom! A pirate was sent hurtling 10 meters away, blood spraying violently. Without hesitation, Rosen unsheathed his sword, unleashing a terrifying wave of sword energy that obliterated any pirate daring to approach him. Despite the desperate attempts of the pirates to escape, they found no refuge under Rosen's relentless pursuit, helplessly witnessing their own and their comrades' transformation into mere heaps of flesh. In a mere 5 or 6 seconds, the pirates had suffered over half their losses, with the remaining ones frantically fleeing into the island's depths. The Navy swiftly landed and took control of all the pirate ships. Rosen observed the pirates raising white flags and nodded in satisfaction. "Very well, you have done splendidly. The rest is in your hands." "Yes." Rosen turned and returned to the ship's cabin. "Moria, how are you faring?" Rosen inquired. Coughing, Moria struggled to rise. "What do you want?" "Nothing much. Just thought you might like some company." "Golden Pirate Wunan," Rosen replied with a smile. "Rest assured, it won't be long before you see them." Rosen returned to the port accompanied by a contingent of soldiers, gazing at the mountainous pile of goods before him, his expression one of gratification. Indeed, these pirates have stolen a third of the gold. It certainly is a bountiful haul. "Bring me the transponder," snailed, AT Navy headquarters, a voice reported. "Marshal Kong, we have cornered Wunan on Charles Island." "Excellent. I will immediately dispatch warships for support." "Thank you, but I can handle them myself. Do not be foolish," Marshal Kong admonished. "I will not tolerate any mistakes. Do you understand?" "Yes. I do not wish to hear of your mission's failure. Otherwise, you should be aware of the consequences. I understand. I will be cautious." Rosen was taken aback, not expecting Marshal Kong's temper to be so volatile. "I will send Sakazuki to assist you, and make sure to ascertain the exact location of the gold he has plundered. Remember, at all costs." "Understood." Rosen hung up the phone, gazing at the burning town in the distance, sighing, "These pirates truly go too far. Base Commander, you all ensure the supplies and port are secure." Rosen lit a cigarette and took a puff, regarding the old pirate Wunan as a problem he could handle. "Understood, Commander." Meanwhile, within Charles Island, Wunan was gathered with several crew members, plotting their strategy. It seems this group of Navy is coming for us. One crew member whispered, "Humph, what's a mere Navy?" Wunan scoffed. "While I cannot contend with the entire Navy, dealing with a few of them is well within my capabilities." Rising to his feet, he declared, "Let us set an ambush and strike when they attack." "Good idea. We must annihilate them." The pirates rubbed their hands together, eager for the impending conflict. Rosen's figure appeared on the streets, observing the surrounding buildings, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "Finally found you, pirates." He slowly advanced toward the pirates' den. As the pirates caught sight of Rosen, they froze, hesitant to act. "Rosen," Wunan frowned at the sight of him. "Indeed, it is I," Rosen affirmed, nodding while stroking his chin. "Have you figured out how to be captured by me?" "Humph," Wunan grunted disdainfully. "Are you certain you possess the capability to capture me?" "Oh, wouldn't trying reveal the truth?" Rosen chuckled darkly. Wunan regarded Rosen with a sinister grin. "Since you seek death, I shall grant it. I advise you to think carefully," Rosen replied with a smile. Hearing this, Wunan suddenly raised his hand, his arm enveloped in haki, violently striking toward Rosen. Die, Navy, Chapter 35. Capture. However, Rosen showed no intention of evading, allowing Wunan's attack to land upon him. Bang! With a dull thud, Rosen was sent flying, crashing into a nearby tree before finally coming to a halt. Unfazed, Rosen stood up, brushing the dust off his clothes. As the rumor suggested, he narrowed his eyes at Wunan. Your strength is quite commendable. Wunan's expression shifted slightly upon hearing Rosen's words. A sly smile crept across Rosen's face, and he drew his sword, taking slow, deliberate steps toward Wunan. Wait, who exactly are you? Wunan asked, his expression tense, a sense of unease stirring within him. Rosen shrugged, offering no response, merely continuing to approach. Wunan's pupils constricted as he swiftly coated his fist with haki. His surrounding pirates retreating in apprehension. With a powerful push off the ground, Wunan leapt high, delivering a fierce punch aimed at Rosen, the air around them crackling with explosive force. Quite violent, but unfortunately. You face me. Rosen gently shook his head, then gripped the hilt of his sword, vanishing from sight in an instant. Oh no. Wunan cursed silently, turning to evade, but it was too late. Before he could react, Rosen appeared behind him, his blade mercilessly slicing into Wunan's arm. Hiss! Wunan stifled the excruciating pain, knowing that without haki, his arm would surely be rendered useless. A wicked smile danced upon Rosen's lips. How does it feel? Painful. Bastard. Wunan cursed vehemently, swiftly turning around, drawing his firearm, and aiming at Rosen's forehead. Damn you! Die! Bang! As the gunfire echoed, a look of exhilaration spread across Wunan's face, envisioning the scene of Rosen's brain splattering. However, the anticipated spray of blood did not materialize. Wunan's expression froze as he looked down to find a dagger lodged in his own chest, bright red blood gushing from the wound. Captain Wunan, the surrounding pirates gasped in shock, rushing toward Rosen. Yet, before they could reach him, Rosen wielded his blade, cutting them down mercilessly. What a nuisance, Rosen muttered, furrowing his brow. He then turned his gaze back to Wunan. You truly aren't cut out for piracy. Wunan's muscles twitched as he tightly gripped his sword. Taking a deep breath, he infused his haki into the blade and charged at Rosen with ferocity. Die! Rosen's eyes narrowed as he swiftly parried Wunan's onslaught with his own blade. Clang! Their weapons collided, emitting a deafening resonance. Clang! As the blades clashed, a terrifying shockwave radiated from their point of contact, sending debris flying. The ground beneath them fractured instantly, leaving deep craters, and some pirates who were caught off guard were knocked to the ground. As the dust settled, Rosen and Wunan stood revealed. Rosen maintaining his steady stance, his expression unchanged. In stark contrast, Wunan was drenched in sweat, his body trembling slightly, teeth clenched as he seemed to bear an immense burden. Your power is, quite frankly, lacking, Rosen grinned, exposing a row of white teeth. This is the new world, not your trivial skirmishes in the East Blue. Humph, don't get too smug. Wunan glared at Rosen with a seething rage. Rosen smirked. Oh, I have quite a few reasons to be smug. Suddenly, Rosen lunged forward, his blade emanating a dazzling light. With a swift motion, he unleashed a brilliant beam that cleaved through the air, striking Wunan's sword. Clang! The long sword in Wunan's grasp shattered, the deadly edge barreling toward his throat, prompting him to lean back in terror. But it was too late. Pshh! The blade descended, piercing through Wunan's shoulder, eliciting a pained wail as he collapsed to the ground. Rosen's right knee pressed against Wunan's abdomen. Do not underestimate the Navy, pirate, Rosen taunted, a mocking grin spreading across his face, especially aimed at someone like you, who only bullies ordinary civilians. Vile scoundrel. Wunan's eyes were bloodshot as he clenched his fists. Let go of me. Let go of me. I will see you on the gallows. TSK. What a loathsome fellow you are. Rosen curled his lip and released his toes. Immediately thereafter, he lifted his leg violently, delivering a kick to Unanimous' abdomen. A sharp crack resonated as bones fractured, and a look of distortion surfaced on Unanimous' face. You should be the ones to meet the gallows, you scoundrels. Unanimous' body curled up, clutching his stomach as excruciating pain threatened to render him unconscious. Rosen regarded him coldly. Can you provide me with information about you and your other treasures? You wish. Unanimous gritted his teeth, fiercely shouting. I won't divulge any information to you. You'll never know. Ha ha ha. With a furrowed brow, Rosen suddenly bent down, his elbow crashing into Unanimous' chin, instantly rendering him unconscious. Rosen stood up and dragged the unconscious Unanimous outside. Meanwhile, the other bewildered pirates had long been surrounded by enraged villagers, undergoing a collective beating. Unanimous, how are you? Wake up. Boss Unanimous, please wake up. Hey, clear the way. Unanimous subordinates called out anxiously. But as they rushed to Unanimous' side, they were blocked by Rosen's men. Clearing his throat, Rosen inquired, "What's the situation? Report to the base chief. There are several tons of gold here," a somewhat agitated naval officer reported. Good. Rosen nodded slightly, let him live. He should still be alive. Yes, and we will hunt down the remaining pirates and assist the locals in rebuilding their homes. Rosen pondered for a moment. That's all. Let them behave. Understood. Chapter 36, Arrival at Impel Down. Not long after, Sakazuki arrived, accompanied by numerous marines, completely surrounding the small island. Wow, you sure have quite the setup, Rosen remarked with a grin, eyeing the armed soldiers whom Sakazuki shot him a sidelong glance. Aren't you looking for gold? Rosen stroked his chin. I've taken care of everything. Sakazuki's lips twitched as he replied after a moment. You seem quite confident. Hee. Rosen chuckled, not responding further. Sakazuki stared at him for a moment before finally saying, "This batch of gold is to be submitted to the world government." Rosen feigned surprise. "Oh, what about these nautical charts? Doesn't the world government want those?" Sakazuki's eyes widened, fixating on Rosen. Nautical charts. Rosen grinned. This old fellow has stolen a third of the world's gold. We've already seized several tons, and the rest must be hidden somewhere. If we unearth it all, it would certainly. Sakazuki coughed. What about Unanimous? Rosen shrugged. I've imprisoned him on the ship. What about the other pirates? Caught by the locals, some fled, but most have been cleared out. You've done fairly well. Sakazuki nodded in satisfaction. Rosen rolled his eyes. That was a necessity. Sakazuki glanced at him, shifting the topic. When do you plan to head back? Rosen turned, sitting beside a table, pulling out a cigarette case and offering Sakazuki a cigarette, along with a match. Sakazuki shook his head, declining. Rosen shrugged, lighting his cigarette and taking a couple of puffs. Well, send the pirates to your ship. The locals need our G5. The credit can go to you. Exhaling a smoke ring, Rosen continued. You see, we've accomplished quite a feat this time. He then tossed Unanimous nautical charts to Sakazuki. Here, all of this is right here. And I've packed the gold, just waiting for you to collect it. Sakazuki silently accepted the items Rosen had thrown, reviewing them carefully. After a deep breath, he spoke solemnly. Thank you, Rosen. Rosen waved his hand dismissively. What are friends for? Sakazuki lowered his hat, concealing his expression, and said slowly, though it may sound a bit strange to say this, nevertheless, thank you. No problem. Just go and arrange for the pirates to board your ship. I wish to enjoy some peace. Understood. Sakazuki nodded and swiftly departed. Once he was gone, Rosen leaned back in his chair, gazing at the ceiling. He pulled a piece of candy from his pocket and chewed it leisurely. Really, why must it go to the celestial dragons? Isn't what we've plundered enough? On the warship transporting the pirates to Impel Down, Rosen lay bored against the railing, staring blankly at the azure sea. A vague premonition stirred within him, hinting that something might transpire in the future, though he was uncertain of its nature. He merely hoped that these premonitions were nothing but baseless worries, for his current power no longer warranted excessive concern. As the outline of Impel Down drew nearer, Rosen closed his eyes, inhaling the briny scent carried by the sea breeze, feeling the ocean spray against his skin. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and looked towards the horizon. Before him, a massive shadow emerged from the sea, gradually becoming distinct. This is my first time here as well, Sakazuki's voice echoed. Rosen turned to see his icy expression. You mean this? Rosen tapped the railing. Instead of killing them, wouldn't it be better to send them inside? Sakazuki looked taken aback. Why? Pirates cherish freedom, yet Impel Down confines that freedom, even imprisoning their very souls. Rosen paused before continuing. Isn't that preferable? In doing so, they would forever lose their so-called dreams. Gazing at Sakazuki's serious countenance, Rosen chuckled. All right then, it's time to send them to prison. Sakazuki nodded and turned to instruct his subordinates to bring Moria and Unanimous up. Moria groggily opened his eyes, screaming upon seeing the looming Impel Down, you. Rosen calmly approached Moria. Fear not, Mr. Moria. I assure you I shall not harm you anymore, Rosen said gently. I merely require your assistance with a task. What? Cooperate with me in entering the prison. Rosen spread his arms wide. You might as well stay in here for the rest of your life. Isn't this place more suitable for you than the outside? Bastard, Moria spat vehemently. That's not for you to decide. Rosen laughed. Haven't I mentioned? Only the prison suits your face. I must say, the color scheme of Impel Down is a perfect match for you. Moria glared at Rosen. No need to glare. Rosen waved his hand, signaling the surrounding marines to drag him away. I don't wish to waste too much breath on you. The gates of Impel Down creaked open, sunlight spilling into the dim corridor, causing Moria and Unanimous to involuntarily tremble. A throng of guards flooded into the narrow passage, escorting them toward the prison. Moria struggled, shouting, while Unanimous remained silent, his head bowed. Thank you for your hard work. Magellan coughed lightly, and Sakazuki nodded slightly as a form of gratitude. It was the least we could do, Rosen chuckled. Seeing the prisoners safely delivered to Impel Down, Rosen exhaled in relief. Sakazuki nodded, then waved his hand. Commanding, return to headquarters. Chapter 37, The Nine-Tailed Fox, Katarina Devon Naval Headquarters. Report, Admiral. Sakazuki saluted as he reported, the pirates have been delivered to Impel Down, and the gold and nautical charts have been retrieved. Steelbone Kong nodded. Thank you for your efforts. Rosen, standing behind him, smiled slightly, wearing an expression of I know. Now, Steelbone Kong surveyed the assembled individuals, ultimately resting his gaze on Rosen. A jolt of apprehension ran through Rosen as he wondered if he was to be interrogated. Major Rosen, Steelbone Kong began. Yes, in light of your achievements during this period, you are hereby promoted to Rear Admiral. I hope you will continue to excel. Steelbone Kong's steady tone brought a sigh of relief to Rosen, who slightly bowed. Thank you, Admiral. Steelbone Kong pursed his lips and continued. Sakazuki, based on your and Borisolino's recent performances, you are both promoted to the rank of Major. I hope you will continue to excel. Yes, Sakazuki stood tall, responding affirmatively. Well, since the mission has concluded, you may disperse. So, how about it, Sakazuki? Rosen asked with a smile. Enough, Sakazuki replied coolly. You can go now. Promotions aren't necessarily a good thing. TSK, Rosen responded. Be careful with Borisolino lately. All right, I don't need your concern. Rosen rolled his eyes, opting to remain silent as he turned to walk away. Just a few steps in, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Wait. Rosen halted, turning back in confusion. What is it? You. Sakazuki hesitated for a moment, then waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. Rosen raised an eyebrow, observing the figure of the man as he departed, letting out a sigh within, for it was indeed the essence of this man's character. By the time Rosen returned to the G5 fortress, it was already the dead of night. Though the hour was late, the fortress remained ablaze with lights, countless soldiers patrolling with heightened vigilance, appearing even more stringent than usual. Who goes there? A loudspeaker blared as Rosen's warship approached. Rosen, he took up the ship's megaphone and shouted. Major General Rosen, the loudspeaker echoed with surprised exclamations. What is the situation? What has transpired? Upon his return to the fortress, Rosen furrowed his brow and inquired that it is the Nine-Tailed Fox, Katarina Dupont. Katarina Dupont. She disguised herself as a beleaguered civilian and subsequently launched a surprise attack on our warship. This revelation, Rosen narrowed his eyes. The Nine-Tailed Fox, Katarina Dupont, was one of the few formidable female pirates. She had once masqueraded as a man serving in the army of a certain kingdom, but due to rampant corruption within the ranks, she grew increasingly impatient and, during a fierce battle with pirates, betrayed her comrades and escaped, ultimately becoming a pirate herself. Years later, she had infiltrated the vicinity of the Northern Islands, establishing her own dominion. This woman was exceedingly clever, particularly adept at disguise and deception, and she was extraordinarily dangerous once she set her sights on someone. Extricating oneself was far from a simple matter. Do we have any leads on her whereabouts? Currently unclear, but it is said she is heading towards Punk Hazard Island. Punk Hazard Island. Rosen chuckled softly. Leave it to me, Commander. What are your intentions to apprehend her? Of course. A slight smile played on Rosen's lips. Such a delectable prey, how could I possibly let it slip away? But, there are no buts, Rosen interjected. I shall personally proceed towards Punk Hazard Island to capture Dupont, ensure to equip the sea stone weapons. Yes, Dupont. Within the war room of the warship, Rosen gazed indifferently at the nautical charts, tracing her escape route with a furrowed brow. What a troublesome woman, he murmured, tapping his fingers on the table. Soon after, the base's staff hurried in, and Rosen composed his expression, adopting a stern demeanor. Everyone, Rosen surveyed the room. We are faced with a formidable adversary. He spread out the nautical chart, noting the latest intelligence indicating that Dupont was indeed heading towards Punk Hazard Island. However, given her devil fruit abilities, she would likely move towards towns with dense populations. Thus, we must enlist the assistance of nearby naval bases and allied nations in our pursuit. Understood. Several staff members responded in unison. Rosen nodded, his gaze sweeping across the senior officers. Let us not scatter. She is neither Moria nor Unanimous. Her cunning far exceeds our expectations. We must consolidate our strength to capture her. Understood. Let us depart. Rosen waved his hand, and the group promptly exited, leaving him alone in the room. Hello, is this Zephyr-sensei? What is it, kid? I request the assistance of all naval forces and allied nations within a 500-mile radius centered on Punk Hazard Island to capture Katarina Dupont. Is it her? Zephyr exhaled a puff of smoke, inquiring. When was her presence detected? Just as I returned. I see. Understood. Zephy's voice bore a weighty tone. I will make the necessary contacts. You must also ensure your safety. I will. After hanging up the transponder snail, Rosen gazed out at the inky night, inhaling deeply before closing his eyes. The following morning, as Rosen awoke, naval soldiers awaited outside his door with toiletries in hand. Commander, breakfast is ready. Would you like hot water? Rosen rubbed his temples. No need. He glanced towards the distant island. What is that place? Punk Hazard Island. Rosen nodded, stepping out of the cabin as the refreshing sea breeze met him, prompting an involuntary sigh. Inform me immediately upon receiving any intelligence, Rosen stated coolly. Yes. After breakfast, Rosen stood on the deck, quietly gazing at the distant horizon until dawn broke and the sun ascended. This woman is quite ruthless. Rosen mused, stroking his chin as he examined the intelligence in hand, his eyes glinting with a cold light, though he was not well acquainted with Katarina Dupont's capabilities. Her audacity to infiltrate such a heavily fortified naval perimeter and escape unscathed was a testament to her prowess. To confront such an individual, one must strike swiftly. Rosen muttered to himself, once the decision to act is made, there is no need for hesitation. Let us eliminate her directly, casting his gaze upon the shimmering sea. A peculiar smile graced Rosen's face. Let us see your true strength, Katarina Dupont, he murmured. I hope you do not disappoint me. Chapter 38. The operation commences soon. Reports from the world government's espionage network and intelligence operatives indicated that Katarina Dupont had surfaced in the Jersen archipelago. They have engaged. Rosen's brow furrowed. Indeed, she appeared in the Jersen archipelago and clashed with one of our forces, but she is cunning. Shortly into the skirmish, she seized the chaos to escape. We attempted to trace her whereabouts, but she altered her disguise multiple times during her flight, thus we were unable to ascertain her precise location. Let us proceed to the Jersen archipelago, Rosen declared. I wish to see if this Dupont is truly as formidable as they claim. At that moment, Katarina Dupont had already distanced herself from her previous port of call, stealthily navigating through the woods, with the Navy having sealed off the entire port and commandeered her vessel. She had no choice but to lay low until the commotion subsided. Around the dock, several warships surrounded the area. You lot are insufferable, some villagers cursed angrily. Look at the mess you've made. Silence, a soldier stationed at the dock shouted. What do you know? She is the most notorious female pirate in the world, Katarina Dupont. I don't care who she is, another villager retorted loudly. You destroyed my home. This is not our concern. We are merely following orders. The soldier replied, if you have grievances, file a complaint. Hearing the soldier's words, the villagers angrily retreated to the side, where they were joined by the likes of Weasel and Strawberry. What do you think? Weasel inquired. I believe we should secure this place and control the dock. Strawberry suggested. I concur. Weasel nodded in agreement. Furthermore, Katarina Dupont should still be ensconced within the Jersen archipelago. We have no other choice. As the two deliberated on how to thwart Katarina Dupont, a commotion erupted outside, indicating a dispute had arisen. What is happening? Weasel asked the surrounding soldiers. It's the island's villagers. Rosen felt a headache coming on. Confronted with so many complaints, this matter was evidently not easily resolvable. You must compensate us. Indeed, you destroyed our homes. Several villagers shouted, quickly garnering the support of others. With a helpless sigh, Rosen replied, rest assured, we shall take responsibility for your losses. But for now, please remain quiet, or I will be compelled to resort to force, I assure you. Upon hearing Rosen's words, the villagers fell silent. First, I must clarify, our objective is to capture Katarina Dupont. As for you, we shall not inflict harm, Rosen stated. Moreover, I require your cooperation. Humph, don't think your handsome looks can deceive us, the villagers clamored, their voices overlapping. Rosen raised a hand, signaling for calm. All right. Since you insist, I am left with no choice. However, I hope you can trust us. After all, we do not wish for you to be embroiled in this. Rosen continued to persuade. We currently need your assistance. Will you comply? Though Rosen spoke earnestly, the villagers remained skeptical, for their impression of this naval force was far from favorable. Weasel and Strawberry emerged from the tent, addressing the villagers. Greetings, Strawberry began. What troubles you? We merely wish to inquire. An elder hesitated. Can you truly capture Katarina Dupont? We will certainly apprehend her. Rosen grinned. Just wait and see. What should we do in the meantime? The elder pressed. Simply follow us. We will inform you of the next steps. Rosen replied, beckoning nearby soldiers. Please assist in arranging these villagers. Understood. Vice Admiral, you can rest assured. The soldier promptly responded, leave this matter to us. Rosen turned to face the Weasel and Strawberry, saying, let us discuss how to proceed with this situation. Very well. Rosen observed the two before him. What is happening? Have you discovered her whereabouts? We noticed the dock area is quite chaotic. Rosen sighed in resignation. Let us set that aside for now. What plans do you have? Major Sakazuki will assist us in capturing her. Strawberry replied that we intend to blockade the port to prevent her escape. Rosen contemplated for a moment. Then let us proceed with this course of action. Rest assured, now that I am here, capturing her will not be an issue. Rosen slightly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a cold smile. Allow me to apprehend her personally. Indeed, Vice Admiral Rosen, across the vast ocean. Sakazuki took the call, his deep voice resonating. What is the situation? Vice Admiral Rosen has arrived. The Weasel replied with a bitter smile. Moreover, he has already begun to take action. Oh, he is moving swiftly. Sakazuki expressed his surprise. Yes, and he has directly charged into the town. The Weasel continued with a resigned chuckle. This works in our favor, as it saves us time. After a brief silence, Sakazuki added, I will not be long in arriving. Understood. After ending the call, Sakazuki sat within the ship's cabin, his expression somewhat peculiar. Rosen truly lives up to his reputation. Chapter 39. Confrontation. Meanwhile, in the dock area, Rosen disembarked with 50 men, utilizing his observation hockey to search for the whereabouts of Katarina Dupont. Yet he could not find any trace of her. Excuse me, where are the government troops? One soldier inquired. They have sealed off the forest area, came the reply. They are using military dogs to track down the woman. Is that so? Rosen frowned. I see. In a certain forest, Dupont, Katarina Dupont. Katarina Dupont raised her head, only to see a man descending from above. You are Katarina Dupont, she observed cautiously. Indeed, Katarina Dupont. Rosen grinned. The Navy, Katarina Dupont instantly realized. To be precise, I am the commander of the G5 base. Rosen replied with a cheerful demeanor. I represent our Navy to invite you to join us and impel down. Katarina Dupont fixed her gaze upon Rosen. And after a moment's hesitation, she suddenly laughed. I see. It is you, Vice Admiral Rosen. Indeed, Rosen nodded. You wouldn't kill me, would you? Katarina Dupont spoke softly, as if guessing. Rosen paused, then shook his head. Not necessarily, though. Have I guessed incorrectly? Katarina Dupont tilted her head at Rosen. No. Rosen waved his finger. It's not that I wouldn't kill you, but rather that we intend to make you wish you were dead before throwing you into impel down. Do you understand? Katarina Dupont raised an eyebrow, seemingly intrigued by Rosen's wicked sense of humor. It must be said, the young Katarina Dupont was an exceptionally beautiful woman. Though she appeared harmless, she was, in fact, an exceedingly dangerous individual. It was precisely this enigma and mystery that piqued Rosen's interest in her. Boom! Katarina Dupont suddenly lunged at Rosen, her rapier thrusting forth with a fierce glint, aimed directly at his face. The terrifying aura emanated from the dagger at her waist, clashing against Katarina Dupont's blade. Clang. Sparks flew. Katarina Dupont's body was forced back 3 steps. Ha ha ha. Rosen couldn't help but laugh. This woman is indeed amusing. Rosen's smile momentarily stunned Katarina Dupont, who then gritted her teeth and exclaimed, damn it. She charged forward once more, swinging her rapier at Rosen. However, in their brief exchange, she quickly realized the extent of Rosen's formidable strength. She could scarcely touch the hem of his clothing. This guy, Katarina Dupont gritted her teeth, forcefully pushing off the ground to leap backwards, evading the downward stroke of Rosen's dagger, just as she regained her footing. An overwhelming force bore down upon her, pinning her to the ground. TSK, Katarina Dupont frowned. What are you doing? Do you only know how to rely on brute force? Heh, do you think I am like you? Enjoying petty tricks, Rosen mocked, lifting his dagger and bringing it down forcefully upon Katarina Dupont, who hastily raised her sword to block. Clang. The crisp sound of metal striking metal resonated, the ground cracking beneath them. Dust scattering in all directions. Humph. Katarina Dupont let out a muffled groan, her body trembling as if in pain. It seems you are not such an impressive opponent after all. Rosen grinned widely, flipping his wrist as he swept his dagger horizontally towards Katarina Dupont. She could not afford to withstand the blow directly and was forced to retreat a few paces. Then, a pistol appeared in Katarina Daipen's hand, and she aimed it at Rosen. Yet he seemed to anticipate her move. Sidestepping her attack with ease, gritting her teeth, Katarina Daipen pulled the trigger again. Bang! This time, the bullet grazed Rosen's ear, penetrating the rock behind him and leaving a deep mark. Rosen chuckled. Is that all you've got? Humph! Katarina Daipen scoffed, continuing to fire. Bang! 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 After a rapid succession of shots, her magazine was emptied. Yet Katarina Daipen showed no signs of stopping, continuing her frantic barrage. Enough! Rosen shouted, his domineering aura erupting, causing Katarina Daipen to lose her balance and tumble to the ground. A wave of sword energy swept through, and though Katarina Daipen remained unscathed thanks to her haki, the muddy ground beside her was left with a gaping fissure several meters wide. Impressive, Katarina Daipen remarked with a smile. You are far more capable than I had anticipated. Rosen shrugged nonchalantly, replying, Do not flatter me, Miss Katarina Daipen. The two warriors' spirits surged, and their figures once again intertwined, shaking the mountains, toppling trees, and scattering the vegetation around them. Boom! A deafening explosion accompanied by a cloud of smoke erupted. When the dust settled, a massive crater nearly 100 meters in diameter marred the landscape. Panting heavily, Katarina Daipen leaned against a tree stump. Drenched in sweat, while Rosen continued his relentless assault with sword energy. This must come to an end, Rosen stated slowly. Indeed, it must, Katarina Daipen replied with a faint smile. Once again, their sword energies clashed, sending shockwaves rippling outward. The gust of wind rustling Katarina Daipen's clothing. Then, an overwhelming force emanated from her, radiating an indomitable power. Swish! Katarina Daipen's body suddenly stiffened, streams of blue-green electricity coursing from her, rapidly enveloping the rapier in her hand. My dear child, do not forget the boastful words you spoke earlier. Katarina Daipen smiled, her expression suddenly turning fierce as arcs of blue-purple electricity surged from the blade. Rosen grinned, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. In the next instant, the blue-purple lightning surged violently, engulfing Katarina Daipen entirely. Crackle! The sound of electric currents resonated loudly in the desolate wilderness. Rosen narrowed his eyes, swinging his dagger forward in a swift arc, his body transforming into a blur as he dashed towards Katarina Daipen. Raging storm. Swish! The dagger cleaved through the air, landing squarely upon Katarina Daipen, sending her flying with a light thud. Rosen did not pursue. Instead, he quietly observed as Katarina Daipen rose to her feet in the distance. Truly astonishing, Katarina Daipen murmured, lifting her gaze to Rosen, her eyes sharpening with intensity. It seems you are indeed a worthy opponent. Rosen smiled noncommittally at her words. I acknowledge your strength, but you must remain here. Chapter 40. Elimination. Katarina Daipen's expression gradually morphed into one of indifference. She stared at Rosen and slowly said, It appears that escape is impossible, no matter what. Indeed, Rosen nodded, cold glints dancing in his eyes. Thus, I advise you to surrender. Enough of your prattling, Navy brat. Katarina Daipen's eyes darkened. In that case, I shall take it upon myself to eliminate you. Her arms suddenly elongated, 5 slender fingers resembling claws lunging towards Rosen's chest. Rosen's body ducked instinctively, narrowly evading this lethal strike. Bang! A tremendous explosion erupted between the two figures, a powerful shockwave uprooting nearby trees and fracturing the ground, causing grains of sand to cascade down. Crack! Following the detonation of the shockwave, the rapier in Katarina Daipen's hand suddenly emitted dazzling arcs of electricity. She then leapt high into the air, sword in hand, and struck down at Rosen. In response, Rosen also sprang into the air, propelling himself off the ground with force, grasping his waist blade tightly, and swung it with great vigor, resulting in a resounding clash between the two weapons. Boom! Another thunderous roar filled the air as the two blades crossed paths, sending Katarina Daipen hurtling backward, crashing heavily into the thicket. Rosen stood firm, gazing at the thicket that had been crushed. He let out a soft sigh and shook his head. It seems I still lack a bit. Although he had not gained a decisive advantage in their earlier confrontation, Rosen felt little despair. Rather, a sense of anticipation arose within him, for he sensed that Katarina Daipen had yet to reveal her trump card. As expected, mere seconds later, Katarina Daipen reappeared in Rosen's line of sight. Albeit somewhat disheveled, a charred wound marred the palm of her right hand, and half of her cheek had swollen, yet her gaze had sharpened, and the aura of death surrounding her intensified. I told you, I will win. Katarina Daipen scoffed disdainfully. Rosen raised an eyebrow, observing her. Is that so? I wonder how long you can endure. Katarina Daipin offered no reply. Instead, lunging directly at Rosen, the distance between them closed rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, their swords were already brushing against each other's garments. Swish! A ripping sound pierced Rosen's ears as Katarina Daipin's clothing suddenly burst apart. Layers of fabric scattered through the air, revealing her snow-white, glimmering skin. Rosen frowned, noticing that her skin bore strange patterns, reminiscent of mercury, shimmering with a faint glow. Katarina Daipin's movements did not falter. Behind her, veins bulged, pulsating ominously, resembling the shape of a fox. Bang! She forcefully stomped down, leaping into the air, and with a clenched fist, she descended upon Rosen with tremendous force. Rosen's pupils contracted. He felt as if he were locked in place, with no means of evasion, leaving him with no choice but to block with his waist blade. Clang! The sharp sound of metal clashing rang out, and an overwhelming force the Marine spoke. Sengoku, reflecting on the unpredictable nature of the Warring States period, pondered for a moment before replying, I understand. You may leave for now. I require some time to think. Sengoku rubbed his temples, then rose from his seat and walked to the window, gazing contemplatively into the distance. With a sigh, he mused that it might be best to have that troublesome lad return as an instructor. Zephyr, I have something to discuss with you. Zephyr expressed his puzzlement upon receiving Sengoku's communication through the transponder snail. That little brat, Lawson, I intend to bring him back and appoint him as a special training instructor at the Navy Academy. Zephyr paused in surprise, then replied, Isn't he a vice admiral stationed at the fortress now? What happened? He's caused a bit of trouble, Sengoku replied, both amused and exasperated. Our Navy must maintain a certain demeanor. Huh? Zephyr scratched his head, somewhat confused by Sengoku's words. Sengoku cleared his throat and succinctly recounted the events that had transpired. After listening, Zephyr stood in stunned silence, eventually shaking his head with a bemused expression. That little rascal. So, what are your thoughts on this matter? Sengoku inquired tentatively. Zephyr hesitated for a moment before responding. In truth, Lawson possesses the capability to fulfill the role of an instructor and has relevant experience. Indeed, Sengoku nodded, well aware of Lawson's abilities. However, we ought to temper the boy's temperament. After all, he inhaled deeply. This is a matter of great importance to the Navy's reputation. Let him come then, Zephyr said slowly. Very well. That night, Lawson emerged from his room, stretching lazily as he gazed at the pitch-black sky, an inexplicable sense of solitude washing over him. The telegram he held slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Bending down to retrieve it, he glanced at the contents. So soon? Lawson muttered. The complaint hotline is truly terrifying. He quietly puffed on his pipe. Lawson exhaled a cloud of smoke, his gaze sharpening considerably. Why not complain about that wretched woman? He murmured, though he felt no fear. He simply wished to avoid unnecessary troubles. Since he was summoned back, he might as well return, for there was little here to hold him. Lawson smiled as he looked towards the distant horizon. Regardless of the outcome, I have done all that I could. A few days later, a warship from headquarters arrived at G5 Fortress, only to depart shortly thereafter. On board, Lawson found himself reminiscing about his early days in the Navy, even yearning for the life he had at the Naval Academy. How nostalgic, Lawson sighed. What? Sakazuki's voice suddenly interrupted him, causing Lawson to startle and turn to find Sakazuki staring intently at him. Why is it always you? Lawson rolled his eyes. I don't enjoy lingering in the office, Sakazuki stated coldly. Lawson shrugged. Well, you know I'm off to Marineford Do, Sakazuki replied nonchalantly, seemingly unconcerned. The three of us can be together again. Hey, Lawson said awkwardly, what do you mean by that? With those thick brows of yours? What? You solitary creature, like a wolf. Wolves are social animals, you know. Lawson retorted promptly. Oh, Sakazuki nodded. Don't you have any other thoughts? Lawson asked. Regarding Sakazuki with a peculiar expression, is it just about hunting pirates? Nothing else on my mind, Sakazuki replied, his expression still impassive. As indifferent as ever, Lawson scoffed, then shifted the topic. What's the situation at headquarters now? I don't know. An abrupt silence enveloped them. After some time, Sakazuki suddenly remarked, You're just a fool. Hey, what do you mean by that? Lawson bristled. Why are you insulting me? What do you think? Sakazuki shot back, casting a glance at Lawson. Do you expect me to praise you? It's your lone wolf behavior that warrants such remarks. Lawson fell silent. Don't be too reckless. Otherwise, you'll inevitably fall into your own traps, Sakazuki warned in a low voice. Understood. Chapter 42. Instructor Lawson found himself bemused, a modern individual reprimanded by a fictional character. Sakazuki disregarded Lawson's presence, leaning back in his chair with his eyes closed, seemingly asleep. Hey. Lawson couldn't help but prod Sakazuki. Sakazuki opened his eyes and glanced at Lawson. What is it? Do you need something? Aren't you worried about me getting into trouble? Lawson asked, puzzled. What trouble could you possibly get into? Sakazuki answered disdainfully, then closed his eyes again. Lawson's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. He felt shame at being mocked by such a rigid NPC. Without further ado, he turned and left. Watching Lawson's retreating figure, a faint smile curled at the corners of Sakazuki's mouth. As if he anticipated something, when Lawson set foot on the land of Marineford, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. The massive fortress loomed over the vast terrain, exuding an imposing aura and a sense of solemnity. Lawson, just as he steadied himself, a familiar voice called out from beside him. Turning towards the sound, he saw Borsellino wearing a mischievous grin. What is up? Why is it just you here to welcome me? Lawson sighed. Borsellino chuckled slightly, tilting his head. You can't say that. You've become quite infamous. Infamous, you say? They lost hundreds of millions of berries. Borsellino teased. Even their benefits are gone. Haha. Lawson grinned widely, surprised by the extent of the losses. Your attitude is quite atrocious, Sakazuki interjected coldly. You wouldn't happen to have a pirate background, would you? TSK? Lawson shot Sakazuki a glare. You, of all people? I'm leaving now, Sakazuki said, looking at Lawson. Good luck. Major Lawson. TCH. At the Navy Academy, in Zephy's office, Zephyr and Lawson exchanged glances. After sipping his tea, Zephyr spoke first. This is your evaluation, though. Not going to say anything? I understand. I will do my best, Lawson replied calmly, his tone resolute. Zephyr snorted lightly. I'll be waiting to see that, Dodo. And don't become too self-absorbed. First, help me train the recruits. By the way, how did you become so exuberant? I never noticed before, Zephyr suddenly inquired with a playful expression. Lawson scratched his head, unable to offer more than a wry smile, recalling how his enthusiasm had inadvertently caused a local mine to collapse. After a few more sips of tea, Zephyr finally stood up. All right, I've said what needed to be said. The rest is up to you. Yes, Teacher Zephyr. Lawson nodded earnestly. All right, I want to see you off. Zephyr waved his hand. I hope you remember my words. Understood. Lawson affirmed. I'll head to report now. Zephyr raised a hand to halt Lawson's words. Yes. Lawson bowed deeply and exited Zephy's office. Once Lawson left, Zephyr set down his cup, regarding his palm with a furrowed brow. This child is far too young. It seems that excessive nurturing is also unwise. Ultimately, he must be given opportunities for growth. On the training grounds of Navy headquarters, Lawson stood on the steps, overseeing the cadets below. Attention, at the sound of the whistle. The Naval Academy cadets stood at attention, lined up neatly, their eager gazes fixed upon the young man at the highest step, ETEs. Lawson raised his right arm and commanded, Report. What are your orders? A young lieutenant rushed up to inquire. You all have performed admirably during this period. Lawson smiled slightly, but there's still room for improvement. Understood. The lieutenant saluted sharply before returning to his position. Next, I will teach you some tactical skills. Lawson announced, for battles are resolved through strategy. Who will be the first to step forward? Lawson asked. I will. Me too. In an instant, the steps were filled with eager naval soldiers, all brimming with enthusiasm, observing the scene. A smile crept across Lawson's face. All right, form a line and come up one at a time. As the cadets approached, Lawson meticulously observed their stances and movements, offering numerous suggestions. Although it was Lawson's first time as an instructor, he was well versed in the art of training. His training approach was straightforward and direct, getting straight to the point. Come. Rosen offered a subtle smile and called out to a naval officer, Come, attack me. Yes. The officer responded and charged forward with fervor. He threw a punch aimed at Rosen's cheek, but Rosen deftly sidestepped, swiftly grasping the officer's arm with one hand while his other clenched into a fist, poised to strike the officer's face. Startled, the officer attempted to dodge, yet Rosen quickly retracted his fist and delivered an elbow strike to the officer's abdomen. There are too many openings, Rosen remarked with a shake of his head. However, such tactics suffice against novices. Against someone like me, they are utterly ineffective. Continue your training. Yes. Chapter 43. A new mission for over a month. Rosen's life at the naval headquarters remained steadfastly routine and monotonous. Save for the occasional drinking session with Sakazuki and Pallusolino, the remainder of his time was devoted entirely to rigorous training. During this period, Rosen's hockey and swordsmanship saw significant improvement. He had reached the level of a general, yet still had a considerable journey ahead to attain the status of a grand swordsman. What is it, Sakazuki? Pallusolino inquired. Observing Sakazuki gazing out the window into the distance. I've heard that your training intensity has increased dramatically lately. Ah. Sakazuki turned to Pallusolino. That Rosen fellow's strength is growing, and I refuse to be outmatched by him. Is that so? Pallusolino raised an eyebrow. I dare say you seem rather intimidated by that young rascal. Ha. Sakazuki turned away, retorting, nonsense, how could I possibly fear him? Indeed. With a creaking sound, the door swung open, and Rosen entered. You two have started drinking without me, he teased. What brings you here? Sakazuki shot a glance at Rosen. You're not looking for trouble again, are you? You scoundrel, Rosen glared at Sakazuki. Hee. Sakazuki grinned. Have your injuries healed? Rosen asked with concern. All healed, Sakazuki replied. Days prior, the two had sparred once more. Although Sakazuki had developed a new application for his devil fruit powers, he still could not withstand Rosen's fierce and cunning attacks. After a fierce battle, Sakazuki ultimately succumbed. If you wish to fight again, I am willing, Sakazuki declared. That I'll prove that my approach is correct. Absolutely correct. Don't be too merciful. Your methods are tarnishing the Navy's reputation. Rosen picked at his nose, wearing a nonchalant expression. Eliminating all pirates across the world, relying solely on the Navy, seems rather improbable, does it not? Sakazuki paused for a moment before replying. Can you guarantee that? If pirates are akin to a disease, then the world government is the patient. A dual approach is essential, Rosen stated flatly. Sakazuki scoffed. You speak as if you possess some profound knowledge. You ought to trust me, Rosen shrugged. As long as you follow my lead, you will eventually become like me. Otherwise, the gap between us will only widen. Sakazuki's face flushed. You bastard, I will not lose to you again. Rosen shrugged, pouring himself a glass of wine and downing it. I am not so easily defeated. Wouldn't you agree? Pallusolino raised his glass and gulped it down, his gaze subtly narrowing upon Rosen's figure. What now? Is there trouble brewing? Nothing of concern? Rosen shook his head, glancing at the bottle of red wine on the table. Suddenly, he laughed. But my appetite has grown considerably. Surely, we can indulge in something else? Sakazuki shot Rosen a disdainful look. Meanwhile, Pallusolino remained nonchalant. Forget it. I can't be bothered with your antics. He waved his hand. We've been in the Navy together for 2 years. Have you nothing fresh to share? Fresh matters. Rosen chuckled. Isn't it enough that I pummeled Sakazuki? You rascal. Sakazuki glared at Rosen. Stop causing trouble, you sly fox. Rosen rubbed his nose, looking at Pallusolino. By the way, if there's a mission, take me along. A mission? Sakazuki furrowed his brow. What mission? You with your bushy eyebrows. I've heard about it. Rosen tilted his head, confirming he had not overlooked anything. Isn't it just transporting goods to Wano? Wano is rich in sea prism stone, an essential material for the Navy. Weapons, handcuffs, prisons, and even on naval ships to guard against Sea King's ambushes all require a substantial amount of sea prism stone. And the resources from Wano account for a significant portion of the world's supply. Reflecting on the later events where Kaido controlled Onigashima and the entire Wano, a peculiar expression crossed Rosen's face. Could it be that Doflamingo was shipping sea prism stone from Wano to sell on the black market to the world government? What's the matter, Rosen? Sakazuki noticed the change in Rosen's expression and inquired. Nothing. May I go? Rosen replied. I'll defer to your judgment. After a few moments of silence, Sakazuki said, You should apply above. To Rosen's surprise, the higher-ups actually approved his request, granting him a spot on a mission to Wano. Well, what luck? Rosen squinted at Sakazuki and Pallusolino, then broke into a smile. Sakazuki shook his head but did not counter Rosen's statement. He would not go against the decisions of the Navy's higher-ups. As for Rosen, although he was aware of his rapid advancement in strength, he had not truly contemplated just how far he had come. This mission to Wano would serve as an opportunity to test his limits. With this thought, a subtle smile crept upon Rosen's lips, and his gaze softened, seemingly eager to meet someone. The three boarded a ship bound for the port of Wano. This vessel held not only the three of them, but also a considerable number of soldiers, with Sakazuki leading the charge. Seemingly sensing Rosen's impure thoughts, Sakazuki coldly remarked, Don't even think about jumping ship. Rosen stared at Sakazuki in astonishment. When did you learn to be prophetic? Humph. Don't even think about escaping, Sakazuki huffed. We won't be docked for long, you little brat, and you needn't ponder anything else. Rosen shrugged helplessly, resigning himself to sitting on the deck and waiting. Rosen. Suddenly, Paulusolino leaned closer to him. Rosen turned to Paulusolino. What is it? Nothing. Just don't act too impulsively. Like you two aren't impulsive. Rosen shot back, rolling his eyes. I'm heading back to the cabin to sleep. With that, Rosen turned and left, leaving Paulusolino looking bewildered. What has gotten into him? Paulusolino muttered. Sakazuki observed the retreating figure with a complex expression. Chapter 44. The transaction. The night passed without incident. Around 6 in the morning, Rosen awoke. The cold sea breeze brushed against his cheeks as he stretched his limbs before stepping outside. Sakazuki's indifferent gaze swept over him. But he remained silent. Can you share something with me? Rosen approached Sakazuki and spoke softly. Sakazuki looked at Rosen. What about? Our mission to Wano. Rosen pressed his lips together. Are we going to the black market to purchase sea prism stone? I anticipate the risks are significant. With the assistance of world government spies, the danger should be manageable, Sakazuki replied calmly. However, we should strive to prevent such materials from falling into the hands of other nations. We're not just going to Wano for sea prism stone. Rosen glanced at Sakazuki. We also require a multitude of craftsmen. After all, no one is more adept at processing sea prism stone than the people of Wano. Sakazuki sighed. But things are different now. Rosen raised an eyebrow, uncertain of what Sakazuki meant. The 100 Beast Pirates control the black market trade in Wano, so if we wish to acquire a substantial amount of sea prism stone, we must procure it directly from Wano. The 100 Beast Pirates, renowned in the New World, were led by Kaido, who was an intern of the Rocks Pirates. He had forged a formidable reputation through sheer strength and ferocity. Few pirate crews could surpass his might, and even bounty hunters found themselves at a disadvantage before him. Isn't it peculiar that a pirate crew can control a nation's black market? Rosen shook his head, lighting a cigarette and taking a drag. Yes, they say a man named Orochi secretly colluded with Kaido, granting him dominion over the black market dough. Rosen exhaled a thick plume of smoke, pondering whether they should deal with this pirate crew. With the three of them present, who could possibly stand in their way? Sakazuki shook his head, stating that their mission was not of that nature. But what if they dare to monopolize the trade of sea stone? Rosen continued. Sakazuki glanced at Rosen, his expression somewhat complex. You have a point. The place we are heading to is indeed a cauldron of chaos. It would be wise for you to avoid stirring trouble. Rest assured, I am not foolish. Rosen shrugged. If necessary, you should discuss this with headquarters. The Navy's vital resources are under the control of pirates. If this continues, the Navy is destined for decline. Rosen's tone was laden with concern. Sakazuki's eyelids twitched slightly. You are correct, but our immediate priority is to secure the sea stone before us. That I will speak with headquarters afterwards. Rosen nodded. If we are indeed permitted to act, how do you intend to proceed? Sakazuki inquired. Naturally, I would infiltrate their ranks. If the opportunity arises, I may lend a hand. Rosen stroked his chin. However, Wano is not a member state of the world government, which complicates our actions. Sakazuki nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, a direct military assault on Wano would likely incite political turmoil, which no one desires to witness. Furthermore, the individuals we are trading with are merely a band of minor pirates. Even approaching the shore poses a significant challenge, let alone entering Wano. Borsalino emerged from the ship's cabin, casting a glance at both Rosen and Sakazuki. Moreover, there are formidable swordsmen present, without an admiral leading the charge. Our chances of success are slim. Upon hearing Borsalino's words, Rosen sighed in resignation. Understood. Due to the warship's disguise, it was virtually indistinguishable from a regular vessel, most critically, with no navy base in proximity to Wano. Should they be discovered by pirates, a swift retreat from the battlefield would be impossible. Thus, their operation must remain clandestine. A commotion arose nearby as a pirate ship approached from the distance. Signal them. Respond accordingly, Sakazuki ordered, his gaze fixed indifferently on the approaching vessel. Several flares cut through the inky darkness of the sea. Shortly thereafter, the pirate ship returned the signal. Very well. Steer towards the nearby island and conduct the trade. Sakazuki instructed in a hushed tone. Understood. Upon reaching the island, Sakazuki assigned Rosen and Borsalino to handle the transaction. Given Sakazuki's disdain for pirates, he designated the task solely to Borsalino and Rosen. Numerous crates filled with berries were unloaded from the warship, while the pirates approached with a substantial quantity of sea stone for exchange. Thank you for your business, Several pirates with handlebar mustaches grinned as they accepted the payment and began counting their berries. Meanwhile, Sakazuki stood on the dock, his distaste for the pirates intensifying as he observed them unloading the crates. Everything checks out. The quality of the sea stone is quite good, a Navy officer responsible for inspection whispered to Borsalino. There are no issues. Borsalino nodded, expressing hope for continued collaboration. Ha ha ha, that is only natural, the pirates chuckled. Now that we have delivered the goods, we shall take our leave. With a slight smile, Rosen replied, let us return. As the group prepared to depart, Rosen turned to meet Sakazuki's icy gaze. Can we leave now? You do not intend to linger here all night, do you? Ah, Sakazuki suppressed a hint of chill, responding lightly. It's nothing. Borsalino shrugged, remarking that Sakazuki certainly harbored a deep disdain for pirates. Indeed, Rosen replied with a smirk. Let us proceed. It would be unwise to linger should something unexpected occur. As they were about to return, a powerful aura swept past them, akin to a mountain pressing down, making it difficult to breathe. It is the beast pirates, Rosen coughed, realizing they had been discovered. The group immediately became vigilant, drawing their swords and adopting a combat stance. You all must return with the sea stone. You cannot assist in this level of conflict, Rosen commanded the Navy personnel behind him. Upon hearing this, the soldiers, who had initially been eager to follow Rosen into battle, now appeared dejected. After all, they were merely ordinary soldiers. Although their strengths varied, they paled in comparison to true powerhouses. Sakazuki approached. Listen to him. This cargo must be safely delivered. Yes, sir. Dark clouds loomed ominously, thickening the sky like a vast net enveloping the heavens. The sea breeze stirred up swirling dust, obscuring their vision. The atmosphere grew grim, resembling an apocalyptic scene. A dragon-shaped figure sliced through the air, hurtling towards Rosen and his companions. Roar! The furious roar shattered the surrounding gravel. Stirring a sandstorm mid-air, thunder rumbled, illuminating the sky momentarily. The newcomer was none other than Kaido. The swirling black clouds blotted out the sun, plunging the entire island into darkness. Surrender the sea stone. Kaido's voice reverberated like thunder. A dragon? The Navy personnel instinctively recoiled at the sight of Kaido's colossal form, their faces paling in terror. How terrifying, Borsalino murmured. Noting the lack of reaction from the individuals below, Kaido scoffed. Heat breath. A massive fireball hurtled towards them. Rosen snorted and swiftly charged towards the fireball. Moonslash. With unmatched sharpness, the moonslash cleaved the flames in twain, continuing forward to carve a deep fissure into the ground. Fong Red Lotus. Sakazuki bellowed, red markings emerging on his arm, followed by several sharp teeth sprouting forth. A colossal burst of magma erupted in the air, igniting a sea of flames, yet Kaido remained unscathed amidst the inferno. Impressive, Borsalino marveled, though it likely won't affect him. The searing magma failed to harm Kaido. He stomped down, transforming into a shadow that lunged at them. Moonslash. A blinding white light flashed, and the fierce sword energy clashed with Kaido. The violent collision generated a powerful shockwave, toppling nearby trees and uprooting the grass, revealing scorched earth. Crack. Rosen's legs sank into the ground, the soil beneath him cracking like a spider's web. Kaido, now in human form and wielding a kanabo, loomed over Rosen, gazing down with disdain. Indeed, you are still too weak, Kaido chuckled. Rosen gritted his teeth, muscles bulging as he braced himself against Kaido's onslaught, delivering a fierce punch to his chest. Kaido roared with laughter. Is this your strength? You dare challenge me? Thunder Bagua. Kaido swung his kanabo down towards Rosen, who quickly dodged and seized the weapon, gripping it tightly before driving his knee into Kaido's abdomen. However, Kaido's defense was formidable. Even after taking the blow, he merely grunted. With his other hand, Kaido grasped the kanabo's shaft and slammed it down, sending Rosen crashing to the ground. What is this? How is his body so resilient? Rosen grimaced in pain. His physical prowess was already formidable within the Navy, yet Kaido's constitution surpassed all expectations, resembling a monster. Kaido grinned wickedly. Do you know what I excel at? What? Rosen inquired. Strength. Kaido snarled, raising his kanabo and channeling all his might downward. Boom! Rosen was driven into the ground, causing a 3-meter-wide crater to form. At that moment, Sakazuki and Borsalino arrived. Fiery magma and a sharp simultaneously struck from both directions, engulfing Kaido. Boom! Kaido grunted, his body slightly bending. Seizing the opportunity, Rosen drew his sword, aiming for Kaido's shoulder. Ha! Kaido laughed maniacally, his right fist swinging towards Rosen's head. Rosen hastily released Kaido, sliding to the side just in time to evade the blow. Boom! Kaido's punch struck the ground, creating a massive crater. Rosen took advantage of this chance, closing in on Kaido and swinging his blade towards his neck. "Get lost!" Kaido roared, slamming his kanabo into the earth. The ground quaked, and a fierce gust of wind erupted, forcing Rosen back. "Ha ha ha! Your attacks have no effect on me," Kaido sneered. "You shall all perish. Do not be so arrogant." Sakazuki let out a furious roar, his presence akin to a volatile volcano, exuding searing magma from every pore. "Great eruption," he bellowed, as the magma erupted violently, surging towards Kaido. "Damnable nature-type fruit user," Kaido cursed in wrath, brandishing his kanabo to meet the oncoming assault. Boom! The fiery explosion scattered the magma surrounding Sakazuki, yet Kaido too bore the brunt of the encounter, his garments scorched and marred with charred marks. "Bastard!" Kaido roared in fury, just as a mocking voice chimed in. "Watch your back!" A laser beam shot in from behind, prompting Kaido to pivot and shatter the beam with a punch. "Who?" he demanded. "Borsellino," he chuckled. "What a terrifying expression you have." Kaido's face twisted with murderous intent. "You seek death." Borsellino merely laughed and swiftly retreated. As Kaido prepared to pursue, a sudden rush of air caught his attention. Bang! He turned to see Rosen leaping towards him, a fierce sword aura aimed directly at him. The young pirate smirked, swinging his kanabo with force, but Rosen deftly dodged, the blade grazing Kaido's nose and leaving a thin line of blood on his cheek. "Bastard!" Kaido hissed, as another swift arc of the sword sliced across his left cheek. Gritting his teeth, Kaido glared icily at Rosen. "You have thoroughly angered me." Sakazuki then struck Kaido's chest with a punch, but Kaido countered with a swing of his kanabo, sending Sakazuki flying. Fortunately, his body had already begun to elementalize, sparing him from grave injury. Observing this, Borsellino dashed in to deliver the finishing blow. Boom! Kaido was propelled backward, crashing heavily into the ground, creating a crater. Struggling to rise, Kaido fixed his gaze on Borsellino. Chapter 46. Fierce Battle. Rosen grinned. "How exhilarating, don't you think?" "Bastard," Kaido spat. "I will certainly kill you all." "How unfortunate," Rosen shrugged. "You probably won't get the chance." Kaido stood, madness flickering across his darkened face. "I will never lose." Rosen smirked coldly. "Is that so? Then come." He raised Zehpyr and lunged at Kaido. His figure moved with the swiftness of lightning, leaving a trail of afterimages on the ground before striking forcefully against Kaido's kanabo. Clang! A resounding clash echoed, sending powerful shockwaves rippling outward. Rosen was knocked back several steps, while Kaido staggered, barely maintaining his footing. Rosen frowned slightly, surprised. That strike, though not full force, had utilized a significant portion of his strength. Kaido's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that his opponent could push him back. "Bastard!" He gritted his teeth, gripping his kanabo tightly. "I don't care who you are. Hand over the sea prism stone, and I may spare your lives." Kaido glared menacingly at Rosen and the others. "Otherwise, I'll ensure you all perish here." Upon hearing Kaido mention the sea prism stone, Rosen's pupils constricted sharply, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. "Humph! Let's see if you dare to act so arrogantly now." Rosen scoffed, his foot lightly tapping the ground, propelling him forward like an arrow ready to strike Kaido. With Zehpyr in hand, he focused all his strength into the blade, preparing for a direct confrontation. However, at that moment, a searing hand clasped Rosen's arm. It was Sakazuki. "Hold on, let me deal with him," Sakazuki said, casting a nonchalant glance at Kaido. Rosen, taken aback, did not expect Sakazuki to offer his assistance. "How will we fight?" He frowned, but before he could fully process it, Akainu yelled, "Erupting magma!" Torrents of magma erupted from within him, swiftly engulfing the entire area. The intense heat compelled Rosen to take a few steps back. Just as Sakazuki lunged forward, "Sakazuki!" Rosen exclaimed. Akainu ignored him, charging straight at Kaido. Unfazed, Kaido met him head-on, their fists colliding with a thunderous boom that sounded like the crack of thunder, the searing air turning the ground crimson, forcing Rosen to stagger back. "You won't die, will you, pirate?" Akainu roared, his eyes bloodshot, magma enveloping his fists, amplifying the already formidable size of his arms. Kaido's fist struck Akainu's with tremendous force, causing Kaido to sway slightly. While Akainu was sent flying several meters back, Kaido bellowed, "Thunder Bagua!" A dazzling surge of electrical energy coursed through him, transforming him into a streak of blue and white lightning as he charged at Akainu. Rosen snorted, swinging Zehpyr with ferocity. Boom! The violent impact rang out, propelling Rosen away, who stumbled forward a few steps upon landing. Humph. Kaido chuckled derisively, raising his kanabo to strike at Rosen. Rosen braced himself with one hand on the ground, twisting in midair to evade the kanabo's assault, then using the momentum to leap upwards, thrusting his sword into Kaido's forehead. Such a formidable physique. Rosen marveled inwardly, surprised that his blade could not pierce Kaido's skin. Kaido grinned, touching the wound on his forehead before shifting his focus to Borsalino, intent on eliminating this bothersome pest first. Yet, at that moment, Rosen leaped in front of Borsalino once again. Kaido sneered, "Since you are so eager to die, I will oblige." He swung his kanabo down towards Rosen's head. Boom! Unexpectedly, it was Kaido who was sent flying, crashing into a tree and then into the ground. Rosen steadied himself, his body swaying slightly before he descended, glancing into the distance where a cloud of dust was slowly drifting away. Cough, cough. Rosen stood, coughing, feeling as though his insides had shifted violently from the previous blow. "Hey," Borsalino asked worriedly. "Are you all right? I won't die." Rosen spat out blood, managing a bitter smile, but it truly hurts. He felt as if his bones were shattered, collapsing weakly onto the ground. Borsalino crouched down to examine Rosen's injuries, his brows furrowing with increasing concern. "You're hurt," he said, observing the wound on Rosen's chest. "We must treat it immediately." "I'm fine." Rosen waved him off. "Don't worry about me." Borsalino hesitated. "Are you sure?" Rosen gasped for breath. "Don't worry. I'm all right." "Well, all right then." Borsalino nodded. Rosen took a deep breath. Striving to regulate his chaotic energy, Kaido rose from the pit, his trembling form appearing perilously unsteady. "Damn it." Kaido's voice was a low rasp, tinged with bitterness, as his blood surged violently within him, nearly causing him to vomit. "You truly are formidable," he glared at Rosen through gritted teeth. "Likewise," Rosen replied with a smile. "Bastard." Kaido leaned on his kanabo, slowly advancing towards Rosen, his face twisted in a menacing grimace. Sakazuki and Borsalino rushed forward, blocking Kaido's path. Kaido shot them a glance, snorting, "Don't get in the way." "Humph," Sakazuki retorted, "you shall not approach Rosen." Kaido, seething with rage, scoffed, "You worthless fool." He swung his kanabo down towards Sakazuki. Sakazuki snorted, "Magnum." His arm instantly swelled and crashed against the kanabo, forcing Kaido to stumble back. "Yasakani no Magatama." Borsalino suddenly appeared beside Kaido, unleashing a barrage of light projectiles that rained down upon him. Boom, 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 boom. Kaido was sent reeling, smoke billowing from his body, appearing utterly wretched. "This won't do," Borsalino stated. "Great eruption," Sakazuki shouted, as scorching magma spewed forth from his hands, crashing into Kaido's form. "Roar." Kaido howled in agony, engulfed by the lava. "Get away." Kaido roared, transforming into his dragon form, his massive tail sweeping out as he soared into the sky. "You bastards!" Kaido bellowed, radiating a fierce red glow as he swiped at Borsalino with his claws. Borsalino snorted, elementalizing his body, transforming into a myriad of starlight that vanished from sight, leaving no trace. "Don't look around." "Kaido," a melodious voice rang out. Kaido snapped his head up, only to see a sword aura hurtling towards him. "Roar." He roared furiously, unleashing a torrent of heat. The searing heat that erupted from his mouth reduced the approaching sword chi to mere nothingness. Chapter 47. Beast Human Form. "You lot, perish," Kaido bellowed, his muscles swelling dramatically, transforming his physique into an imposing figure akin to an iron tower. "Borsalino," he exclaimed in shock, his body immediately lifted off the ground by the force. "Ha ha!" Kaido laughed maniacally, his colossal form twisting in the air, compressing the surrounding atmosphere into a resonating hum. Boom! Borsalino's laser struck Kaido once more, yet it failed to breach his impenetrable skin. "That stings a bit," Kaido uttered with a chilling chuckle, fixating his gaze on Borsalino. "Now, it's my turn," he remarked coldly, slightly bending his body before expelling a crimson golden sphere of light from his mouth. Borsalino's pupils constricted, and he swiftly dodged to a nearby mound. As the ground beneath him crumbled, creating a deep pit ablaze with roaring flames. "That was close." Borsalino wiped the sweat from his brow and glanced at Rosen. Rosen stood up, addressing Kaido. "Has no one ever informed you that a massive body makes one prone to vulnerabilities?" He stretched his limbs, acknowledging a minor injury but otherwise feeling relatively well. "Huh? A mere piece of trash dares to speak of vulnerabilities. Utterly foolish." Kaido laughed heartily. "Is that so?" Rosen squinted, then leapt into action, his curved blade slicing through the air towards Kaido. Upon witnessing Rosen's audacious attack, Kaido sneered and lunged forward to meet him. Boom! A shockwave radiated outward, sending debris scattering in every direction. The prolonged rumble reverberated through the mountain range. As a deep chasm formed beneath Kaido's feet, Rosen's figure blurred in midair, his right leg delivering a fierce kick to Kaido's abdomen, while his left fist struck heavily against Kaido's lower back. Kaido's body was propelled like a cannonball, crashing against the mountainside. Bang! The mountain stirred up a cloud of dust, burying Kaido beneath the earth. He can't possibly be buried alive, can he? Sakazuki wondered aloud. Borsalino replied nonchalantly. He should be fine. Indeed, Kaido emerged from the soil, his entire body caked in dirt yet unscathed. You truly thought me so feeble? Kaido grinned, his body gradually revealing scales as the aura of the black dragon emanated from him. Is this your power? Rosen scoffed, his eyes gleaming with a crimson light. Truly the strongest creature, Rosen murmured, feeling the surge of his own haki coursing through him. Roar! Kaido unleashed a furious roar and charged at Rosen. Thunderbagwa! Moonless slash! Rosen's gaze sharpened, his wrist flicking as his blade swept outward, producing a deafening screech as its keen edge met Kaido's spiked club. Boom! Red-black lightning clashed with silver-blue sword light. The ground trembled with each collision. Rippling waves of energy radiating outward, stirring up layers of dust. Ha ha ha. Rosen was brutally sent flying by Kaido's strike, leaving behind several trails in the air. Cough, cough, cough. He exerted every ounce of strength to stabilize himself. Feeling only slight numbness in his arm, though his chest felt constricted. You scoundrels dared to bury me in mud, Kaido roared, his hair bristling with fury. Meteor volcano. Yada no Kagami. Sakazuki and Borsalino unleashed their ultimate moves once more. Boom. A violent explosion created a massive pit in the ground, while Kaido's form swayed in midair yet remained steadfast. That hurts, you two bastards. Kaido seethed with rage, the red-black glow around him intensifying. Borsalino's expression shifted slightly. Sakazuki, be cautious. What nonsense. Sakazuki shouted, unleashing a torrent of flames. Scorching magma, infused with destructive power, erupted forth as Kaido roared, his body instantaneously engulfed by the molten flow, followed by a cacophony of crackles. You two worthless fools. Kaido cursed vehemently, the lava on his body beginning to recede. Borsalino furrowed his brow. Regardless, it seems he has become even more formidable, Rosen remarked. Borsalino nodded in silence. That moment, Kaido had fully transformed into his beast-human form. Blue scales enveloping his body, sharp horns adorning his head, and thick arms covered in scaled armor. Roar! Kaido bellowed once more, raising his spiked club to strike, this time with accelerated speed, generating a violent wind. Borsalino and Sakazuki exchanged glances before charging forward together. Boom! The terrifying wind blades wreaked havoc on everything in their vicinity, uprooting trees from the ground. Their surroundings had long since morphed into a massive pit. The once lush island now scorched earth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Borsalino gasped for breath. This guy, Rosen said in a low tone, his strength has increased beyond measure. This level is still far from his ultimate state. Borsalino chuckled lightly. Isn't that right? You are indeed strong, but that is where it ends, Kaido retorted coldly. Die. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Kaido vanished from sight, reappearing before Rosen, swinging his spiked club down with ferocity. Rosen hurriedly raised his blade to defend, producing a sharp clang as the wind-laden club sent him hurtling away. Kaido, despite the collision, barreled through several trees without a care, exhilarated, letting out a triumphant howl. This suits me perfectly, ha ha ha. Rosen gritted his teeth, advancing with deliberate steps, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Sakazuki and Borsalino quickly closed in, their faces dark with the same intent. Chapter 48. Retreat. Suddenly, Rosen leapt into the air. His blade glinting with a sharp white light, aimed straight at Kaido. Bastard. Kaido roared, bringing the spiked club up to shield his chest, enduring Rosen's assault. Bang. Amaterasu, Borsalino materialized behind Kaido, slashing his sword towards Kaido's back. Kaido paused, then Sakazuki emerged from beneath Kaido. Inagami. Get lost. Kaido's rage erupted as he violently swung, sending Sakazuki crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. You scoundrels. Is it merely the fear of sea stone that warrants such behavior? Rosen chuckled darkly, advancing once more, wielding his blade, chisel, and striking down with force. Yet Kaido did not flinch, allowing Rosen's blade to strike his shoulder. Thud. Rosen felt the resistance of his blade, only to see a grotesque fang protruding from beneath Kaido's skin. Do you think you can intimidate me? Kaido roared, as Rosen's weapon could no longer penetrate. He pushed forward with all his might, but Chisel felt ensnared as if mired in quicksand, no matter how hard he tried to advance. His body leaned forward instead. Ha! Rosen shouted, propelling himself into the air, a surge of energy igniting. Swish! Ripples danced through the air as Rosen harnessed this momentum to leap higher, spinning twice, raising Chisel high, and cleaving down towards Kaido. Kaido squinted, his right fist tightening as he unleashed a powerful punch, resulting in an explosive sound as the massive fist collided with the long blade, the fierce shockwave radiating outward, causing Rosen to grunt in pain as he retreated rapidly. While Kaido remained unmoved. Ha! Kaido grinned, his legs bending slightly before he unleashed a surge of power, propelling himself like a cannonball towards Rosen. Rosen hastily withdrew his blade to block. Clang! Another deafening sound erupted, and Rosen felt a numbing sensation in his grip, barely managing to hold on. Damn it. Rosen gritted his teeth. Finger gun. Rosen shouted, his left index finger shooting forth a bolt of blue lightning aimed directly at Kaido's forehead. Bang! Kaido's form hesitated briefly, allowing Rosen to capitalize, delivering an elbow strike to Kaido's ribs. Ugh! Kaido grimaced, a pained expression crossing his face. Seizing the opportunity, Rosen spun around, unleashing a wave of sword chi towards Kaido, then retreated a few steps to create distance. Ha! Kaido roared, swinging his spiked club with all his might towards the sword chi Rosen had unleashed. Boom! The two forces collided. Bang! Kaido's body was once again jolted back 2 steps, causing the ground to crack open beneath him. Seizing the opportunity, Borsalino and Sakazuki launched their attacks, flanking him from both sides. Ha! Kaido roared, his muscles tensing as he gripped his kanabo tightly and swung it down forcefully to counter their assault. Great fire! Sakazuki growled, his body ablaze with bubbling magma, which erupted violently from his arm. Borsalino, with a lecherous grin, unleashed a lightning-fast kick that left a deep dent in Kaido's abdomen. Sakazuki's onslaught was the most ferocious, as he relentlessly battered Kaido, as if intending to tear him apart. Boom! Boom! Crack! The ground shattered under the impact, and seawater surged forth from the fissures, engulfing Kaido's feet. In that instant, Rosen lunged towards Kaido, and both their bodies plummeted into the dark abyss along with the rushing seawater. Splash! The seawater, accompanied by bubbles, completely submerged the two figures, leaving only Borsalino and Sakazuki standing there. That was perilous, Sakazuki remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow. Borsalino chuckled wryly. Unfortunately, we are both devil fruit users. We are of no assistance here. So is Kaido, Sakazuki scoffed. That guy, beneath the waves, due to Kaido's status as a devil fruit user, he suffered a significant loss of power, making him somewhat disadvantaged against Rosen, who was enveloped in a full coating of Busashoka haki. However, Rosen found no advantage either. Seeing that Kaido had ceased his movements, Rosen disregarded the situation and surfaced directly, upon witnessing Rosen emerge unscathed from the water. Borsalino breathed a sigh of relief. I'm glad you're all right. I'm fine. Rosen nodded. We need to retreat quickly. If we don't, we're finished. Aren't we going to take him down? Sakazuki furrowed his brow. His body is too tough. My blade is damaged, full of chips. Rosen shook his head. Let us leave first. We've ventured deep into enemy territory. If a battleship transporting sea stone runs into pirates or sea kings, it could spell disaster. Very well, Sakazuki sighed. Though reluctant, he had no choice but to concede. Remaining here would yield no benefits for them. The three utilized the moonwalk technique to soar into the air, swiftly retreating into the distance. Not long after their departure, Kaido's pirates landed, and upon witnessing the devastated dock and the battlefield that resembled ruins, their faces contorted in horror. Where is Lord Kaido? A small minion trembled as he asked. How should I know? You ask me, and I ask who? Hey, what happened to the massive pit in the ground? How would I know? I'm not a Super Saiyan. Don't pin this on me, as they bickered. A thunderous crash resounded, and everyone turned to see a colossal arm emerging from the pit, crashing down onto the ground. Lord Kaido. The crowd was struck with fear, realizing that Kaido had survived. He was nothing short of a monster. Kaido crawled ashore, drenched, his expression furious as he surveyed his subordinates. Pursue them. They've long disappeared. Lord Kaido, a pirate timidly replied. Kaido narrowed his eyes at the pirate. What did you just say? The pirate gulped. We've searched to the best of our abilities, but we simply cannot find that group of pirates. Who provided them with such a large quantity of sea stone in secret? Kaido's voice grew increasingly ominous. I do not know, the pirate whispered. Once I take control of the entire black market, I shall see who dares to oppose me. Chapter 49. Dr. Vegapunk, what is the situation? A deep voice came through the Den Mushi. Admiral Sengoku. Sakazuki answered, taking the din-din mushi. The cargo has been safely evacuated. That is good to hear. Sengoku smiled. What of Rosen? Without his presence, we might not have been able to evacuate safely. Indeed. Upon hearing this, Sengoku's brow furrowed. What happened? The beast pirates have essentially monopolized the sea stone trade. Thus our covert operation has been compromised. Sengoku frowned. As long as you are unharmed, leave the rest to the world government. In this situation, we cannot intervene too deeply. Sakazuki nodded. Understood. All right, you three should head to Punk Hazard Island and meet with Dr. Vegapunk. You should get to know our legendary doctor. Understood. After hanging up, Sakazuki turned to gaze out the window. The weather was dark and overcast, as if rain were imminent. Meanwhile, in another location, Dr. Vegapunk stood in a laboratory, holding several photographs, his eyes glinting with excitement. After several days of sailing, the ship finally docked near the port of Punk Hazard Island. At last, we have arrived. Rosen cleared his throat, feeling unwell from the continuous rain, while the crew displayed signs of fatigue. Fortunately, this situation soon passed, and upon disembarking, they headed straight for Dr. Vegapunk's research facility. Thank you for your efforts, Vegapunk smiled warmly. Contrary to Rosen's expectations, Vegapunk appeared quite talkative. I appreciate your hard work this time. No need for thanks. You have assisted us greatly, Sakazuki replied. And we genuinely require Dr. Vegapunk's help. We hope to resolve our issues swiftly. This is quite simple. Vegapunk patted his chest, a smile adorning his face. We have made significant progress in processing sea stone. At least we can refine it, though it is still rather troublesome. I have faith that the doctor will succeed, Rosen asserted confidently. Vegapunk chuckled. I must thank you as well. When the Ninetails fox, Katarina Devon, was closing in on my island, I was about to retreat. But your swift actions forced her to change course. Otherwise, I am uncertain if my laboratory would have survived. I wasn't even aware of that. Rosen scratched his head and laughed. But at least they are your subordinates. That suffices. Vegapunk smiled before turning to Sakazuki. I shall not keep you any longer. You must be weary. Rest well. Yes, Sakazuki nodded, and then took his leave. Punk Hazard Island was not far from the G1 fortress. It would only take just over half a day to reach. And not only was it close, but it was also surrounded by a multitude of world government spies. Dr. Vegapunk was overseeing a mysterious project, the Science Unit, although it was uncertain when it would be operational. Vegapunk had never abandoned his research and was continually expanding, subtly hinting at breakthroughs. This was also the reason Sengoku had sent Sakazuki and the others here. Tell me, once this item is operational, will the pirates of the world be doomed? Sakazuki chuckled. Perhaps. Borisolino's usual lecherous demeanor momentarily turned serious, but such advanced technology is still in its infancy. Indeed, Rosen yawned, rubbing his eyes, however. Since it is proposed by Dr. Vegapunk, it should be reliable. Once this technology is deployed, the pirates will likely face dire consequences. I eagerly anticipated. Sakazuki chuckled, shaking his head. I wonder when it will be operational. Rosen secretly sighed. It might be 20 years before it could see actual combat. Replacing the 7 warlords would take nearly 30 years, by which time he would be around 50. However, none of this concerned him. As long as he could survive until then, Rosen sighed and stretched lazily. At night, under a sky filled with twinkling stars, Sakazuki sat on the deck, gazing at the night sky, his heart racing with excitement, causing him to clench his fists and slam them against the railing. Be careful not to break the railing, Rosen remarked, staring out at the vast ocean. They are so anxious to call us back. They truly do not regard us as human. Sakazuki's expression darkened. Stop with the nonsense, and get some sleep. I can't sleep. Aren't you tired? Rosen lay back on the deck, his legs draped over the railing, staring up at the sky. You think we can win against the pirates? No. Rosen rolled his eyes. Although I dislike pirates, in their world, there are no absolute victories or defeats. Strength is all that matters. That's nonsense, Sakazuki grumbled. You're too unreliable. Then consider it my nonsense, Rosen shrugged. Don't get too worked up. I am just overly enthusiastic about the mission. Being suddenly made a commander leaves me unsure of how to proceed. Chapter 50. A new era. What time is it? Rosen sat up, his eyes bleary as he realized he had forgotten the current hour. In a few minutes, it will be the year 1494. The new year is about to begin, Sakazuki stated. Time has swiftly flown by, and here we are in the year 1494. Rosen stroked his chin, reflecting on how 3 years have already passed. How nostalgic. Sakazuki gazed at Rosen, inquiring, nostalgic about what? From cadet to general, it has indeed been 3 years. Rosen ignited a cigarette, chuckling lightly. time truly does fly. Sakaski fell silent, recalling his own early days in the Navy when Rosen was merely an unremarkable youth, before he blossomed into the formidable presence he is today. Enough chatter. In a few hours, we must return to G1 Fortress. Sakaski remarked, glancing at his watch. Indeed, it is time to revisit and catch up with the old comrades. Rosen replied with a shrug, pleased that their recent mission had gone smoothly. When Rosen and Sakaski arrived at G1 Fortress, it was around 3 in the morning, yet the fortress remained ablaze with light. Carp stood upon the lookout tower at the port, observing several warships gradually approaching. They have returned, Carp mumbled, as his companion, the Weasel, approached with a grin. Vice Admiral Carp, I have heard about that incident. Carp nodded. That young lad performed admirably. Without him, who knows if they would have made it back safely. Regardless, our plans have commenced. Vice Admiral Carp, indeed. Carp laughed heartily. Let us go and welcome that young man. He has achieved something significant, and we must not neglect him. As they approached the dock, they found Rosen standing at the edge, gazing outwards. Upon seeing them, he feigned surprise. Oh, my lords, what brings you here at such a late hour? Rosen greeted with a cheerful smile. Aren't you here for the same reason? Carp retorted. I've been waiting for you all night. Is that so? Rosen responded, momentarily taken aback. Tonight, it is my watch. Carp chuckled. You've both accomplished so much. I must personally welcome you. With such great achievements, shouldn't we be promoted? Rosen inquired. Carp clapped Rosen on the shoulder. That is indeed the case, but not for you. What? Rosen blinked in disbelief. How could I not be included? We 3 participated in this mission together. You reckless boy. Carp shot him a stern look. I am also just a vice admiral. What? Do you aspire to be an admiral? Never mind. I shall remain a humble vice admiral. I have no great ambitions in life. Rosen shrugged. That is not simply up to you, Carp said, casting a meaningful glance at Rosen. No, you rascal. You aren't plotting any schemes, are you? Of course not. I merely worry about you being taken advantage of. Rosen waved his hand dismissively. Carp scoffed and turned toward the bridge, while Rosen chuckled and followed in his wake. Sakaski walked alongside Borsalino as they headed deeper into the base. Hey, Borsalino, what do you think those two are up to? I have no idea. Such matters elude me. Borsalino yawned. It can't possibly be anything good. Can it? Could you not say something positive? Sakaski rolled his eyes. Borsalino scratched his head. Oh, fine. I suppose they are just chatting. Are you jesting? No. I believe my deduction is quite accurate, Borsalino asserted confidently, though you may not dare to confirm it. I believe we shall receive unexpected rewards. Perhaps tomorrow we shall be vice admirals. Vice admiral, that remains quite far off, Sakaski replied coolly. After all, it will take time. Just look at their expressions. As they conversed, they suddenly halted. Rosen intercepted them. What's the matter? Sakaski inquired. Rosen grinned mischievously. You two are about to become vice admirals. What? Sakaski frowned slightly. Rosen leaned in conspiratorially, lowering his voice. I certainly didn't speak to Vice Admiral Carp for nothing. What did you say? Sakaski pressed. Simply whether you wish to be promoted to Vice Admiral. Rosen replied matter-of-factly. Sakaski's expression turned peculiar. Are you two not interested in becoming Vice Admirals? No way? Rosen's eyes widened. Such a significant event, and you are not interested. This is a historic moment. Ahem. Borsalino cleared his throat. Rosen, what do you mean by a historic moment? Isn't at a historic moment if you both become vice admirals before the new year? Rosen tilted his head. Have I made a mistake? Borsalino shrugged. This news is indeed quite surprising. Enough with the nonsense. What exactly happened? Sakaski asked sternly. Are we truly to be promoted? Yes, Rosen nodded, but I'm not certain when. It shouldn't be long, though. Observing Rosen's distracted demeanor, Sakaski couldn't help but scoff. This can't be real. How could promotions happen so swiftly? Then wouldn't my pace be even quicker? Rosen rolled his eyes. Yet, the speed of these promotions seems utterly exaggerated. Sakaski shook his head. I suspect you're hiding something. Borsalino leaned in. Rosen, if it's as you say, then you must tell us something about Vice Admiral Carp. Do you truly wish to hear? Rosen squinted, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. Of course, the two replied in unison. Well, I must confess, I know nothing. I only know that with greater power comes greater responsibility. Rosen said slowly that I do not care how you both feel now. I hope you will not falter when the time comes. Or rather, you had best pray that we do not have to fight. I do not understand what you are saying, Borsalino frowned. Nor do I, Sakaski scoffed. It's all empty talk. Watching the two depart, Rosen sighed. He would not divulge to them that this year, Roger had set sail from Twin Cape, marking the official dawn of the Age of Pirates. Chapter 51. Influence in the office of the Fleet Admiral. Steelbone Kong regarded Sakaski and Borisolino, his expression serious. Sakaski, Borisolino, congratulations on your promotion to Vice Admiral. Thank you, Admiral. Sakaski nodded in gratitude. However, I must remind you that although you are now Vice Admirals, I expect you to remain vigilant, especially you, Vice Admiral Borisolino. Vice Admirals are the backbone of the Navy, and you must not become complacent. Yes, Admiral, Borisolino affirmed. The reporters from the press presented the two with flowers, congratulations, and, of course, photographs. Sakaski restrained his smile, merely nodding at the camera. While Borisolino waved cheerfully, the Navy spared no effort in this publicity. In addition to celebrating the success of the recent operation, there was also a commendation for Rosen, elevating him to the rank of Vice Admiral for apprehending several significant pirates. This recognition indeed brought Rosen much joy. Yet it also thrust him into the limelight. The foremost swordsman of the new generation, Roger raised an eyebrow at the newspaper in his hand. Rayleigh leaned in curiously. Is he a pirate? No, he is a Navy officer, along with two Vice Admirals in their 20s. Look, they are all quite young, Roger remarked, shaking his head. How interesting. Rayleigh frowned. Isn't the Navy being rather brazen in their actions? Roger glanced at him. It has nothing to do with us. If we encounter them, we can simply deal with them without much effort. Aboard the Whitebeard pirate ship, Edward Newgate silently perused the newspaper, a cup of tea before him, though he felt no desire to drink. Swordsman? Monster? What is the Navy concocting? Edward rubbed his temples, feeling the weight of annoyance. Old man. The door suddenly swung open. Marco entered with a smile, noticing Whitebeard at the table with the newspaper, and quickly approached. What's this? Navy news? Marco exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the paper. Nothing much. Just a bunch of immature kids, Whitebeard replied nonchalantly. They still have a long way to go. At that moment, Carp burst into laughter. Look at that. Who would have thought such excellent newcomers would emerge so quickly? Vice Admiral Tsuru chuckled. What are you laughing at? From now on, Steelbone Kong won't bother me about being promoted to Admiral. Carp grinned. That kid Rosen will surely become an Admiral. As long as he trains diligently, there should be no issue. Do not celebrate too soon. Rosen still has a long way to go, and he is far from reaching his potential. He has indeed achieved remarkable feats, having dealt with numerous troublesome individuals. A faint smile graced his lips. However, it is undeniable that Rosen possesses formidable talent. Given time, he may indeed surpass us. Rosen. That fellow. Sakazuki lamented, his expression clouded with frustration as he gazed at the newspaper in his hands, feeling a tumult of emotions. What's the matter, Sakazuki? It's just that both of us were promoted to Rear Admiral. Yet this guy is on the front page. Does that seem fair? Sakazuki's face was a mask of rage, as if he were ready to unleash his fury upon Rosen. Borisolino quietly patted his shoulder, urging him to remain calm. Sakazuki pulled down his cap and stood up abruptly. Right, don't we have a patrol mission? I must set off immediately to capture a few pirates. Wait for me. Sakazuki and Borisolino hurriedly departed from the naval fortress. Inside the tavern. Kazan, how have you been? Rosen looked at Kazan before him and offered a slight smile. I hear you've also earned the moniker of a monster. Monster? Kazan blinked in surprise, then shrugged nonchalantly. I don't mind being called that, but is it a tradition? Well, sort of. After all, 3 individuals were dubbed monsters in the first batch. Rosen rubbed his nose thoughtfully. You must be preparing to set sail for your training soon. Right? Indeed. In 3 months, we will commence our training. Kazan nodded. How swiftly time passes, Rosen sighed. And you? Kazan inquired. As for me. Rosen winked. I'll simply be assisting teacher Zephyr in managing the school. Upon hearing Rosen's words, Kazan was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly. Surely that can't be the case. You're a Rear Admiral now. After all, it's really no different. Rosen waved his hand dismissively. It's all the same. There's no distinction, he stated. Indeed, there's no difference, Kazan smiled. Ultimately, we shall all leave this place in pursuit of our dreams, Rosen remarked with a smile, and the era of pirates will inevitably come to an end. Then what dream do you harbor? Kazan asked. Rosen squinted slightly. My dream. It's akin to that of the world's strongest man, standing at the pinnacle and basking in glory. Just as Rosen's words fell, a melodious and clear female voice chimed in. I believe you should prioritize your survival instead. A woman clad in a pink coat approached gracefully. Her figure was alluring, and her skin smooth, clearly a beauty. Oh, gasps of surprise echoed through the tavern. Miss Guion. Rosen turned to Guion. What brings you here? I merely wish to express that you ought not to be so overconfident. Guion crossed her arms, looking down upon Rosen. The sea is fraught with complexities. Without the strength of a vice admiral or higher, survival is nearly impossible. What do you think? If you're worried about me, there's no need for concern. Rosen gently shook his head. I have great confidence in my swordsmanship. That's so? Guion scoffed lightly. Then let us wait and see. Rosen shrugged, unfazed. And so, the fourth batch of students challenges instructor Rosen, as he regarded Guion before him. His pupils narrowed for a moment. The female naval officer exuded an air of sharpness. Despite her youth, her presence was indeed formidable. Chapter 52. The female swordsman. On the training ground, the duel between the two swordsmen was marked by sharp, lethal movements. Rosen's eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed, impressive, Guion. Thank you for the compliment, Guion smiled. I have been practicing swordsmanship since childhood. I wonder if your weapon is prepared. Of course. Rosen effortlessly drew the newly acquired blade. Zlu. The blade gleamed with a silvery radiance under the sun. If you intend to use a sword, don't hold back. Instructor Rosen, Guion advised. Oh, that formidable. Rosen raised an eyebrow with a smile. In that case, let us see what you can do. With a light push from his toes, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, charging towards Guion as Zehpyr traced a graceful arc aimed at her neck. A look of seriousness crossed Guion's face as she sidestepped Rosen's strike. Her weapon, Kinbaira, swept towards Rosen's waist. Thanks to his observation hockey, Rosen had anticipated her move. He swiftly shifted to the side. Swoosh! Guion's arm trembled slightly as her form accelerated. Clash! Rosen raised Zelu to block Kinbaira's assault, the two weapons clashing together, sending sparks flying. They exchanged blows, the sound of steel ringing in the air as their combat intensified. The surrounding Marines gasped in awe, astonished by the prowess displayed by Rosen and Guion. Truly, Instructor Rosen is remarkable. Indeed, such speed. Boom, a fierce wind swept through, and their bodies came to an abrupt halt, the justice cloaks billowing dramatically behind them. Accentuating their serious expressions, Rosen squinted, observing the young female naval officer before him, his heart filled with astonishment. No doubt she is a future candidate for the position of Admiral. Yet it would take decades for her to reach such heights. Instructor Rosen, are you all right? Guion inquired, bewildered, as she hadn't anticipated him to be lost in thought. What's that expression? Apologies. Rosen quickly composed himself. Turning to Guion with a radiant smile. I simply haven't encountered someone so intriguing in quite some time. I feel the need to take this seriously, lest I be disappointed. Is that so? Guion gazed at Rosen's beaming face and suddenly burst into laughter. Indeed, Rosen nodded slightly. Therefore, do not hold back. I too hope not to lose too embarrassingly. Guion regarded Rosen intently, her beautiful eyes brimming with excitement. Swish! A flash of cold light suddenly surged forth, hurtling toward Rosen under the gaze of the onlookers. Unyielding, Rosen swung his blade to defend. Clash! Zlu met Kinbaira with a dull thud. Their movements grew increasingly rapid, and soon, a palpable pressure filled the air, making it feel as though breathing had become arduous. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the training ground was filled with two figures darting rapidly. Their movements so swift that they were nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, accompanied by the sound of slicing wind. Moon slash! Rosen shouted, Zelu bursting forth with blinding brilliance, a sword wave aimed directly at Guion's chest. Yet it met with empty air. Guion leapt into the air, her right leg bending, executing a gale kick. Several slashing waves erupted from her feet, forcing Rosen to retreat hastily, the waves crashing down where he had stood moments before. Gale kick. Whirlwind. Guion soared gracefully, her wrist flicking, unleashing multiple slashing waves toward Rosen. Swoosh! Rosen propelled himself backward with a powerful push off the ground. Young lady, it's time to stop playing around and finish this. Rosen said with a grin. Who said I was playing? Instructor Rosen? Guion's gaze turned icy. Sakurazaka, the gleam of Kinbaira flashed, accompanied by a faint red mist and a fierce sword light aimed at Rosen. Such speed! Rosen furrowed his brow, gripping Zelu tightly as he executed a swift sidestep to evade, unleashing a one-sword style. Flying Dragon. The blade of Zelu shimmered with an ominous blue glow. Clang! The blades collided, and Rosen felt the recoil reverberate through his hand, his palm stinging. Your swordsmanship is indeed commendable, but that's a sentiment I wish to express. Instructor Rosen, your swordplay is not quite top tier. Is that so? But what of the hockey? Rosen grinned. Hockey determines one's limits, my dear. Boom. A powerful shockwave erupted. Guion was forced back several steps. Is this hockey? The onlookers were left dumbfounded, marveling at the sheer strength of this man's hockey. While Rosen's sword skills may not be the pinnacle, his mastery of hockey surpassed that of the vast majority. Even at his young age, it seems my control over hockey is rather proficient. Lighting a cigarette, Rosen exhaled a puff of smoke. I didn't use my full strength earlier. I wonder, how long can you last if you unleash your full power? I'm not sure. 0.5 seconds. Perhaps. Chapter 53. The Prelude. Rosen extended 5 fingers, his tone resolute. What? 5. As the countdown commenced, Rosen's figure vanished from sight. Whoosh. Rosen abruptly appeared behind Guion. 4. Guion gracefully countered Rosen's onslaught. However, her reaction ultimately lagged slightly, as the armed color of hockey enveloped Zilu. Cleaving downwards with a fierce intent to kill upon Zehpyr. A crisp clang resounded, causing a sharp sting to the eardrums of all present. Guion's complexion paled, the overwhelming force propelling her away. Rosen smiled faintly. Grasping Guion's wrist and pulling her into his embrace, Guion struggled. Zila deftly unfastened all her defenses, leaning close to her ear and whispering, "Thank you for the lesson." With that, Rosen released his hold. Guion collapsed onto the ground, clutching her arm, and glared at Rosen. "Hey, how could you be so rough with a girl?" she exclaimed, rubbing her shoulder. Is that so? Rosen shrugged. "But I'm a man. There are differences between genders." His voice trailed off at that point. Guion looked at Rosen with disdain. "I admit I cannot defeat you." "You actually admitted it." Rosen gazed at Guion in surprise. "Well, if I admit it, then I admit it. After all, I can't win against you." Guion waved her hand dismissively. "Your name is Rosen, right? I'll remember it." Rosen picked his nose while observing her. "Don't pick your nose. That's disgusting." Rosen shook his head helplessly, since there's nothing more to discuss. "I'll take my leave. It was a pleasure meeting you." Tsh. Rosen turned to leave, leaving Guion standing there muttering to herself. A girl should not be impolite. "You little brat, are you challenging me?" Zephyr stared at Rosen in disbelief. "What do you intend to do?" Isn't challenging a strong opponent the fastest and best way to enhance one's strength?" Zephyr chuckled in amusement. "Let me inform you that you are mistaken." Rosen paused. "Oh, where have I erred?" Zephyr tossed a folder at Rosen. "That if you genuinely wish to grow stronger, you must first learn patience, both towards your enemies and yourself. Besides, I am quite busy. You should seek out Sakazuki instead." "I understand, but I still believe you are more suited to teach me," Rosen replied, clutching the folder, a smile on his face. Zephyr rolled his eyes. "No, I'm far too busy." "Then it shall be as such." "What do you intend to do?" Zephyr eyed Rosen warily. "Nothing much. The teacher is correct. I shall take my leave." Rosen chuckled softly. Achoo! Zephyr, who had just rushed out from the library, suddenly sneezed. He touched the tip of his nose and murmured in confusion, "Could it be someone is thinking of me?" Meanwhile, in a certain maritime locale, Lord Shiki, "Your plan is about to come to fruition." A silver-haired man respectfully bowed his head toward a massive pirate ship. "Indeed," Shiki nodded, "but we require one person." "Who is he?" "You will know in due time." Shiki's lips curled into a slight smile. "Understood, my lord. Once this matter is resolved, you may have me by your side. You have followed me for so long. It is time for you to enjoy wealth and glory. I thank you, my lord." On another front, Sakazuki's fleet. "Open fire." Sakazuki calmly commanded from the deck. Boom! The cannonball tore through the air with a heart-stirring roar, striking towards the distant pirate ship, and in an instant, the sea was sent into a tumultuous upheaval. The pirates aboard the ship, upon sighting such a solitary navy vessel, could not help but close in. "Brothers, take down the navy before us." Charge! The pirates maneuvered several ships towards Sakazuki's fleet, and a fierce clash erupted upon the waves, smoke billowing and flames soaring. Bang! A cannonball struck Sakazuki's vessel, creating a colossal wave that surged several meters high. The soldiers displayed visible fear, anxiously fixating on the pirate ship. Sakazuki's indifferent gaze fell upon the ship. "Do not panic." "Yes." The soldiers gritted their teeth, holding their ground. Bang! Another cannonball fell near the fleet, raising an enormous wave. Sakazuki glanced at the trajectory of the cannonball, furrowing his brow, shedding his gloves, his apathetic gaze rife with disdain. "Meteor volcano." As his words fell, the sky darkened abruptly, as if meteors were about to descend. Boom! Countless fireballs rained down upon the pirate ship, instantly engulfing it. The surrounding seawater rapidly evaporated, giving rise to a mushroom cloud. Cough, cough, cough. "Save me, Mom. I'm going to die." The sounds of despair and pleas filled the ocean. Sakazuki withdrew his gaze, coldly observing the distant horizon. Communications officer. Yes, my lord. The communications officer promptly stepped forward. Notify headquarters. We have annihilated the Tajik pirate fleet and request further instructions. Understood. Also, send a copy to Rosen. Yes. Chapter 54. The calm before the storm. In Rosen's office, a lovely female secretary rushed in with a stack of documents. Vice Admiral Rosen. This is a telegram from Vice Admiral Sakazuki. Oh, Rosen set down his pen. Reaching out to accept the telegram from the secretary, reading it intently. This guy, what is he bragging about? Rosen shook his head. Bemused, he picked up a cup from the table and took a sip of coffee. Casually asking, by the way, how are those individuals faring? They have all awakened and are currently training. Rosen nodded thoughtfully. I see. Yes, Vice Admiral Rosen. He set down the cup, by the way. Inform them that I wish to increase the training intensity for those trainees. Let them discuss it thoroughly and then submit a report for my review. The secretary hesitated for a moment. Vice Admiral Rosen, are you certain? If we increase the training intensity, they might not be able to handle it. She said cautiously. Rosen leaned back in his chair and sighed softly. It's fine. I will arrange it properly. Yes. The secretary nodded and withdrew. Rosen sat in silence, pondering. Recently, he had been assigned a new role by Zephyr as a training supervisor, primarily responsible for overseeing the training of naval cadets and providing suggestions or formulating related regulations. This task, while seemingly straightforward, entailed an overwhelming amount of paperwork, requiring consideration of the students' psychological states, preventing any slackers, and ensuring strict adherence to various regulations, among other responsibilities. The phone rang abruptly, jolting him from his thoughts. Rosen looked up to see the phone on the nearby desk ringing urgently. Hello? He answered. Hello, what's the situation? Zephyr sighed. The workload isn't light, is it? No, I actually quite enjoy this feeling. Haha, I'm glad you're here to help me. Otherwise, this old body of mine wouldn't quite manage. What are you saying? Rosen chuckled. Zephyr-sensei, you should take care to stay active. Sitting in the office can rust your body. You little brat, Zephyr grumbled. I don't need your worry. I've lived half a lifetime. Do I need you to lecture me? Oh, I'm merely concerned about your advancing age. Look at you, still pushing yourself at your age, truly. Stop being so long-winded. I'm hanging up. TCH. Rosen shrugged helplessly, tossing the phone back onto the desk. Honestly, he rubbed his forehead. Gazing out the window, in recent months, Rosen had remained in the office, though occasional mischief from students would arise. Most of his time was consumed by reviewing documents. Suddenly, the door swung open. What's the matter? Vice Admiral Rosen, Vice Admiral Sakazuki has returned. He is back. Yes. Come, lead me to him. Yes. Rosen donned his military uniform and proceeded to the port, where a throng of pirates knelt, their faces etched with fear and despair. You read quite busy, Rosen remarked, eyes wide in surprise. That should be my line. Sakazuki stretched lazily. Isn't it pleasant to be here with Zephyr-sensei? Rosen picked his nose. It's all right. Didn't you do this before? Sakazuki rolled his eyes. You fool. How do you plan to handle this batch of pirates? Rosen glanced at the multitude of pirates, frowning. They're just small fry. Sakazuki shot him a sidelong glance. That's none of your concern. Oh. Rosen tilted his head, looking at the approaching weasel with a smile. You've worked hard this time. The weasel slightly bowed, a smile gracing his lips. Not at all. Not at all. How is your hockey training progressing? Not bad, but I need to solidify it a bit more. The weasel rubbed his nose. But what about you? I'm managing. Rosen raised an eyebrow and chuckled, for he was indeed a seasoned veteran. His dominance escalated swiftly, and he had no trouble dealing with Sakazuki. Sakazuki let out a cold snort, suggesting that one could merely listen to his boasts. Why not give it a try? Rosen quipped. Arching his brow. Never mind. Sakazuki retorted with a grimace. I'm tired and will take my leave now. You can handle the arrangements for these pirates. Very well. After Sakazuki departed, Rosen gazed at his retreating figure. A flicker of profound light crossing his eyes, he turned to the weasel and instructed, You all should rest. I shall take charge here. Understood. Once everyone had dispersed, Rosen looked at the group of pirates with a resigned expression. Confessing, truth be told, I too am inclined to eliminate you, but the Navy cannot arbitrarily take lives. With that, he waved to the station soldiers, commanding them to escort the pirates away for confinement, awaiting their fate. Yes, sir. Moreover, Rosen instructed them to report the situation here to Admiral Steelbone Kong. Yes, sir. Chapter 55, The Battle of Edver in the New World. Previously, Roger had been under the watchful eye of the world government due to his overwhelming prominence. As for the Golden Lion Shiki, he was deemed the Navy's most formidable adversary, self-styled as an admiral and the most ambitious pirate following rocks. Roger, possessing knowledge of historical texts, was aware that these documents contained immense secrets, including ancient weapons. Legend spoke of these ancient weapons' capability to annihilate the world, hence the world government's grave concern over this small, yet significantly threatening force. However, the Golden Lion also recognized Roger's strength and the ancient weapons mentioned in the historical texts, thus deciding to ally with him to jointly govern the world. What? Steelbone Kong's countenance darkened upon hearing the news. Indeed, Admiral, our intelligence agency has confirmed that the Golden Lion desires to form an alliance with Roger. The aid side in resignation. An alliance. Steelbone Kong's expression grew increasingly grim. What are these scoundrels planning? At that moment, Carp burst in. Kong, have you received news about Roger? Ah. You must quickly disseminate the order for full military alert. A major event is impending. Steelbone Kong's demeanor turned serious. Do you comprehend the implications of the Golden Lion wishing to ally with Roger? Carp nodded and swiftly departed. Kong's gaze remained fixated on the contents of the note for a protracted period. Have we finally awaited this day? Steelbone Kong murmured to himself. In the corridor, Carp's new aide, Kazan, hurriedly approached the corner, immediately inquiring, Vice Admiral Carp, are we about to engage with Roger? Ah, Carp laughed heartily, patting Kazan's shoulder. Indeed, we shall be heading out shortly. Carp gestured, cautioning, there's another formidable individual. You must exercise caution. Understood, Kazan replied earnestly. I shall notify the others to prepare. Go on. Go on. Carp waved him off, entering the dock. Upon entering the dock, he encountered Vice Admiral Tsuru. Through. Hee, I hadn't anticipated your involvement as well. Vice Admiral Tsuru cast him a sidelong glance, remarking that the potential alliance of the two most dangerous pirates warranted utmost caution. Rest assured, Carp replied cheerfully, neither of them dares to create too much of a disturbance. Admiral Sengoku. Sengoku's voice rang out. Carp, what are you doing here? Carp turned with a smile. Guess. Sengoku paused. Fool, do not focus solely on Roger. Shiki is formidable as well. Do not underestimate him. I understand. Carp nodded. Do not worry. If it comes to worst, I shall let you take the credit. Ha 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 ha. Sengoku shot him a glare. All right. Carp chuckled heartily. Then spotted Rosen, Sakazuki, and Borsalino approaching. Hey, kids, Carp greeted warmly. Have you been slacking off during this time? Of course not. Rosen replied apathetically, shaking his head. I now feel as though I possess the combat prowess of a vice admiral. As for those two, they are not far behind me. That's good to hear. Carp nodded approvingly. This moment, the entirety of G1 Fortress, except for Admiral Kong and Admiral Zephyr, had mobilized its high-end combat forces, officially commencing an operation to encircle and eliminate the Golden Lion Shiki and Roger. You've worked hard. Children. It's nothing. G2 and G3 fortresses dispatched 5 warships each to assist G1 in this operation. Various intelligence reports flooded in via transponder snail, indicating that the scale of this operation was immense, encompassing the Navy's elite forces. What a grand undertaking, Carp remarked, puffing on his cigar, to dispatch so many warships just to capture them. Vice Admiral Tsuru shook his head, explaining that many more ships were to join this operation, as the Golden Lion had assembled an exceptionally large fleet, bolstered by renowned powerful pirates under his command. Thus, the need for so many personnel. Carp grinned. 20 warships and nearly 10,000 soldiers. If they engage in battle, it will surely be quite entertaining. Carp. Vice Admiral Tsuru frowned at him. Oh, my apologies. Carp quickly apologized. I was merely jesting. The combined might of 2 admirals, 15 vice admirals, and nearly 100 rear admirals could hardly subdue them. Rosen mused as he surveyed the intelligence before him. What manner of monsters are they? Why the sour expression? Sakazuki approached, observing him. Are you worried we might fail? Rosen lifted his gaze to meet him and silently nodded. One might say achieving half of the plan would be remarkable. Sakazuki patted his shoulder reassuringly. Do not be so pessimistic. We have Carp and Admiral Sengoku, and let us not forget you. Rosen raised an eyebrow. We shall emerge victorious, Sakazuki asserted. Trust me. Rosen regarded Sakazuki and suddenly bore a subtle smile. Sakazuki. Rest assured, I will not go easy on them. Rosen narrowed his eyes. After all these years, someone must validate my strength, no? What nonsense are you spouting, you fool? Sakazuki chided with a chuckle. You better not die. You know, since our first batch, many from the second and third batches have perished. You had already proven your excellence back then. Even Kazan is no match for you. Hearing this, Rosen laughed, patting Sakazuki's shoulder. Do not worry. After all these years, I cherish my life more than anyone. You need not fret. If you were to die, I would eliminate all your relatives. Sakazuki growled menacingly. Rosen shrugged helplessly. Please, I have not wronged you. Why do you keep fixating on me? I simply dislike you. Ha ha ha. Rosen laughed, shaking his head. Suddenly, a command echoed over the intercom. All officers above the rank of captain are to assemble in Admiral Sengoku's office. Chapter 56. The curtain rises. Sakazuki, Borsalino, and Rosen disembarked from their warship and directly leapt onto Sengoku's flagship. Carp yawned, chuckling as he approached the three. Well, you all made it. How's your confidence? Rosen rolled his eyes, ignoring Carp, while Sakazuki replied, We are confident. That's good. Carp nodded, however. Do exercise caution. This mission is no simple task. While you are my finest students, Mr. Carp, Rosen suddenly interrupted, speaking earnestly. We are well aware of the daunting nature of this mission. Yet we must uphold a resolve as if our lives depend on it. Carp paused momentarily, then burst into laughter. Well said, Rosen. Sakazuki regarded Rosen with a gaze both profound and resolute. I in this war. We absolutely cannot afford to lose. Sengoku stood by the window, gazing into the distance, his sight traversing through the window to the far-off horizon. Report. Sengoku withdrew his gaze, addressing the throng of vice admirals outside. They all bore grave expressions, their demeanor serious. Sengoku scanned the assembly before stepping forward. Is everyone present? Sengoku inquired. Yes, Admiral. The collective response rang out. Excellent, come on in. Upon entering the cabin, Sengoku surveyed the surroundings, noting the formidable presence of those gathered, which pleased him. For this operation, I trust no further explanation is necessary. Sengoku lightly tapped the table. Your targets are the Golden Lion and Roger. Our vanguard consists of 10,000 men. Sengoku snorted. Moreover, this is the case across all Navy bases in the New World. Upon hearing these words, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply. Such a formidable lineup was sufficient to annihilate any pirate crew. However, we must remain vigilant to prevent any impulsive individuals from making foolish decisions, Sengoku continued. I implore you all to exercise caution. This mission must not fail. Understood. The assembled murmured in unison. Everyone comprehended the gravity of the situation. This operation was of paramount importance. And their adversary was none other than the formidable Shiki, who possessed cataclysmic power. Should this mission falter, opportunities may become exceedingly scarce. Carp, feeling somewhat guilty, rubbed his nose. During battles, he often acted rashly, which explained why Tsuru was reluctant to allow him aboard her ship. Although he recognized his inability to change this detrimental habit, Carp's achievements in battle were undeniable. The pirates they encountered along the way were taken aback by the sheer size of the naval fleet, especially when they laid eyes on the unique warships belonging to Carp, Sengoku, and Tsuru, causing them to flee in panic. Nevertheless, the Navy paid little heed to these minor threats and swiftly made their way toward the waters where Shiki awaited. Report. Sengoku commanded. According to intelligence, Shiki's pirate crew is expected to encounter Roger in the Edver Sea. Any additional news? They intend to force Roger into submission to Shiki. Head Carp's voice rang out. Submit. Roger would never bow to anyone. Silence. Carp. Sengoku admonished sharply, prompting Carp to pout and seal his lips. How far are we? Sengoku inquired, turning his gaze. The vanguard will take at least an hour to arrive. Whose troops are they? The division led by Rear Admiral Rosen. Ah, them. Sengoku paused. Well, their training is relatively advanced. They may prove to be quite beneficial. Don't underestimate that kid Rosen. Carp muttered. He's no ordinary person. His ability to locate opportunities in battle is exceptional. Sengoku furrowed his brow, but chose to remain silent. Rosen stood on the deck, gazing out at the vast ocean, the overcast sky, and the oppressive storm. Seagulls circled around them, flying as if to vent their fury. This season marked the onset of the rainy period. Report. Admiral Sengoku has ordered us to hasten to the Edver Sea, came the voice of the navigator. Rosen nodded in understanding. Borsalino stepped forward. I say, Rosen, do you really think we can win this time? I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? Borsalino's eyes widened. What do you think our chances of winning are? Rosen countered. Borsalino scratched his head. I think we might have a chance, against ordinary pirates. It's absolutely fine. But facing Roger or Shiki, we stand no chance whatsoever, Akainu interjected. Rest assured, Rosen shot him a glance. I dare say we still have a chance. Akainu raised an eyebrow, observing the subtle confidence on Rosen's face. He seemed to grasp something, albeit with a hint of uncertainty. Oh, you mean? Of course, the weather, Rosen replied, discarding his cigarette and quickening his pace. We must reach the Edversea as soon as possible. This battle concerns the future landscape. Yes, Shiki, I refuse your demands. On the turbulent sea, Roger's pirate ship was the first to fire upon Shiki's fleet. Boom! The cannonballs sliced through the air, crashing into the water and erupting into massive plumes of spray. Shiki stood on the foredeck, darkly observing Roger ahead. I told you. You would come to regret this. Men, kill him. Countless cannonballs exploded within Shiki's fleet, flames igniting instantly, dense black smoke enveloping the sky. The pirates screamed in frenzy. Many were injured or drowned beneath the waves, yet even more retaliated with their ship's cannons, plunging both sides into a fierce clash. Boom! A terrifying storm swept across the ocean, towering waves rearing up. Are we unable to approach? Rosen furrowed his brow, glancing ahead. In this condition, we can no longer draw closer unless we wish to sink the ship entirely. The navigator shook his head. In this state, it's utterly impossible to advance unless. He looked up at the sky, where a dark cloud began to coalesce, rumbling thunder and flashing lightning, as if a dragon lurked within the tempest. Boom! A thunderbolt tore across the sky, striking the sea with ferocity, and the dreadful storm suddenly descended, unleashing a torrent of rain the size of hailstones. This was a deluge, an extreme downpour that rendered the navigator unable to control the sailboat, forcing him to watch helplessly as it drifted off course. What shall we do? We must cease our advance. Rosen squinted. We cannot gamble with the lives of the Navy soldiers. Akainu's expression was as grim as the stormy waters. This sudden tempest severely hindered the fleet's operations. Damn it. Chapter 57. The frantic plan. Sengoku frowned at the tempest before him, cursing. Damn this wretched weather. The navigator managed a wry smile. In this weather, even we cannot proceed. Sengoku clenched his fists, peering ahead. Is there no alternative? Surely there must be. At this moment, even this shrewd strategist became agitated. I regret to inform you, should we force our way through, we cannot guarantee what dangers may arise. Even with your strength, you might sustain injuries. The navigator hesitated, glancing at the distant storm. And this is merely the beginning. Carp approached. If that's the case, our operation is likely doomed. It is beyond our control, Sengoku sighed. And who knows how long this rain will last. But I believe there is no need for excessive worry. Carp reassured him, patting his shoulder. Sengoku inhaled deeply, gazing at the still surging waves. Some impetuous vice admirals voiced, in fact, this situation might allow us to annihilate them all at once. Did you not hear? If we force our way through, we may lose all 10,000 of our men here. Some rational vice admirals immediately countered. How can we know without trying? One vice admiral protested. We are not lone heroes. We are a military force. But if we proceed this way, that would be better than total annihilation. Enough! Sengoku barked. Silence. At that moment, a messenger burst in. Admiral, Rear Admiral Rosen is requesting the transfer of one individual. What? Sengoku paused. A transfer. The messenger nodded affirmatively. Sengoku pondered for a moment. Who? Kazan. The messenger replied, lowering his head. Kazan. Sengoku furrowed his brow. Carp was taken aback for a moment. Kazan. Sengoku turned to Carp. What do you think? Carp rubbed his smooth head. That kid's not bad. After a brief hesitation, Sengoku decided, let Kazan go. When Kazan arrived on Rosen's warship, he found Rosen, Akainu, and Borisolino gathered around a table. You're here. Rosen grinned. We were just waiting for you. What are you planning? Kazan raised an eyebrow. Are you intending to confront Shiki directly? I would love to confront him. But, Rosen smirked, in this weather, I have no desire to play life and death with him. Kazan glanced at the increasingly fierce downpour outside, his brow furrowing deeper. How do you plan to get in? I consulted the navigator. Although the storm is severe, we still have an opportunity, Rosen explained. This operation can only be a capture mission, requiring only a few personnel. Then why not call Carp? Because he can't freeze things. Rosen shrugged. The storm may be fierce, but as long as we have a foothold, we can manage. You guys are quite troublesome. Kazan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Haha, but I don't mind lending you a hand. Really? Rosen's eyes widened with excitement. Are you willing to join us? Tell me the specifics. Freeze the surface of the sea. The thicker, the better. And Akainu, I need you to provide a lava pit for warmth and cover. Rosen chuckled. As long as we utilize shave, we can swiftly approach the target. It's the simplest method. Are you sure this will solve the problem? Kazan asked, eyeing the increasingly ferocious rain. Remember, we are monsters, and we are still young. Rosen patted his shoulder. What we need to do is approach the flagship as quickly as possible. That's the only way we stand a chance. Akainu remarked coolly, let's follow orders. Signalman, report the plan. We are commencing action. Under the concealment of the Ice Age and the meteoric volcanic eruptions, they advanced swiftly towards their objective. Despite the terrifying storms rendering their path treacherous, they were fortunate to find a refuge from the raging winds and torrential rain. Upon receiving the news, Sengoku gazed at the report sent by Rosen, exclaiming, these kids. Carp, standing nearby, remarked, those little rascals are truly ingenious. Vice Admiral Tsuru, positioned beside him, wore a rather complex expression. Sengoku inquired, Chief of Staff, what is your take? Indeed, they are the prodigies of the new generation of the Navy, Tsuru replied matter-of-factly, but they are gambling with fate. Yes, they are indeed taking a gamble, Sengoku sighed, hoping for their survival. Meanwhile, Rosen and his companions sought shelter in a lava pit encased in solid ice. Trying to evade the sudden tempest, this storm is rather peculiar, Borsalino sneezed, observing the howling winds rushing past him. Unable to suppress his mutterings, Rosen paid him no mind, choosing instead to find a spot to sit cross-legged. Aren't you worried? Borsalino murmured softly. Not at all. We are nearing our destination, Rosen replied. Using his observation haki, he scanned the surroundings and detected the presence of the golden lion Shiki, who appeared to be in a bit of trouble. Why is his aura so chaotic? Rosen chuckled, realization dawning upon him. What are you laughing at? Kazan asked, exasperated. Let us not forget. We cannot afford any delays. Relax. We want to be held up. Rosen waved dismissively. Once the storm subsided, they pressed onwards. Borsalino, ahead. The golden ship. They intend to rescue the golden lion. Understood. Borsalino replied nonchalantly, Hakashaku. With arms outstretched, he darted into the air using the remnants of the fleet, announcing loudly, Hakashaku no Magatama, in an instant. The entire ship fell within the bombardment zone of Borsalino's assault, the resounding explosions deafening. At that moment, the golden lion had a ship's rudder lodged in his forehead, blood streaming profusely, his chest heaving violently. His face contorted in agony. They are the Navy, he gritted out through clenched teeth. His subordinates were in a state of panic, with some even in tears. Rosen's figure appeared silently. He approached the golden lion and clasped sea-stone handcuffs around his neck. Good day, Mr. Golden Lion. Rosen greeted him with a smile. The golden lion glared coldly at Rosen, recognizing the man from that fateful night. Do not use haki. You cannot kill me. Rosen grinned. Such an attack won't phase me. Save your strength. The golden lion snorted, closing his eyes and leaning back against the deck in silence. Chapter 58. A new beginning. At this moment, he was grievously wounded. Speaking was a struggle. In such a state, any thought of resistance was futile. Kazan held a din mushi, transmitting live updates to Sengoku and Carp. The golden lion is severely injured and unconscious. Carp clicked his tongue. This is quite the spectacle now. Sengoku. Sengoku suppressed his excitement. Inform headquarters of this news. Tsuru shook her head. It will be difficult for them to approach. We shall see. Sengoku sighed. Click. Akainu anchored the ship onto the ice, hoisting Rosen and the others aboard. Ugh, this dreadful weather, Borsalino complained, but it is exhilarating. Should we remove what's on our heads? Borsalino inquired. That would lead to his demise, Rosen replied as the five of them sheltered behind the ship, quietly awaiting the storm's abatement. I wonder where Roger has gone. Akainu sighed. If only we could capture him, that would be. Rosen flinched slightly at his words. Roger was not easily caught, and it seemed he had long since fled. Roger, the golden lion murmured. Where are you? Are you still alive? Finally, the storm subsided, leaving only scattered debris and floating corpses on the surface of the sea. Before long, the sound of naval ships grew closer, gradually coming into view. Carp leaped from the ship to their side, asking, How are things? Well enough. At least we're still alive. Rosen smiled. Who would have thought such a formidable figure would meet such a fate? Carp mused, glancing at the golden lion with the rudder embedded in his forehead. Quickly, secure him aboard. Carp, Sengoku's voice rang out. Understood. Carp chuckled, lifting the golden lion and bringing him back to the ship. Rosen and the others followed aboard. Observing the fallen golden lion as a throng of Navy personnel encircled him. He is not dead, is he? Tsuru approached for a closer look. Not yet. Carp shook his head. The other ships began to retrieve the pirates floating on the surface. and Rosen, Borsellino, and the others joined the cleanup efforts. Meanwhile, the footage was being transmitted to G1 Fortress, where Zephyr and Steelbone Kong watched the images with a sense of astonishment. I didn't expect this. Steelbone Kong remarked. The war ended without a single shot fired. Indeed, Zephyr chuckled lightly. These kids. Steelbone Kong smiled faintly. It's a pity Roger has escaped. Sooner or later, he will fall into our hands. Zephyr stated, it's time to inform the underwater prison. The 6th level has not opened in quite some time. Ha ha ha. Who will it be this time? Meanwhile, at Navy headquarters, the Edver Marine battle achieved unprecedented victory, capturing the pirate Admiral Golden Lion along with numerous pirates. The 4 protagonists of this event received immense honor. Capturing the Golden Lion held significant meaning for the Navy, while for the pirates, it was nearly catastrophic, as the Golden Lion possessed absolute deterrence within the pirate circles. But now, that threat had been neutralized. Well done, Steelbone Kong coughed lightly. You all performed admirably in this battle. Especially you, Rosen. It is our duty. Rosen stood tall in response. Akainu straightened his posture, declaring, we pledge to defend the honor of the Navy with our lives. Your words resonate well with the identity of a Navy soldier. Steelbone Kong nodded, then turned to the silent Kazan and Borsellino. You both did well too, Steelbone Kong acknowledged. Thank you, Admiral, they replied in unison, bowing their heads. Although you have earned accolades this time, do remain vigilant. Pirates do not adhere to mercy, Steelbone Kong advised. Frowning. We are aware, Akainu nodded, casting a glance at Rosen standing nearby. All right, you may go rest now. I in the New World, on a certain island. Captain Roger, the Golden Lion has been captured. Buggy rushed in, flustered. He was caught by the Navy. I know, Roger replied lazily, flipping through the newspaper. Who would have thought that old Shiki would end up in such a predicament? Buggy scoffed. If it weren't for that storm, we'd probably be dead, Captain. Ha ha ha. Luck is also a part of strength, Roger laughed, setting the newspaper aside. However, we must hasten our departure from this island. Buggy nodded, preparing to speak when suddenly his eyes widened. Shanks, he exclaimed, I just heard the news about the Golden Lion. Yes, we are already aware of that. Shanks shrugged. With the rudder in his head, he asked likely beyond saving. Buggy swallowed hard. So that kind of guy just dies like that. What else could it be? Shanks countered. Buggy fell silent, recognizing the Golden Lion as prowess, yet this time he had succumbed to the storm. We are truly fortunate, aren't we? Chapter 59. I have something to announce. Old man. Marco burst in, holding a newspaper. Look at this, old man. Whitebeard took the newspaper, scanning it quickly, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. That guy actually. I can't believe it. Old man. Whitebeard bellowed with hearty laughter. That fellow has finally met his match. He clenched his fist tightly. Is this true? Jozo leaned in, glancing at the newspaper, astonished that the Golden Lion had been captured by the Navy. It seems so, Whitebeard chuckled, but let us not concern ourselves with him. Pirates have their own adventures, and we must focus on our own matters. 3 years hence, the tranquil sea surface shimmered with glistening ripples, as the moonlight cascaded upon the waters, forming a silvery gray radiance. In this new world, an uninhabited isle was ablaze with a fierce fire. In the depths of the night, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed, followed by the exuberant shouts of pirates. A few injured sailors, hidden amidst the dense foliage, gazed sorrowfully at the distant flames, their faces etched with pain and fury. The captain is dead, yet we must not relinquish our resistance. A young sailor gritted his teeth. Has the distress signal been sent? Yes, it has, replied a burly man beside him, but I'm afraid we may not be saved. The enemy is overwhelmingly powerful, the young sailor sighed. If only the captain were alive, perhaps he could have thwarted them. But those civilians, silence, barked the commanding officer. We are the Navy. Even if there is but a sliver of hope, we must seize it. If we do not save the civilians, shall we allow those pirates to doom them? The young sailor fell silent for a moment, finally exhaling a resigned sigh. I understand. It is not too late. The officer patted the young sailor's shoulder and turned to the others. Prepare for battle. Upon hearing this, the group immediately dispersed. In the air, less than 300 meters from the isle, Rosen observed the brightly lit dock. A throng of pirates stood upon it, a dark mass. Goodness, there are so many. Could they be here to celebrate Gold Lion's birthday? Llewellyn murmured as he surveyed the pirates. Hand over all your valuables. A pirate bellowed. You lot. Hey, Rosen strolled towards the pirates, a smile adorning his face. Are you looking for Gold Lion? The pirates paused, turning in unison to face Rosen. Quite the audacity, Rosen remarked with a grin. Gold Lion has just been captured, and you come here to stir trouble. Didn't you read the news before stepping out? Who's this pretty boy? The pirates mocked. You little brat, still wet behind the ears. What do you think you're doing here? I am not a brat, Rosen replied with a detached smile, firmly grasping the iron sword behind him. Since you have come, allow me to send you on a delightful day trip to Impel Down. Humph, just a kid, the pirate sneered, encircling Rosen. I could take on 5 of you. Oh, is that so? Yang Jin provocatively beckoned. You're all so tall. Humph, just a little punk. Let me teach you a lesson. With that, a pirate charged at him, brandishing a knife. Swish, blood sprayed as Rosen effortlessly slashed through the pirate's throat with his iron sword. Crimson droplets stained the blade, falling at his feet. Rosen stepped through the blood, advancing deliberately towards the pirates. You shouldn't have come here at this time, he mused, scratching his head. Suddenly, he leapt into the shaved the astonished gazes of the pirates. Rosen instantaneously appeared among them. His sword swinging, his heads began to roll. Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots erupted, bullets whizzing past. Damn, I was dead on. The pirate who fired cursed under his breath. Rosen smirked coldly, his arm trembling. The light of the sword creating a blur of shadows. Thud, blood splattered as Rosen's blade pierced the chest of the shooter, his pupils dilating as he collapsed to the ground. The remaining pirates stared in wide-eyed disbelief. Where is your captain? Rosen withdrew his sword from the fallen pirate and wiped it clean with a cloth. Bring him out. I wish to have a word, and no matter who you are. Our captain won't waste his breath on you. The pirate lieutenant scoffed, drawing a short dagger from his waist and lunging at Rosen. Heh, not seeing the coffin until you cry, are you? Rosen rolled his eyes, sweeping his right leg and kicking the pirate squarely in the abdomen, sending him tumbling into the sea. I hope I don't have to repeat myself. I made myself perfectly clear, didn't you hear? Rosen surveyed the surrounding pirates. Summon your captain. You bastard. You dare kill our brother. I do not wish to say it again, Rosen replied coldly. I am not here to jest with you. Before his words had fully settled, Rosen vanished from sight. After a series of anguished cries, silence enveloped the area for a prolonged moment. After a while, the pirates trembled, their bodies shaking. Our captain is coming. You refinished. How many billions? Rosen murmured, stroking his chin. What did you say? A pirate inquired. I mean, Rosen shrugged. I'm looking forward to it. The pirates failed to grasp Rosen's intent, but it was no longer necessary. Who killed my beloved subordinate? Suddenly, a man clad in heavy armor, wielding a naginata, approached from the distance. Are you Crick's father? Yang Jin couldn't help but ask upon seeing his attire. Crick's father. The armored man paused momentarily before erupting in furious rage. I am Nyx, captain of the Near Pirates. A bounty of 90 million berries. 90 million? Rosen smacked his lips. What a pity. My life is quite valuable, you see. Nyx grinned menacingly. Many wish for my demise, yet I remain alive. Thus you shall not succeed. No more chatter, let us go. Rosen waved his hand, inviting him to attack. I want you dead. Nyx roared, swinging his naginata fiercely at Yang Jin. Rosen slightly raised his head, his gaze calm as he focused on the naginata. Only extending his left hand when it drew near. Clap. Rosen seized the naginata, holding it firmly in place. You bastard. Nyx struggled vigorously, but found the weapon firmly ensnared within Rosen's grip. Finger gun. Rosen thrust his finger, exploding Nyx's head. The heavy helmet shattered under the blow, crimson blood gushing forth. Hiss. The pirates collectively inhaled sharply, their eyes filled with dread as they beheld Rosen. Rosen smiled broadly. Don't be in such a hurry to flee. I have an announcement to make. Chapter 60, a major event. What is it? A pirate asked, mustering his courage. You are under arrest, Rosen replied with a smile. You have violated the law, and thus, you must face the consequences. As the sound of a steam whistle pierced the air, several warships approached from all directions, surrounding the isle. The voice of the weasel echoed through the loudspeakers. Pirates ahead, surrender immediately or face immediate execution. The shrill alarms, accompanied by the booming of the warships, sent the pirates into a state of utter chaos. Rosen tilted his head slightly, glancing at the fleeing pirates, softly sighing as he raised his sword. A surge of overwhelming energy radiated forth, a silver blade of light sweeping through, causing the pirates to halt in their tracks. The entire island seemingly plunged into silence, their bodies stiffened, standing frozen in place. Rosen reined in his aura, turning to face the quaking pirates. If you wish to live, please surrender your weapons promptly. The sword light then swept across the night sky, bursting forth in a location densely populated with pirates. A rich scent of blood immediately permeating the air. Observing the terrified pirates, Rosen spoke gently. I do not wish to waste time. So, his voice suddenly turned icy. If you do not wish to die now, surrender your weapons immediately. Otherwise, I must personally assist you. How goes the situation on your end? We have dealt with the Admiral of the Marines, Sengoku, Rosen replied flatly. I have already dispatched those captives to impel down. That's good. Sengoku's voice resonated, commanding all fleets to return. The war against the remnants of Gold Lion has come to a complete conclusion. Understood. After hanging up the transponder snail, Rosen sat in silence. A frown etched upon his brow. For nearly 3 years, the pursuit of Gold Lion's remnants and the hunt for Roger had been relentless, filled with tumultuous waves, just when success seemed within reach. Unforeseen obstacles arose, be it storms or large-scale Sea King attacks, depleting countless resources and manpower. Damn it. On the vast ocean of the New World, Sakazuki's face twisted in fury. The officers surrounding him fell silent, none daring to utter a word. Eruption. Sakazuki unleashed a punch, molten magma surging forth to engulf a nearby pirate ship, the roaring flames reflecting upon his fierce visage. Colonel, the operation has concluded. A soldier rushed over to report. Sakazuki furrowed his brow. It's over. Headquarters has ordered our return. The soldier gulped, speaking hesitantly. What? Sakazuki's voice rose sharply. Why? Roger has been captured. The soldier lowered his head and spoke in a hushed tone. Sakazuki stood frozen, his gaze distant and bewildered, as if questioning whether he had misheard something. What? Roger has been captured. The soldier reiterated. The headquarters has ordered us to return immediately. After a long pause, Sakazuki's emotions gradually stabilized. Then let us retreat, he said, closing his eyes and exhaling a deep sigh, his tone tinged with weariness and resignation. By the time they returned to headquarters, several days had passed. Rosen spotted Sakazuki not far away and offered a slight nod before turning to leave. Sakazuki remained rooted to the spot, his expression inscrutable, unaware of the tumultuous thoughts swirling within him. What a lively scene, Borsalino remarked with a yawn as he beheld the spectacle upon his long-awaited return to headquarters. Marveling at the sight before him, over the years, the new generation of vice admirals had grown increasingly formidable, subtly beginning to influence the dynamics of the seas. Consequently, these vice admirals had led their fleets to frequently purge nearby waters of pirates, systematically eradicating them to deter those who might be tempted to act. However, in the year 1498, with the pirate king Roger's surrender, the world government deemed the moment ripe to strike against pirates globally. And indeed, the frequency of pirate activities had noticeably diminished across both the New World and the Grand Line. In the main conference hall, a multitude of high-ranking Navy officials had gathered, with Admiral Sengoku prominently at the forefront. While Fleet Admiral Steelbone Akainu was notably absent, when Rosen, Sakazuki, and others made their entrance, many turned their attention towards them. Rosen scanned the room and noticed Gion making faces behind Crane, unfazed by the gazes upon him. Rosen calmly took his seat alongside Sakazuki. Sengoku cleared his throat to quell the commotion. Are we all present? Surrounding him were Zephyr, Garp, Crane, and others, clearly forming a faction led by Sengoku. I have an important announcement. Roger has been captured. As Sengoku's words echoed in the hall, silence enveloped the room for a brief moment before it erupted into a cacophony of disbelief. Roger has been captured. Is that true? Garp coughed lightly. Indeed, I personally escorted him to impel down. What splendid news, exclaimed a vice admiral. Our efforts have not been in vain. Sengoku nodded slightly. Yes, the greatest source of unrest in this world has been apprehended. However, regarding Roger's trial, we must deliberate further, for his status among pirates holds considerable sway. He rubbed his temples and continued. We must be mindful of the impact of his execution. A fervent Rear Admiral rose. Of course, he must be executed. Indeed, Admiral Sengoku, he is the Pirate King. Executing him would serve as a tremendous deterrent to pirates worldwide. Sengoku turned his gaze towards the silent Rosen. What is your opinion? Rosen stood, calmly stating, I am but a novice in this matter. It is more fitting to heed the wisdom of my esteemed seniors. Sengoku smiled and nodded, then surveyed the room, concluding that the world government's stance was clear. Roger must be executed, and it must be done publicly in Lowtown. Why Lowtown? Borsalino inquired. What if Roger's comrades attempt to rescue? Thus, we must be prepared. Sengoku paused before adding, if we could capture any of Roger's allies, it would be even better. A chilling glint flickered in Sengoku's eyes as he spoke. Chapter 61. The curtain falls on an era at impel down. Within the dim confines of a cell, Roger's expression bore no hint of panic. It is time to depart, Roger, came Carp's voice from outside the door. Roger chuckled softly. Indeed, it is time to go. In that moment, He appeared remarkably composed, resembling not a condemned man, but rather a guest preparing for a grand feast. The two exchanged no words, but upon reaching the prison's entrance, they encountered a throng of naval officers gathered there. "What a grand spectacle," Roger remarked with a mocking tone. "This is all according to the Demon Slayer protocol," Carp shrugged. Roger smirked, raising an eyebrow upon spotting Rosen. "Vice Admiral Rosen, you are here as well." He chuckled. "The Navy's foremost swordsman, quite impressive indeed." Rosen twitched at the corner of his mouth. "Roger, please show some respect." "Respect?" Roger's face took on an odd expression. "The Navy does not require the approval of pirates." Rosen's demeanor grew serious. "Pirates are evil and unworthy of Navy recognition. Once you choose the path of piracy, you can never escape the stain of your crimes." Sakazuki furrowed his brow, interrupting their quarrel. "Enough of this. Let us not waste time. We must proceed." "Ha ha ha." Roger laughed heartily, allowing them to escort him onto the warship bound for the execution site at Logetown. That moment, Logetown was already in a state of mobilization. With armed naval personnel patrolling the streets and numerous plainclothes officers loitering within and around the town. "How long until the fleet escorting Roger arrives?" asked Base Commander Allen, standing by the window of his office. A few cigars clenched in his hand. "At least 3 hours," replied Captain Carlo of the mobile unit. "3 hours, you say?" Allen mused. "With so many notorious pirates flooding in, our strength may not hold out for long." "But we have done our best," Carlo said with a wry smile. He was acutely aware of the precarious situation at hand, yet he felt powerless, merely at the mercy of fate on the warship escorting Roger. He sat in a chair, resting his eyes, surrounded by armed naval soldiers. Despite their fierce and brutal appearances, they subconsciously kept their distance from him, wary of provoking the man. Rosen, with a furrowed brow, gazed anxiously at the sea. As someone who had traversed time, he was eager for the iconic scene of Roger's execution, but he knew that his death would herald the age of great pirates, a dire omen for ordinary folk. "What troubles you?" That soldier seems to wear his displeasure on his face. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, a raucous laughter erupted, and Rosen looked up to see Roger's gentle and radiant smile. "Mind your own business," Rosen shot back. Exasperated. "Oh really?" Roger squinted at him. "Less talk. You're about to die." Rosen coldly glared at Roger. "You better behave. No tricks." Roger grinned mischievously, his gaze filled with mockery. Rosen shouted, "You're just a pirate. What's there to be proud of?" "Hee hee." Roger replied with a chuckle. "Pirates are the freest of all. Indeed, being a pirate does come with its freedoms. But alas, no matter what you do, a pirate remains a pirate, a stain that can never be washed away." Rosen scoffed. "Gag him." As Rosen's words fell, several soldiers pounced on Roger, muffling his mouth with a cloth. With a cacophony of voices, Roger finally set foot on the soil of Logetown, his homeland. Many had gathered spontaneously along the streets to gaze upon the world's most powerful pirate. Roger scanned the crowd with a smile, witnessing fervent admiration and respect reflected in their eyes. Chuckling to himself, he appeared thoroughly pleased with the throng. Accompanied by his captors, Roger made his way to the square of Logetown. Upon his arrival, the once boisterous crowd fell into a profound silence. Even the sound of breathing ceased. Countless eyes fixated on Roger, who, intrigued, regarded them. In his view, these people resembled kindlings, ready to ignite with the slightest spark. Their eyes still ablaze with fervor despite the dreary weather. A multitude of high-ranking naval officials, spies, and government officials observed the execution platform from various vantage points. Their purpose was not only to witness the execution but also to thwart any attempts by Roger's comrades to rescue him. "Pirate King, Gold. Roger, you are sentenced to death." As the judge proclaimed Roger's sentence, the door behind the execution platform creaked open. Accompanied by 2 executioners, Roger ascended the towering platform with a slow, deliberate pace. Kneeling upon the ground, his eyes remained devoid of emotional fluctuation, merely gazing indifferently at the crowd below. Observing the myriad expressions of anger, anticipation, delight, and confusion etched upon the faces of the onlookers, a proud smile once again graced Roger's lips. His indomitable spirit seemingly piercing through the gloom of reign and death. In the hushed square, after a moment of silence, an explosive cheer erupted. "Roger, the Pirate King, where have you hidden your treasure? Is it in the Grand Line? Have you acquired the legendary One Piece?" Roger slightly lifted his head and delivered his famed last words. "Do you desire my treasure? If so, you may have it all. Go seek it. I have placed everything there." Upon hearing Roger's farewell, the judge thundered in fury, "Execute him." Immediately, as the executioner's blade fell, Roger's body was pierced, blood spraying forth and staining the stone beneath the platform. Simultaneously, the crowd erupted into a frenzy, their minds consumed by a singular thought. The long-rumored treasure was real. In a shadowy alley, Rosen's figure flickered into view, ready to ACT today's commanded. Chapter 62. The Red-Nosed One to avert a large-scale military conflict. The Navy dispatched small elite units to establish sentries at strategic locations, while the majority of the sailors remained aboard their ships, effectively sealing off the entire sea area. This time, we must surpass that rascal Rosen, Sakazuki declared, clenching his fist at the soldiers behind him. Though they did not comprehend Sakazuki's obsession with outshining Rosen, they instinctively respected and obeyed the strong, echoing his sentiments. Red-Nosed. Clad in civilian attire, Rosen strolled through a secluded alley, casting his gaze toward a cloaked figure in the distance. Suddenly, that figure instinctively turned around, and upon recognizing the person before him, Rosen was momentarily taken aback. "Hey, who the hell are you?" Buggy shrieked. "Who are you calling Red-Nosed?" Rosen blinked, looking at Buggy. "So it is you, what?" "You know who I am?" Buggy asked, puzzled, but quickly recovered, brandishing his short blade at Rosen. "You're not one of those pirates after my treasure, are you?" Rosen raised an eyebrow. "Indeed, but..." As he reached out to grasp the short blade, an overwhelming aura of haki enveloped the space around them, solidifying the very air. "Ah!" Buggy shrieked, stumbling back a few steps. As a member of Roger's crew, Buggy was quick to react, having experienced much, and Roger had never regarded him as a mere child, imparting lessons along the way. "Who are you?" Buggy demanded, pointing the short blade at Rosen, with a grin. Rosen stepped forward, his entire body soaring into the air, legs bent as he unleashed a series of devastating slashes toward Buggy. Raging foot, slash, Buggy, witnessing this, hastily split himself into multiple clones, evading Rosen's assault, while simultaneously unleashing a sharp explosion as he vanished from sight. "Roar," Rosen growled, his right hand morphing into a claw, swiftly pursuing Buggy's recently vanished form. "You members of Roger's crew, you cannot escape." As his words fell, Rosen delivered a powerful hook to Buggy's jaw, sending him flying. In that instant, Buggy attempted to stabilize himself using the momentum, but Rosen denied him the opportunity, his left fist striking Buggy's chest with a resounding thud. Shattering and caving in his ribcage, Rosen withdrew his hand, droplets of blood trickling from Buggy's mouth, pathetically weak. Listening to Rosen's taunts, Buggy gritted his teeth, raising his gaze to glare at Rosen, his eyes ablaze with fury and murderous intent. "What, are you angry now?" Rosen sneered. "Is this truly the extent of your strength, pitiful pirate?" Buggy's face flushed crimson. He had grown up amidst praise and care, yet now he found himself insulted by Rosen's words, his rage boiling over. "You bastard!" Buggy roared, crossing his arms defensively. "Don't underestimate me." With a furious shout, he hurled his short blade toward Rosen's throat. Rosen smirked derisively, sidestepping effortlessly as the swiftly flying blade whizzed past him. Buggy exclaimed, astonished by how effortlessly Rosen evaded his skilled throw. Coldly regarding Buggy, Rosen leapt, delivering a palm strike to Buggy's abdomen. Buggy was sent hurtling backward, crashing into several refuse bins before finally landing on the ground. "Cough, cough," Buggy gasped, clutching his stomach in pain. The sailors surged forward, snapping stone handcuffs onto Buggy's wrists. Rosen approached slowly, crouching before Buggy. "Is this the level of the crew member of the Pirate King? Gold. Roger? Or are you merely a comic relief?" Buggy's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Rosen, feeling a profound sense of despair wash over him. He understood that he had lost, utterly and decisively. Struggling to lift his head, he asked, "What do you want?" "I'm the Navy. What do you think I can do?" Rosen rolled his eyes, taken back. He was genuinely wary of this future emperor, whose thought processes and luck were uniquely bizarre. Should he grow powerful, it could spell trouble. As for Shank's whereabouts, Rosen had yet to ascertain, but upon hearing the distant sounds of sand and scorching winds, he immediately deduced that Sakazuki was engaged in battle with Crocodile. "As expected of a dog, you certainly found a big fish," Rosen murmured, gazing in that direction. Bound within the prison cart, Buggy observed the unfolding scene in the streets, unable to contain his frustration. "Bastard, let me go." Just as Buggy finished his words, Rosen delivered a punch that knocked him unconscious. "What a chatterbox," Rosen scoffed. "You all take him back. I'm off to assist Sakazuki." "Yes," on his way to support Sakazuki. Rosen suddenly recalled something. Could Buggy's devil fruit ability evade blades and swords imbued with armament haki? Chapter 63. Sand and Lava. Meanwhile, the clash between Sakazuki and Crocodile raged on. Though Crocodile possessed formidable strength, Sakazuki remained unperturbed, his composure intact. "You cannot escape, pirate," Sakazuki intoned gravely. "You would do well to surrender." Crocodile chuckled lightly. Are you suggesting that you alone can subdue me and compel my surrender? Why not test it and see? Sakazuki retorted coolly. Dogtooth Red Lotus. Sakazuki's voice boomed as his arm transformed into lava, coalescing into an enormous canine head that lunged at Crocodile. Sandstorm. Crocodile clapped his hands together, summoning a fierce gale that whipped the ground. The sand swirling chaotically under his command, colliding with the dog head. The clash of energies birthed a violent storm, causing both combatants' garments to flutter wildly. Sakazuki narrowed his eyes, observing Crocodile standing resolutely amidst the tempest. The ground beneath him strewn with sand. A user of the sand fruit. Huh. Sakazuki remarked coldly, not easy to deal with. At that moment, Sakazuki's subordinates had long since retreated from the fray, all bearing injuries. Their combat effectiveness evidently diminished. A mocking smile crept across Crocodile's lips. I trust you now understand your predicament. Navy. Is that so? Sakazuki mused, slightly furrowing his brow. Then let us see. Hellhound. Sakazuki roared, launching himself into the air, simultaneously directing a colossal hand of lava toward Crocodile. Crocodile cackled, a layer of yellow luminescence enveloping his form. The explosive force unleashed a cloud of dust, the center of the dust storm collapsing into a massive crater. Sakazuki landed firmly, and before him, the yellow luminescence gradually dissipated as Crocodile emerged, a faint smile gracing his features, seemingly unscathed. He is still alive, Sakazuki mused, frowning slightly. That last attack should have severely wounded even an equal opponent. Yet Crocodile appeared entirely unharmed, not even a scratch on his skin. Crocodile smirked mockingly. What now? In this state, what do you plan to use to fight me? Do you truly believe I possess only this level of prowess? Sakazuki advanced slowly, the molten lava on his body growing increasingly weighty, and his aura becoming ever more terrifying. He swung a fist, aiming directly at Crocodile's face. Sand waterfall. Crocodile's hands moved swiftly, a torrent of quicksand sweeping in from all directions, enveloping him within its grasp. Utilizing the cover of the quicksand, he narrowly evaded Sakazuki's lethal strike. With a resounding crash, Sakazuki's fist shattered in nearby building, while the quicksand subsequently engulfed him. A smirk appeared on Crocodile's face. Ha ha ha. Foolish little brat, did you truly believe I was trapped? Crack. A sharp sound echoed as a sand spear pierced Sakazuki's body, due to his prior elemental transformation, coupled with the robustness of his physique. This minor injury inflicted no real harm. Do not underestimate the justice of this world. You scoundrel. Sakazuki glared at Crocodile, his expression darkening. Suddenly, a sword-like energy sliced through the air, aiming straight for Crocodile's head. Crocodile's expression shifted slightly as he sidestepped the attack. However, Sakazuki would not grant him a moment's respite, unleashing a powerful punch. Boom, the magma consumed Crocodile entirely, and with a muffled grunt, his form was launched backward, leaving a trail of blood in the air. How could this be? Crocodile wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his expression one of disbelief, utterly unprepared for the sudden turn of events. Hey, Sakazuki, you've encountered quite a formidable opponent, Rosen remarked as he approached, a glint of cunning flashing across his otherwise indifferent demeanor. Is this individual male or female? Rosen's gaze fixated on Crocodile, who stood at around 2 meters tall. His physique well-proportioned and features handsome, though his gloomy demeanor made him appear unapproachable. Are you also a Navy officer? Crocodile stood up, regarding Rosen with wary eyes. And if I am? What of it? Rosen grinned. The gender of this pirate is indeed shrouded in mystery. Enough prattle. Sakazuki bellowed, his body ablaze with molten lava, flames roaring fiercely as a searing heat enveloped him. Pirates are pirates, there is no room for idle chatter. If you must speak, let it be your last words. Great fire blast. Sakazuki roared, as the lava on his arm swelled and then erupted forth, akin to a cannonball, hurtling towards Crocodile. Surrounding structures succumbed to its destructive force. Rushing towards Crocodile in the blink of an eye. Crocodile's pupils dilated as he swiftly transformed into sand. Boom, a deluge of quicksand collapsed beneath Sakazuki's molten hand, but at that moment, Sakazuki sensed a murderous intent approaching from behind. He spun around just in time to see a golden light flash past, aimed directly at his neck. Sakazuki reacted with lightning speed, raising his hand to block the attack, yet his palm was met with deep gashes, blood streaming forth. Your defense is quite commendable, Crocodile remarked, licking his lips, but alas, my hook is laced with potent poison. As he spoke, Rosen turned on a nearby fire hydrant, unleashing a powerful jet of water towards Crocodile. What? Crocodile was caught off guard. Before he could react, the torrent of water crashed upon him, the once loose sand instantly compacting. Crocodile felt his agility diminish significantly, and his skin began to sizzle as if splashed with acid. Sakazuki, I'll assist you up to this, that as well. Rosen let out a sigh of relief. For reasons unknown, his intuition warned him that these three formidable pirate crews were likely to conspire together. Presently, with these three factions temporarily subdued, it would significantly aid in stabilizing the future situation. After all, their lull would reduce the opportunities for novice pirates to interact with them, thus granting Rosen more time to strategize. His mind raced as he contemplated his necessary actions. Although the pirates of the New World were powerful, the bulk of piracy thrived within the Grand Line, a truth that was universally acknowledged. Therefore, as long as the stability of the Grand Line could be ensured, the ambitions of those New World pirates to establish the Four Emperors paradigm 20 years hence would be no easy feat. As time passed, Rosen gradually calmed himself. There was no need to rush. Over 20 years remained, and he could take his time. Gently tapping his forehead, he pondered, if the pirates were to uncover the secrets of the great treasure, would that not elevate them to the status of saviors? What then would become of their political standing? The mere thought of this gave Rosen a headache. The new order of the world could not be permitted to be pinned by pirates. Even if those pirates were indeed true saviors. Suddenly, the ringing of a transponder snail broke the silence. Hello, this is Rosen. He pressed the answer button, and the voice of Sengoku came through. Where are you now? Is there something amiss? Rosen inquired, puzzled. I command you to monitor O'Hara. Sengoku's voice resonated. What? Rosen was taken aback. What was the situation with O'Hara? It is said that scholars from O'Hara have had dealings with Roger, and they appear to possess an extraordinary interest in historical texts. I trust you understand what this implies. I see. Rosen replied. I will send you the information. Do you comprehend? Thank you. After hanging up, Rosen's expression fluctuated, lost in thought for a while before shaking his head. There was too much injustice in this world. Yet what could he do? Gazing up at the clouds above, Rosen sighed deeply. This world was ultimately one of survival of the fittest, and only power remained to change it all. He closed his eyes, then slowly opened them again, fist clenched tightly. Chapter 65, O'Hara, Part 1. At the Navy headquarters. The world government had no intention of letting those who aided Roger go unpunished. Tom from Water 7 lost his freedom, and had it not been for the sea train, he might have faced immediate execution. The island of O'Hara fell under the scrutiny of the world government. As for Roger's wife, Port Asti. Rouge, she was protected by Garp until the birth of Ace. Observing the bustling scene at headquarters, Rosen lowered the brim of his hat and made his way toward Admiral Sengoku's office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Sengoku-san, Rosen has arrived to report. Rosen entered. Sit. Sengoku glanced at him. Are you aware of the situation regarding O'Hara? I am, Admiral Sengoku, Rosen replied in a detached tone. But why has this matter fallen to me? You are the most suitable candidate. I trust you will not decline this assignment. Sengoku said with a smile. I will not. Rosen nodded. I shall do my utmost to fulfill this task. Very well. Sengoku turned his gaze out the window. Roger's influence is immense. The scale and number of pirates continue to grow. If this persists, the world will inevitably collapse. Rosen remained silent. He was no saint, and he somewhat concurred with Sengoku's sentiments. However, he was more focused on how to address the threat posed by the pirates. By the way, will I have any assistance? Rosen inquired. No. Sengoku's voice was indifferent. Your only ally may be CP0. Our navy is merely there to assist them, but I hope you can play a pivotal role in this. And, Rosen frowned. Confidential Special Unit Sword. Sengoku propped his chin on his hand, a knowing smile gracing his face. Upon hearing sword, Rosen's eyes widened, and his expression shifted momentarily before he quickly regained his composure. Understood, he nodded in agreement. Sengoku stood, approached Rosen, and patted him on the shoulder. I have faith in you. Rosen met Sengoku's gaze, his eyes sharp, as if attempting to see through him. Sengoku was indeed a complex individual. On the beach of O'Hara, a black-haired girl sat upon a stone, heavy tomes nestled in her arms, her gaze somewhat vacant. Due to consuming the Hana no Mi, any part of her body could bloom upon any tangible object. Consequently, her peers and the adults around her avoided her like the plague, none daring to approach her. Eventually, she found solace with Dr. Clover and the scholars of O'Hara, who welcomed her into the study of archaeology. Her extraordinary talent led Dr. Clover to believe she was a perfect uncut gem. Dr. Clover noticed Robin's curiosity about historical texts, yet, aware that the investigation of such materials was illegal and could endanger her life, he resolutely forbade her from delving into anything related to history. Disheartened, she sat idly on the beach, lost in thought. Suddenly, Robin froze. A drowning person floated in the distant sea. Her pupils constricted, and she sprang to her feet, rushing toward the victim. Utilizing her fruit's abilities, she quickly rescued the drowning individual. The victim has regained consciousness. Robin breathed a sigh of relief. How are you? She asked urgently. The individual before her was none other than Rosen, who had orchestrated this scene to approach Robin after waiting here for quite some time. I am fine. Rosen shook his head. Though he had escaped danger, he pretended to be weak, lying on the beach, gazing skyward, coughing intermittently, his pallor suggesting great discomfort. Robin hurriedly helped him sit up and offered him her water pouch. Thank you. My name is Rosen. May I ask your surname? He inquired weakly. Oh, my name is Nico. Robin, she replied. Where is this place? O'Hara. Noticing Rosen's pale complexion, Robin continued, You need to rest. Let me take you to the hospital. No need, young lady. I will be fine after a short rest, Rosen replied, shaking his head. I owe you my life. Not at all. I was merely passing by, Robin remarked, her curiosity piqued. What do you do? I am an adventurer, Rosen responded, scratching his nose. An adventurer. Robin's eyes widened. You must have encountered many fascinating experiences. Rosen hesitated, unsure how to respond. Yes, I have traveled to many places. Then you must have met many remarkable figures, Robin asked eagerly. Indeed, Rosen mused for a moment. For instance, a peculiar stone tablet inscribed with ancient text. What? A flicker of surprise crossed Robin's face. What kind of script? It should be an exceedingly ancient script. Rosen vividly described his experiences to Robin. For someone focused on archaeology, his tales undoubtedly sparked her imagination, as if she were glimpsing a new world. Thus, the two quickly became acquainted, and Rosen gradually familiarized himself with O'Hara. Rather than disdain for these scholars driven by their pursuit of truth, he found admiration for their tenacity. These individuals faced their research without fear of hardship, even risking their lives in their quest for knowledge. Sadly, it would not be long before the emergence of the Buster Call would obliterate their dreams. From one perspective, these scholars might appear heroic, yet to the celestial dragons, their existence was nothing short of a calamity. Their values directly opposed those of the celestial dragons, ensuring they would never gain their acceptance, resulting in a grim fate of abandonment or slaughter. For Rosen, the only course of action was to ensure Robin's survival, instead of relying on the Kazuki family from Wano to unravel the mysteries. It was wiser to secure Robin's safety. Chapter 66, O'Hara, Part 2. During his months in O'Hara, Rosen diligently grasped the specific circumstances surrounding the island. Naturally, he reported the scholar's activities truthfully. You've done well. Sengoku's voice came through the transponder snail. Rosen's tone remained indifferent. Thanks to CP0's assistance, I would not have acquired so much evidence without them. Those individuals. Mentioning CP0, Sengoku seemed somewhat apprehensive. You should return quickly. The world government has devised a plan to eradicate O'Hara. When will that be? That remains uncertain. Zhangguo shook his head. The battle orders had yet to be officially issued. However, with Sorrow's disappearance, his position would now be filled by you. Understood. Rosen hung up the phone. He had interacted with Sorrow before and held a certain admiration for this individual who would significantly influence the subsequent history of the Pirate King. Otherwise, Rosen would have to seek collaboration with members of the Kazuki family. But he genuinely lacked the enthusiasm to work with that group. As he stepped out of the woods, the sea breeze greeted him, carrying a salty tang. Rosen surveyed his surroundings, but saw not a single figure. Robin was also nowhere to be found, yet according to the timeline, Sorrow should be on this island. Expanding his observation through Kinbunchika Haki, it enveloped a large portion of the island. Upon sensing Sorrow's location, Rosen proceeded towards him. Having failed to detect Robin's presence, he decided to check on Sorrow first. Hello, who is it? Sorrow asked. Hearing a knock at the door, he opened it to find Rosen standing there. Momentarily stunned, Admiral Sorrow, Rosen greeted, extending his hand with a smile. However, your act of defection has brought shame upon the entire Navy. Is that so? Sorrow lowered his gaze, speaking in a calm tone. I apologize. But you must be aware of what the Navy has been doing for over a year now. For the sake of Roger's son, Rosen sighed softly. You wouldn't dare claim the child is innocent, would you? Of course. Sorrow clenched his fist tightly. You cannot remain here any longer. Rosen smirked. The world government is about to issue an extermination order for O'Hara. I came merely to warn you that you should not linger here. How would you know? Sorrow looked up in surprise at Rosen. You need not know. Suffice it to say, this place has been under surveillance for quite some time. With that, Rosen turned to leave, leaving Sorrow standing there, dazed as he watched Rosen's retreating figure. The extermination order had been officially issued, due to Zhang Guo's inability to attend in person. The task was handed over to the CP organization. Led by Spandam, the headquarters quickly organized 5 vice admirals, numerous seasoned officers, and 10 warships. Their combined might would unleash a catastrophic calamity. The principal participants in this operation included Sakazuki, Rosen, Kazan, and others. The 10 warships sailed forth from headquarters, heading towards O'Hara. Amidst the thunderous bombardment, the buildings of O'Hara were reduced to rubble. Rosen observed as Kazan's figure vanished aboard one of the warships, presumably in search of Sorrow, the Grand Archaeological Museum. The Tree of Knowledge was reduced to ashes under the relentless cannon fire, countless treasures entombed within the ruins. While scholar Dr. Clover perished in the museum, his remains obliterated. Rosen stood on the shore, gazing at the distant figures. Sorrow. Kazan. Robin. Sorrow. Who are they? Robin, trembling with fear, hid behind Sorrow. Robin. Run. Sorrow urged in a low voice. Get away from here. Why do this? Kazan's voice echoed. Why betray the Navy? Betray your beliefs? Hey, I haven't. I know what I'm doing. Don't you think it's profoundly unfair to these scholars? Sorrow seethed. There is no unfairness. They have violated the law. Rosen approached, casting his gaze over Sorrow and then to Robin. You both should leave this place. Kazan's glasses glinted coldly in the flame's light. Admiral Rosen. Do you understand what this means? I do. Rosen swung his sword, and a towering column of water erupted from the distant sea, the accompanying cannonballs exploding in tandem. Rosen's figure vanished eerily from the beach, only to reappear aboard Sakazuki's ship. Who are you? The Marines were startled by Rosen's sudden presence, but quickly recognized him. Admiral Rosen. Who ordered you to fire? Rosen's face hardened. Sakazuki. You are slaughtering the innocent. What are you talking about? Sakazuki barked. What if there are scholars on that ship? I can assure you, there are no scholars. Rosen stated firmly. You must trust my judgment. There are absolutely no scholars there. Then how do you know? Sakazuki scoffed. Kinbunchika haki. Rosen replied with a cold smirk. If I did not have absolute certainty, I would not say so. The look of hesitation crossed Sakazuki's face. Are you sure? Absolutely, Rosen nodded. You rely too heavily on your devil fruit abilities. That's not wise. Sakazuki fell silent, his expression darkening. Though confident in his powers, he understood that he was not invincible, at least not before Rosen. Sakazuki, one must possess wisdom. Relying solely on slaughter will not resolve issues. Do you understand? You scoundrel. Sakazuki roared in anger. How dare you lecture me? Rosen raised an eyebrow. Isn't this a consequence of your own actions? Rosen turned away. I do not wish for a repeat of this incident. With those words, Rosen soared into the sky, heading into the distance, while Sakazuki remained transfixed on the figure of Rosen departing. Observing the now ice-encased Sorrow, Rosen's expression grew complex. You ultimately killed him. It is a matter of stance, Kazan replied coolly. Rosen inhaled deeply, watching Robin fade into the distance. Let us depart. Kazan cleared his throat and patted Rosen's shoulder. As for the future, she will have to rely on herself. Chapter 67. Rear Admiral of the Navy Headquarters. Is that so? Upon hearing Spandam's report, Zhang Guo frowned. Rosen and Sakazuki had a conflict. Not quite. Spandam shrugged. It was merely a verbal spat. We have quietly sunk that suspicious vessel, just to be safe. Zhang Guo waved his hand, signaling him to cease. All right, I am tired. Please take care of yourself. Spandam respectfully exited the room. Exhausted, Zhang Guo sat in his chair, rubbing his temples. Admiral Zhang Guo, a secretary entered. This is a letter from Admiral Rosen. Zhang Guo took the document. Perusing it. He wishes to return to the East Blue? That makes sense. He is from the East Blue. Indeed, the secretary affirmed. What do you think? Shall we make him wait? Zhang Guo closed the document. Nonetheless, let us confer the rank of Rear Admiral upon him early. Codename White Eagle. Understood. I will arrange it promptly. Zhang Guo nodded, waving the secretary away. What is this up to, Rosen? Zhang Guo mused to himself once alone in his office. This lad actually wishes to go there. He stood from his seat, gazing out the window, letting out a sigh. Karp had consistently refused promotion to Admiral, remaining in the Vice Admiral position, yet now Rosen might take over the Admiral's role while this lad wishes to return to the East Blue. After much contemplation, he decided it would be best to seek out Fleet Admiral Kong. Kong was somewhat surprised upon hearing Zhang Guo's words. Rosen. Yes, Zhang Guo replied with a wry smile. How am I to fathom what that boy is plotting? Truly, since he wishes to go, let him go. Your attitude, Zhang Guo remarked helplessly. Things are different now, Kong chuckled. The Navy's talent pool is quite impressive. We have at least 4 candidates for Admiral. Of course. Akainu and Guion also possess that potential. What are you worried about? Zhonghua opened his mouth, but ultimately swallowed his words, clearing his throat to mask his awkwardness. Overall, it is not unacceptable for Rosen to wish to return to the East Blue. Given his strength, I believe it would be more suitable for him to serve as a commander in the first half of the Grand Line. Then what? Let us observe his capabilities and see what he truly intends. By the way, do you wish to assign him a codename? Indeed. Zhonghua responded earnestly. Then assign him a codename. This will facilitate operations. What? Sakazuki's eyes widened in disbelief. Rosen actually has a codename at the G3 base. Upon hearing the news from his officer, Sakazuki was so astonished he nearly crushed the cup in his hand. Indeed, the officer cleared his throat. The headquarters inquired whether you would like to attend his promotion ceremony. Attend? Sakazuki's expression fluctuated. Let him be promoted if he wishes. What purpose would my attendance serve? This. The officer scratched his head. Really? Upon hearing this, Sakazuki fell into silence. As for Rosen, he harbored no substantial ill will towards him. Rather, he acknowledged his talent and abilities. However, as their paths progressed, their relationship grew increasingly complex. Reflecting on days gone by, a faint blush crept across Sakazuki's face. That I suppose I should go then. It would be rather inappropriate not to. He remarked. The aide let out a sigh of relief. Indeed, after receiving a call from Sengoku, Rosen was taken aback. Vice Admiral candidate. He mused, setting the phone down while thoughtfully stroking his chin. Yes, your codename will be White Hawk. Regarding your transfer order, I have conferred with the higher-ups in the Navy and approved your request, Sengoku continued, pausing momentarily. I hope you do not forget your mission. I will not. Rosen replied with a slight nod. I shall not bring shame upon the Navy. Excellent, I have faith in you, Sengoku affirmed, nodding in satisfaction. Tonight at 8 o'clock, your promotion ceremony will be held at headquarters. I hope you can attend. Very well. Rosen agreed. I will be there on time. After hanging up, he took several deep breaths, adhering to protocol to ensure his attire was impeccably arranged before departing his quarters. Upon arriving at the headquarters entrance, Rosen was astonished to find a considerable crowd awaiting him. Scanning the area, he quickly spotted a familiar figured Yo. Garp waved cheerfully at him. Vice Admiral Garp, you are here as well, Rosen exclaimed as he approached. Garp, munching on senbei, mumbled, aha. Rosen chuckled. Shall we head inside? It's not time yet. Garp grinned. Let me introduce you to Guion and Cake. Cake glanced at Rosen briefly, nodding as a greeting. As for Guion, Rosen had encountered her a few years prior. She had only grown more alluring, even in her naval uniform. Hello, Guion said, pursing her lips. Congratulations. Hee, your strength is formidable. It won't be long before you reach my level, Rosen responded with a smile. That is only to be expected. Guion shook her head, but your progress is significantly swifter than mine. Rosen chuckled softly, choosing not to reply. Meanwhile, Sakazuki, Borsalino, and Kazan were also present. After exchanging pleasantries, the venue's doors swung open, and Sengoku, Zephyr, and other senior naval officers gestured for the attendees to enter. Leading everyone into the conference hall, Garp yawned before following suit, and upon encountering Sengoku, he couldn't help but complain. Hey, it's outrageous not to involve me in such a significant event, Sengoku snorted. Isn't it because you went home? My apologies, Sengoku. Garp rubbed his nose. I just had to run back for a moment. Well, Sengoku nodded. Regardless, Rosen now requires your assistance. I understand that. Garp grinned broadly, revealing his teeth. I anticipated this day long. As Rosen observed the familiar faces before him. A surge of excitement welled within him, yet he maintained an air of composure. The purpose of gathering everyone here is primarily for Rosen, Sengoku announced, surveying the room. Firstly, to congratulate him on his promotion to Vice Admiral. And secondly, to wish him great success in his endeavors along the Grand Line. Rosen listened quietly, and once Sengoku concluded, he lifted his gaze to the assembly. Although he was young, his strength and credentials commanded respect, prompting those present to approach him for handshakes. Rosen, congratulations, Zephyr said warmly, standing before him. You will undoubtedly become a competent commander. Thank you, Instructor Zephyr, Rosen replied with a smile. After shaking hands with everyone present, he turned to Sengoku. Sengoku took in the scene, silently marveling at Rosen's depth. Perhaps he truly could make significant achievements on this path. With the Vice Admiral insignia adorning his shoulders, Rosen bowed to all in attendance, proclaiming, Ladies and gentlemen, I, Rosen, shall never betray the Navy. Following the conclusion of his speech, the banquet commenced. Chapter 1. Capturing the Dragon, the ship bound for the Grand Line was about to set sail from the Navy. On the dock, Rosen waved farewell to those who had come to see him off. Do your best, kid. Garp patted Rosen's shoulder. Don't let us down. Rest assured, Rosen grinned. When I return, drinks are on me. All right, Garp laughed heartily. As the military vessel roared to life and the horn blared, Rosen finally boarded the ship destined for the Grand Line. As the ship set sail, Rosen stood on the deck, gazing out at the vast azure ocean, a thrill coursing through him. Although he was uncertain of the progress he would make on this journey, he knew it would all be worthwhile. He would personally shatter the pirate era. After traversing Reverse Mountain and entering the Grand Line, Rosen encountered numerous reckless pirates along the way. However, most were novices, which provided him with a sense of exhilaration in preying upon the weak. Vice Admiral Rosen, we are approaching the Kingdom of Goa, the intelligence officer reminded him. Understood, Rosen nodded. Let us continue forward and seek a safe harbor. The aim of his visit to the Kingdom of Goa was none other than Monkey D. Dragon. The nobles of Goa seemed exceptionally enthusiastic about Rosen's arrival, with numerous officials gathering at the dock to greet him. Welcome, esteemed Vice Admiral Rosen. The king bowed his head, donning a sycophantic smile. If you do not mind, we would be honored to host you at the palace while we arrange your accommodations. However, Rosen did not present himself to their view. Just as the officials began to wonder, Rosen's aide, Colonel Anderson, stepped forward. I sincerely apologize, everyone. Vice Admiral Rosen is unwell and, unfortunately, cannot meet you at this time, Anderson explained with a serious demeanor. However, he has instructed that once he recovers, he will pay you a visit. Shall we send a doctor to examine him? One of them suggested. No need. Anderson shook his head, declining their offer. The Vice Admiral's condition is under our Navy's full responsibility, so you need not trouble yourselves. In that case, we shall not disturb the Vice Admiral during his recovery. The king forced a smile, expressing hope that Rosen would visit the palace once he regained his health. Anderson nodded and subsequently withdrew. After their departure, the nobles of Goa began to murmur amongst themselves. Before long, the crowd at the port dissipated, but rumors of Rosen's illness quickly spread. Meanwhile, atop a small hill in Windmill Village, Rosen's figure abruptly appeared. What a bother, he muttered to himself. Dragon's presence was now visible to the naked eye, and if he delayed any further, Garp would likely leave a lasting impression on Dragon's face with his sandal. Dragon's strength was formidable. Over the past decade, his revolutionary army had spread across more than 100 nations, traversing the seas. Yet, at this age, he still required refinement. Who are you? Dragon turned to face Rosen, his gaze shadowy. Are you of age? Rosen retorted. If so, you should comprehend your responsibilities. What do you mean? Dragon furrowed his brow, finding Rosen's words peculiar yet incomprehensible. To put it simply, Rosen paused, then stated slowly, you should have a preliminary understanding of the world. Thus you ought to engage in your rightful duties. What does that have to do with my age? Dragon scoffed. Moreover, who are you? My name is Rosen. I am well acquainted with your father, Garp. Upon hearing this, Dragon froze momentarily. He was somewhat familiar with Rosen, having heard his name mentioned by his father. What do you want from me? Dragon inquired, his brow furrowing in suspicion. To guide this chaotic world back on course. Rosen declared solemnly. I desire to change this world, and I require your assistance. At least I believe that together, we can expedite the restoration of true peace. Dragon narrowed his eyes slightly. In recent years, he had joined the Navy but ultimately realized that the Navy could not save the world, leading him to resign and establish the new organization, the Revolutionary Army. The Navy cannot save the world. Dragon scoffed. That is because you fail to understand the principle of proximity. Rosen grinned. You lack the methodology. What methodology? The current world requires stability, not turmoil. Radical upheavals benefit only a select few, while the vast majority continue to suffer. What do you intend to do? Dragon glared at Rosen, his fists clenched tightly. Rejoin the Navy. Rosen crossed his arms. You've lost your mind. Long's eyes widened in disbelief. I am not insane. I possess a clearer understanding of the Navy's future than anyone else, he declared. Rosen replied nonchalantly, what you currently lack is resources, and the Navy can provide you with ample support. What resources? Long scoffed. The Navy is hardly a united front. Most critically, the existing scale of the Navy cannot possibly withstand the impending era of grand pirates. Where, then, will the Navy's troops and finances come from? Moreover, the world government encompasses over 170 member nations. Do you truly believe they can be restrained? That is nothing short of a joke. The real issue lies with those who cannot govern their own citizens. Aside from genuine adventurers, how many would willingly embrace the life of a pirate? Most simply seek a convenient excuse and ultimately lose themselves. You seem quite knowledgeable. Long sneered that it is not that I am knowledgeable, but rather that it is an undeniable truth. The uncertainty of an endpoint, particularly in N-Town, is precisely that. The chaos there. I am sure you understand better than I do. Why have you sought me out? Long felt a flicker of uncertainty, yet his inner doubts remained unshaken. Because you are the most suitable candidate, as the son of Vice Admiral Karp. Your strength and resolve should be commendable, Rosen said with a slight smile. So, what do you think? What makes you think I would agree? Simply because you have traveled extensively and understand what those people need and desire. I require such an aid, and I can offer you a platform to showcase your capabilities. How do you intend to achieve that? Through the globalization of trade. Trade. Indeed, this world is awash with seas and countless islands. Unless we unite them, enrich them, and strengthen them, how can we hope to eradicate pirates? Have you ever heard of peaceful evolution? Although Long remained in a state of observation, Rosen was confident that, with his assistance, Long would gradually shift his previously held beliefs and methods. Yet Long's character dictated that he would not easily submit to another's authority. Thus transforming the kingdom of Goya became the most compelling way to prove his capabilities. When Anderson encountered Rosen again, it was already evening. Vice Admiral Rosen, you have finally returned. Anderson appeared quite agitated. You cannot fathom how absurd the rumors about you have become. Rosen merely smirked. It's nothing. Anderson glanced at Long. Who is he? Your assistant. His name is Long, the son of Vice Admiral Karp. Rosen replied. Anderson exclaimed. How can this be? He is the son of Vice Admiral Karp. This hardly seems appropriate. You are a lieutenant colonel at headquarters. He is merely a private now, and previously held the rank of major. With both position and experience beneath yours, why should it not be reasonable? Thank you for your trust, sir. Anderson chuckled, his gaze toward Long filled with admiration. Anderson's imagination was quite vivid, and Rosen did not wish to dwell on this matter further. Will you accompany me to that place tomorrow? Which place? The gray area of the Kingdom of Goya. Chapter 2. Fishing the following day, at the uncertain terminal, Rosen surveyed the clean and orderly uncertain terminal. A slight twitch escaping his lips, King Otluk II was an elderly figure, yet he donned a splendid ceremonial robe, staggering as if he might collapse at any moment. Are you truly all right? Rosen could not suppress his concern. Fear not. I am in good health. The king waved his hand dismissively. Everyone, you should depart from here. We are aware of the burdens placed upon you. It is best to return to the palace and rest. Thank you. But the Navy adheres to its own protocols. I shall personally deliver gifts in the evening. Then I shall gladly oblige. The king laughed heartily. Once the king departed, Rosen exchanged a knowing glance with Long, who immediately understood. Leading Rosen towards the Navy base of the Kingdom of Goya. As they made their way to the Navy base, Rosen wore a grim expression. His movements had evidently been compromised, and he realized he had underestimated the local powers. I trust you have witnessed the bureaucratic tendencies here. Long sighed that it is not only the king. Even other nobles exhibit similar traits. Rosen nodded slightly in agreement. So what do you plan to do now? Long inquired. Naturally, I intend to integrate myself into their midst, Rosen replied with a sly grin. Isn't there a fortress nearby? Establishing headquarters there would be ideal. What do you think? Are you suggesting? Long raised an eyebrow. Indeed, that is precisely what I propose, Rosen affirmed. We will gradually dismantle their clandestine dealings with the pirates. Where do you think their trading locations are most likely to be? Naturally, in town. Long pondered momentarily. That should be the most suitable location for secret transactions. Understood. The Navy base. Vice Admiral Rosen, I am Colonel Obi, the commander of the Goya Kingdom base. It is a pleasure to meet you. Obi hurriedly approached as Rosen drew near. Greetings, Colonel. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Rosen extended his right hand for a handshake. I look forward to relying on your expertise. You are too kind. Obi bowed slightly. Your visit is undoubtedly for. Of course, it is to eradicate pirates. Recently, the number of pirates in the East Sea has surged alarmingly, and their strength has significantly increased. Rosen shrugged. These fellows must be yearning for a short life, forsaking honest living to become pirates. I see, Obi exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. Thus, I wish to establish a temporary headquarters here. I hope you will not find it inconvenient. Not at all. We would welcome it. Obi replied, his enthusiasm palpable. We shall await your command. Then I must trouble you, Colonel, to handle the specific details. Rosen nodded. Certainly. In the next 2 to 3 days, Rosen took command of the Goya Kingdom base. Although this was not the entirety of his plan, it marked a significant step into the territory of the Kingdom of Goya. Additionally, He dispatched 10 ships to the western port for the purpose of transporting goods and gathering intelligence. Given that the Kingdom of Goya had existed for over a century, its ports were bustling with personnel, pirates, brigands, lawmen, and even bounty hunters mingled within. It was certain that a pirate haven or an unlawful zone existed nearby. Rosen's primary objective was to locate this pirate gathering ground. While Rosen was occupied, a colossal waterspout suddenly erupted in a nearby sea, accompanied by a cacophony of splashing as a massive, pitch-black creature broke through the ice. Sea King, came the startled cries from the crowd. This was a gigantic Sea King, measuring roughly 10 meters in length, its back adorned with sharp bone spines and a massive tentacle trailing from its tail. Fire the cannons. With a roar, the cannons aboard the pirate ship erupted, unleashing scorching flames that struck the Sea King's flank. Boom, the violent explosion sent countless droplets of water flying, revealing a horrific wound on the Sea King's abdomen. Blood gushing forth. Roar. The Sea King bellowed in fury, lunging toward the pirate ship with its jaws agape. Stay calm and continue, barked the pirate captain. Quickly, aim for its head. At such close range, the Sea King had no chance to evade. The relentless bombardment pierced straight through its neck. With a sickening thud, the Sea King's head fell away, crashing to the ground, and sending waves crashing in all directions. That we have won. Captain Ollie, haha. We have slain a Sea King. The pirates aboard erupted into jubilant cheers. Ollie's cold voice rang out. Hurry. We cannot delay our transaction with the employer. Yes, Captain Ollie, they replied. In a corner of the port, Rosen slowly emerged, accompanied by Long, who had been by his side throughout. You know Ollie. Rosen grinned. It seems they have been in dealings with the local nobility. Yes, I have heard of him. Long nodded. This fellow once served in the army of the Kingdom of Goya but left for certain reasons to become a pirate. However, he secretly undertakes unsavory tasks for the nobility of Goya. Indeed, the history of this world remains unchanged. Rosen stroked his chin, then let us await their bait. Chapter 3. Intriguing maneuvers in town. As the region with the highest number of refugees in the Kingdom of Goya was teeming with numerous exiles and was home to a notably famous tavern, Captain Ollie and his crew entered a private room where several burly men with fierce appearances awaited them. Captain Ollie, the apparent leader among them, spoke first. Have you secured it? Of course, Ollie chuckled, rest assured. With a wave of his hand, his subordinates produced a wooden box from their garments and presented it to the leader. Is this the item? The individual furrowed his brow and opened the wooden box, revealing a pale yellow crystal within. This crystal is quite remarkable. My brothers have endured considerable hardships along this journey. Ollie laughed lightly, nearly falling victim to the Sea King. Do not worry, I will ensure this payment is made, the leader of the group said with a smile, just as they were engrossed in discussion. A contingent of naval officers entered the small shop. The proprietor was not intimidated by the Navy. Rather, he greeted them with enthusiasm. Colonel Obi. Upon realizing that the newcomer was the base commander, the proprietor's expression shifted dramatically, only to be replaced by a sycophantic demeanor. What brings you here? The proprietor was well acquainted with Obi, as the bustling gray area had often provided him with substantial offerings. Obi cleared his throat and gestured towards Rosen. I believe you are familiar with Vice Admiral Rosen. What? The proprietor's eyes widened in astonishment. A wave of anxiety washed over him. Although he did not understand the situation, the presence of Vice Admiral Rosen in such a place surely signified trouble. There is no need for such tension, Rosen reassured him, patting his shoulder. I am merely passing through. The proprietor exhaled in relief, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, and poured a drink for the Vice Admiral. Wait, Rosen interjected, shaking his head to halt the proprietor. I am here for collaboration. I require your assistance. At that moment, Obi stood up, instructing all bystanders to leave. The regular patrons of the tavern grumbled a bit but complied. Well aware that provoking the Navy was a perilous endeavor, how shall we collaborate? The proprietor asked, wiping his brow. What do you need me to do? Hold on. Rosen rose, noting that there were still others present in the tavern. The proprietor hastily replied. I believe it is best not to conflict with them. After all. Rosen scoffed. Take action. As Rosen's words echoed, the surrounding sailors swiftly encircled the booth where Ollie was seated. Hearing the commotion outside, several pirates attempted to open the door, only to find themselves facing a row of ominous gun barrels. Ollie and the nobleman he was meeting stared in bewilderment at the naval officers outside. What is the meaning of this? What do you want? The nobleman stood, demanding answers. Did we give you permission to speak? Rosen, wearing sunglasses, stepped inside. That we have been keeping a close watch on you. Ollie of the redneck pirate crew. With a bounty of 6,800,000 berries. Your gang has quite a blood debt. Yali's lips quivered in disbelief. Stop joking. How did you find out? We know far more than you can imagine. Rosen shrugged. You should be aware of the current situation. The pirates have taken members of the royal family from the kingdom of Goya hostage. It is our duty to ensure their safety. Is that true? The gathered individuals were instantly dumbfounded, especially the royal family member, whose face displayed a mix of shock and disbelief. Yali shouted angrily, You son of a, how could you deceive me with that? Yali raised his hands in surrender, but the next moment, a cold dagger pierced his throat, blood splattering across the table. Rosen withdrew the dagger and turned to Yali's subordinates. Now that your leader is dead, let us discuss what comes next. What? Of course, it involves your imprisonment. Rosen clapped his hands, signaling the sailors to apprehend them. As for the royal figure, beads of sweat slid down his face. Your Highness, you seem startled. I didn't expect they would also attempt extortion, truly inexcusable. The nobleman stammered. Thank you, thank you. At that moment, he felt utterly helpless. If word of this spread, how could he ever navigate his future? Your Highness. Perhaps you should return to your quarters to rest. I will handle the remaining matters, Rosen said with a slight bow, his tone respectful. The nobleman nodded and hurriedly fled the booth. Once he confirmed there were no outsiders in the tavern, Rosen sighed. Proprietor, what is your name? I am called Afu. The proprietor promptly replied. Rosen crossed his legs, gazing at Afu with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Oh, you know your crimes. I do not understand your meaning. Afu wiped his brow of cold sweat. Those individuals frequent this establishment, do they not? Rosen inquired casually. Afu hesitated. Well, they. Obi interjected sharply. Speak quickly. Who sent them? They are. Afu hesitated for a long moment, ultimately fearing to reveal the answer. After all, this was a gray area, and the Navy was supposed to be a benefactor. The newly arrived Vice Admiral left him uncertain about his stance. Rosen remarked, It is of no consequence. We in the Navy are your support. Perhaps the one behind you is merely a small bait, not the mastermind, correct? Seeing Rosen extend a lifeline, Afu quickly climbed aboard. Indeed, those ruffians are a band of pirates. So, it appears this matter does not involve you after all. Rosen raised an eyebrow. Afu forced a smile. They threatened me. You know how many refugees there are here. If they employ a few tactics, my little shop will. I understand. Rosen chuckled. Obi, given that the refugees have severely impacted Mr. Afu's business, should we not take steps to rectify this? Obi immediately agreed. Yes, it was my oversight. I will attend to it at once. Rosen scratched his nose. There is one more matter. May I ask you? Proprietor, Afu trembled slightly. What do you wish to say? Collaborate with me, and I assure you will earn even more. Do you understand? Rosen blinked playfully. What say you? Very well. Absolutely. The proprietor nodded fervently. Then it is settled. Rosen yawned, stretching. Obi, prepare the case. When we pay a visit to His Majesty the King, we must express our concerns that it is utterly unacceptable that pirates dare to kidnap royalty. Understood, Do, and we must address the issue of refugees. Their presence is detrimental. What if a celestial dragon happens upon this place and is offended? What then? Rest assured, I will ensure this band of pirates is brought to justice. That is the spirit. However, pirates are but one issue. Mountain bandits pose a similar threat. Do you comprehend? I understand. Chapter 4. The arrival of the Vice Admiral. Meanwhile, Long could not help but roll his eyes, utterly unprepared for this turn of events. Afu, being quite sensible, swiftly signed a contract with Rosen. As for its contents, Long was left in the dark, exiting the tavern with an utterly bewildered expression. Outside, the refugees glared menacingly at the nobleman, as if they wished to tear him limb from limb. Hey, what do you think you are doing? The nobleman swallowed hard. Are you planning a rebellion? Pa. Enough. The nobleman shouted in anger. What is the meaning of this? What do you mean? You dare question us? A burly man sneered. You have taken our property, our wives and daughters. It is you who has reduced us to this state, faced with the rising tide of public sentiment. The nobleman found himself at a loss for words. Rosen strolled out leisurely. Hey, what is this chaos? Moreover, this nobleman is innocent. He was taken hostage by pirates and has faced considerable peril. Had it not been for us, he might not have survived. Better he should not survive. The crowd seethed. Hey, why must you be so unreasonable? The nobleman nearly wept, realizing that with so many refugees around, he and his bodyguards could hardly take a single step. With his only hope resting on Rosen's navy, Please, show some mercy, the nobleman implored, his voice low and submissive. Then you must make a declaration, Rosen prompted. Upon hearing this, the nobleman felt as if he were on the brink of collapse. What declaration can I make? How about this? Rosen pondered for a moment before suggesting, promise everyone that you will improve their circumstances. Would that suffice? Upon hearing this, the nobleman immediately grasped the implication. Rest assured, I will provide everyone with a solution. This place, in town, will undoubtedly transform into a prosperous and thriving community. Upon hearing his words, the crowd visibly relaxed, though skepticism persisted among many. After all, the previous events had been too harrowing to simply forget. Since that is the case, we in the Navy shall act as overseers, as this town also falls within our jurisdiction. Rosen smiled. Absolutely. The refugees readily accepted, while the nobleman appeared hesitant, as if he had something to say. Rosen cleared his throat. You can be assured, we will oversee that funds are allocated to the town, as you are all subjects of the world government. Yes, the refugees nodded in agreement before dispersing, leaving only the nobleman and Rosen behind. What were you about to say earlier? Rosen asked cheerfully. If you have any difficulties, feel free to share. I am always eager to assist. The royal figure hesitated. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I truly wouldn't know what to do. Ha ha ha, it's quite all right. Rosen waved his hand dismissively. After all, we are partners in this endeavor, are we not? The corners of the royal's mouth twitched slightly. Well, you all should return first. Wait, we need to take a statement before you go. Such a significant incident cannot go undocumented. What should we write? Of course, the account of the kidnapping. Upon hearing this, the royal felt a wave of despair. How could such absurdity befall him today? Nightfall. King Adaluk II of the Goya Kingdom stepped out of the palace to meet Rosen and his entourage. Greetings, Lord Rosen. Adaluk warmly grasped Rosen's hands. Rosen politely returned the gesture. Good day, Your Majesty. Please, have a seat. Lord Rosen. Adaluk II smiled. If it weren't for you, the crown prince would likely have faced dire consequences. Oh, not at all. Rosen humbly waved his hand, although a realization struck him. This man was indeed the father of Sabo. Come in, the banquet is prepared. Upon entering the grand hall, Rosen and his companions were greeted by a meticulously arranged dining setup, with dishes being served. Lord Rosen, this is a special banquet we prepared, and we hope you find it to your satisfaction, Adaluk kindly said, ushering everyone to take their seats. One must admit, the hospitality of the nobility far exceeded that of commoners. Even the selection of dishes was enough to tantalize anyone's palate. After several rounds of toasts, Adaluk inquired, I wonder, what are Lord Rosen's thoughts regarding the future? After sipping his red wine, Rosen replied, I believe we must strive to transform the Goya Kingdom into a formidable power. Oh, Adaluk raised an eyebrow. By the way, how did you come to know of the Crown Prince's abduction? Well, Rosen chuckled lightly, it's rather simple. I have my own intelligence network. Adaluk was taken aback. You possess your own intelligence network? Indeed, Rosen replied nonchalantly. My authority is quite significant. Adaluk too fell silent, utterly skeptical of Rosen's claims. Despite being a king, he understood the limitations of his power. Relying on pirates was the most pragmatic approach. But he was acutely aware of the hidden costs involved. Lord Rosen, let us discuss how we can elevate the Goya Kingdom to greatness. Adaluk too tactfully shifted the topic. I believe we cannot afford to rush this matter. Rosen responded, shaking his head. It will require substantial funds to renovate the in-town and its surrounding infrastructure. The funding issue is, of course, entrusted to you. Lord Rosen, Adaluk too chuckled. If necessary, we are willing to provide some material assistance. I trust you will not decline, will you? Of course not. Rosen replied with a hearty laugh. I have faith in the royal family's sincerity. Then it is settled. Adaluk too affectionately patted Rosen's shoulder. By the way, how much funding do you have? Adaluk too suddenly asked. Rosen paused briefly. His own funds were indeed limited, but he had resources at sea. With a glimmer of inspiration, he reassured, rest assured, the funds will be allocated within a month. Though I will need everyone's support. Absolutely no problem. Adaluk too laughed heartily, raising his glass and downing its contents. Long observed the interaction between the two, sensing something was amiss. Chapter 5. A turning point. Although Rosen lacked funds, he could mobilize surplus resources from major bases in the East Sea, sufficient to sustain in town for a while. As a gray area, the hidden resources surpassed those visible in abundance, and few dared to covet them. However, Rosen was different. Adhering to the principle of utilizing what was useful to the fullest, he compelled the local power brokers to expand their operations and pioneeringly instituted military governance in town. Thus, an astonishing scene unfolded. In-town transformed into a bustling trade hub, with a multitude of refugees becoming sailors, setting sail with trading fleets in all directions on the vast, boundless ocean. A pirate ship floated leisurely. As night descended, black canvas fell from the bow, rustling in the sea breeze. The ship's deck was aglow with bonfire, while the captain's quarters remained dimly lit, the sounds of clinking bottles and raucous laughter echoing, clearly indicating that this band of pirates was in the midst of a grand feast. Thanks to the captain, the pirates laughed boisterously. We acquired that treasure map without firing a single shot. Simply splendid. I've seen that treasure map. The island it marks should be quite close, right? Inquired another heavily tattooed man. Certainly. If it weren't close, it wouldn't be called a treasure map. Ha. A nearby comrade pounded the table, shouting, "Brothers, cheers, cheers." Everyone chorused, raising their bottles. At that moment, a towering figure, muscular with arms as thick as tree trunks, emerged from the cabin. "Hey, quiet down," the man grunted, glaring at the revelers. The laughter ceased abruptly. Silence enveloped the ship. "Captain," the previously boisterous pirates quickly stood, lowering their heads in respect. This man was their captain, named Buck, a notorious figure throughout the East Sea, with a bounty of an astonishing 19 million berries. This operation has yielded remarkable rewards. We have discovered an ancient ruin containing a wealth of precious materials, including several gold veins. This venture is a gold mine. Buck grinned, revealing a mouthful of gleaming teeth. This news delighted the crew that if we unearth the gold, our lives will be set for the rest of our days. Indeed, with this fortune, who needs to worry about finding a wife? Haha. We'll be able to claim the most beautiful women in town. As the pirates fervently discussed their bright futures, a satisfied expression crept onto Captain Buck's face. The banquet quickly escalated, with most of the crew, except for those on watch, intoxicated. For pirates, indulging in revelry amidst their perilous lives was the finest form of relaxation. After a prolonged period of heightened tension, this rare opportunity for relaxation led many pirates to succumb to the allure of alcohol. Just then, a lookout noticed a dark shape approaching on the surface of the water. Hey, what's that?" he called to a drunken companion. "Can you see it clearly?" The man squinted for a moment. Not sure. Could it be a fish? Hearing this, the lookout scratched his head. Whatever. It doesn't concern us. However, as the shadow drew nearer, the lookout realized the situation was far more serious than he initially thought. The shadow was indeed humanoid, but by the time they called for help, it was too late. Bang! The screams of two men echoed, sending shockwaves through the ship, rousing the others from their stupor. "What is happening? We're under attack. Someone's assaulting us. Quick, grab your weapons." Chaos erupted aboard the ship as bottles shattered in the captain's quarters. While outside, a man clad in diving gear stood at the entrance, brandishing a knife. His expression was devoid of emotion, as if he were simply carrying out a mundane task. "Who are you?" A pirate charged forward. Weapon raised, the man cast a dispassionate glance at him, effortlessly slicing through the air with his knife, taking the pirate's life in an instant. He moved slowly but deliberately, advancing deeper into the cabin. "Help, kill him. Take him down." One by one, the crew fell amidst the bloodshed. "Who are you?" A burly man burst forth in fury. He was none other than Captain Buck. The man paused, turning his head as if assessing Buck. Under the captain's intense gaze, Buck felt an involuntary tremor coursing through him. Who are you? Do you realize the trouble you've caused?" The man chuckled, his smile radiant enough to make Buck instinctively step back. "Is that so? Regrettably, I am unaware." He shook his head. "I merely happened upon this ship." "Scoundrel!" Buck gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely. "Who do you think you are?" The man tilted his head, seemingly pondering the question for a moment. "Yes," Buck scoffed, unhesitatingly swinging his sword. The man merely smiled, effortlessly dodging the blade, and with a swift kick, sent the captain crashing to the deck, blood spewing from his mouth. "You dare to harm me?" Buck roared in rage. Struggling to rise, "I will never forgive you." The man arched an eyebrow. "Oh, is that so?" As soon as the words were spoken, a throng of pirates surged from the cabin, brandishing weapons and swiftly encircling the man. "I see you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin." Buck wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, speaking with a fierce demeanor. The man surveyed his surroundings, seemingly unperturbed, and merely smiled. "In that case, I invite you all to meet your demise." The glint of blades flashed as pirates fell one by one, the metallic scent of blood permeating the air. Who are you?" Buck, lying on the ground, finally panicked. "Please, don't kill me. I can pay you." The man shook his head, retorting, "Your head must be quite valuable, but I think I'll pass." With that, he lifted his foot and pressed it against Buck's chest. Smiling, "I'll take your head." A dagger pierced Buck's throat, blood gushing forth as he clutched his neck. Gasping in agony, he struggled to utter a word before collapsing onto the deck. The man glanced at the corpse before turning back to the cabin. Effortlessly dispatching any pirate that dared to obstruct his path, he kicked open a heavy wooden door, and as the light illuminated his face, it revealed none other than Rosen, spotting the blueprints not far away. Rosen picked them up, and shortly thereafter, his excited voice echoed from within the cabin, "This is indeed a valuable find." Chapter 6. The Miser. The following morning, as the sun cast its golden rays over the sea, a merchant ship under naval escort departed from the port, watched by numerous nobles. "Obi, the escort mission is entrusted to you. I hope you can lead them safely to Alabasta," glancing at the note left by Rosen. Obi rubbed his forehead in confusion. What on earth is he planning? However, with the Admiral's orders given, he had no choice but to comply. Meanwhile, on the other side, Rosen and Long boarded a speedboat, heading towards the anticipated island marked on the treasure map acquired the previous night. "Are you certain the treasure is there?" Long inquired. "Absolutely. I excel in the art of exploration," Rosen replied with a grin. Long sighed. "I can't shake the feeling that your intentions are not pure. Don't be like that." "Long," Rosen said with an earnest expression, "one must always consider the method. Learning to take shortcuts is the best choice." Long cleared his throat. "I don't wish to engage in such discussions. I can only say the Navy is not reliable." "I truly wonder how Carp raised you." Rosen rolled his eyes, feeling as if Long's family were placing bits everywhere, like a speculator. Long looked taken aback, evidently unaware of what Rosen was alluding to. However, if he were to learn that his son had become the Pirate King, he would likely be left speechless. Enough of that. Let us change the subject. We're almost there. Eye in the distance, beneath a canopy of green foliage, the silhouette of an island abruptly emerged on the horizon. "Have we arrived?" Long squinted slightly. "Yes," Rosen nodded. "Now, let us see just how valuable this gold mine truly is. I sincerely hope it's worth something." "What if it's not?" Long asked ominously. "Then we'll just rob some pirates," Rosen shrugged. "You think I got my funds and ships from thin air?" Though it was early spring, the biting cold wind still cut sharply against their skin. Long squinted at Rosen beside him. "Is the gold mine really in a place like this?" "Without a doubt," Rosen chuckled, examining the map in his hands. Once they confirmed their location, the two proceeded toward the site of the gold mine. When they were merely a few dozen meters from the source, Rosen drew his sword and plunged the blade into the ground before wrenching it out with force. In that instant, a streak of sword light shot forth, piercing the heavens. Immediately thereafter, a tremendous tremor resonated through the earth, causing the ground to shudder violently. Crack, crack. Accompanied by the sounds of splintering, the once solid rocky surface began to fissure, forming a deep pit as chunks of rock peeled away to reveal what lay beneath. As the dust settled, the hard rock surface was transformed into a heap of rubble, some fragments glinting with a faint golden hue, clearly indicating the presence of a gold vein. Rosen sheathed his sword and turned to Long. "What do you think?" Long fell into deep contemplation, and after a considerable pause, he finally asked, "What are your plans?" "To gather enough people for extraction, and ideally, we'll need engineers to assist," Rosen replied, scratching his nose. "Indeed," Long nodded, "but it's unlikely we can keep this under wraps, nor can we suppress the news." Rosen smirked. "What does that matter? Do they dare to challenge me? Regardless, the advantage lies with me." Long nodded in agreement, seemingly acquiescing to Rosen's approach. However, he then cautioned, "We must inform the Goya Kingdom. A significant portion of the Navy there consists of locals. Keeping this a secret may not be so straightforward." "You're right." Rosen acknowledged. "They certainly need to be informed. It was a lapse in my judgment. The record pointer is nearly full." Long coughed lightly. "When shall we return?" "Once it's filled up, we'll depart." Days later, Rosen arrived on the island with a large contingent of personnel and supplies, the scale of which astonished the neighboring island nations. Even government officials from some countries dispatched envoys to investigate the situation. Naturally, as tight-lipped naval officers, Rosen and his crew disclosed little, merely declaring that this operation was a routine patrol, alongside an inquiry into nearby pirate activities. The outsiders were skeptical of such an explanation. But Rosen was indifferent to their disbelief. Of course, these nations could not openly obstruct the Navy, treading carefully lest they provoke a powerful entity, so they chose to turn a blind eye, ostensibly no longer inquiring. Yet, just days later, news circulated across nations. Admiral Rosen had established a base on an uncharted island, declaring it a permanent stronghold. The governments were taken aback, puzzled over what had driven this admiral to situate a base in such an inconspicuous place. Suspecting ulterior motives. On the island, Colonel Anderson stared in bewilderment at the gold vein. "Sir, what is this?" A miser, Rosen chuckled with a grin. How did you uncover this gold mine? That is not for you to concern yourself with. Rosen waved his hand dismissively. First, ensure the security here. No outsiders are to approach. This wealth must not be allowed to slip away, understood? Rest assured, sir, we will guarantee the safe transport of this treasure. And we possess ample expertise and resources in this regard. Anderson assured, pounding his chest. That's good to hear. Rosen nodded in satisfaction. One more thing. I'll leave this in your capable hands. I must return to the Goya Kingdom to negotiate, if all goes well. We'll commence extraction directly. Anderson swallowed hard at the mention, nodding in understanding. Chapter 7. Frostmoon Village. King Otluk II was astonished by Rosen's visit to him. Rosen was an enigma. One could never predict his next move. Although he claimed to be fortifying his nation, something felt amiss. Long time no see, Your Majesty. Rosen offered a calm smile. King Otluk II chuckled. Then let me first congratulate you on establishing a new stronghold. Thank you, but I've come to discuss business. This is a significant venture. How significant? A gold mine. King Otluk II nearly stumbled. A gold mine. Such a quantity seemed outrageous. Your Excellency, such jokes are not to be taken lightly. What do you mean joke? Rosen laughed. Why else would I build a fortress there? King Otluk II paused, taken aback. Do you believe it feasible? Given your nation's strength, it should be quite manageable. Rosen raised an eyebrow. Of course. However, since we discovered the gold mine, it would be prudent for your country to adhere to the operational rules we establish for its protection. Naturally, King Otluk II nodded, since you are willing to cooperate with us. That is all the better. Then I request you draft a proposal. Rosen replied, we require a detailed contract. That is certainly no issue, King Otluk II affirmed. Years later, in Frostmoon Village, within a secluded farmstead, a man sat in a chair. A group of youngsters standing respectfully behind him, heads bowed. It is Lord Rosen. What an honor, exclaimed Shimazuki Jinsaburo, beaming. Your presence illuminates our dojo. I am undeserving of such praise. Rosen humbly clasped his hands together. This is my assistant, Long. He appears quite formidable, Jinsaburo remarked, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Long. Though he sensed a powerful aura emanating from Long, he could not discern its true extent. You've come for the strongest. Rosen unsheathed his sword, noting, the surname Shimazuki is rather uncommon. Haha. Is it? Shuangyue Jangsenlang's face displayed a hint of embarrassment, yet he remarked, but I am merely an ordinary person. Ordinary person. Rosen smiled faintly. I must say, the surname Shuangyue originates from the distant land of Wazukushi, the homeland of samurai, a secluded nation where one would seldom encounter someone from the distant eastern sea. Well, this matter is rather lengthy to explain. Shuangyue Jangsenling coughed twice. Our dojo's primary objective is to teach children the art of cultivation. Everything else. At that moment, a boy with green hair stepped forward. Hey, who are you? The current world's foremost swordsman. Rosen replied, placing his sword across his chest and nodding slightly. TCH, who can't boast, the green-haired boy scoffed. Even if you are the world's greatest swordsman, what of it? I will undoubtedly become the world's greatest swordsman. Zoro, Shuangyue Jangsenling frowned and called out. Teacher, I cannot allow this brat to look down upon you. Hey, do you dare accept my challenge, world's greatest swordsman? Of course, Rosen grinned slightly. You dare challenge me? Absolutely, Zoro declared. Puffing out his chest, I must become the world's greatest swordsman. Then wait and see. Rosen waved his sword and turned to leave. Wait a moment. A cold female voice rang out. I too wish to challenge you. Rosen turned to see a girl dressed in black, her hair tied back in a ponytail, wielding a longsword. Her expression serious and exuding an aura of lethal intent. I am Guena. She fixed her gaze on Rosen. I have heard you are the world's greatest swordsman, and I wish to test my skills. Rosen sighed. What a bother. How about this? What? Are you afraid? Guena taunted. Rosen chuckled. You two can come at me together. The abilities of the world's greatest swordsman are not limited to just this. Guena and Zoro exchanged glances. Then let us begin. The two youths clasped hands, their fighting spirit instantly ignited. Rosen shook his head, then drew his long sword, an overwhelming force emanating from it, causing the entire room to tremble. The two raised their heads in shock to look at Rosen. The so-called world's greatest swordsman is merely a title. Regardless of gender, anyone has the opportunity to become the best. Rosen charged forward, delivering a powerful downward slash, prompting Guena and Zoro to hastily raise their swords in defense. The clash produced a shower of sparks, causing Zoro to stumble back several steps and fall to the ground. Meanwhile, Guena steadied herself, gripping her sword tightly as she lunged at Rosen. The swords clashed in a fierce exchange, and as Guena summoned all her strength to strike at Rosen once more. He deftly evaded her attack and countered with a downward slash of his own. Guena's body tensed, her hands gripping her sword tightly in front of her. The clash sent her flying back, hitting the ground painfully, while Rosen caught her midfall, placing her gently on the ground. I sincerely apologize, but you have lost. Guena looked at the bruise on her arm, rendered speechless. Zoro stood up, brandishing dual swords with determination. Let us go again. All right, continue. Rosen smiled slightly. Zoro charged at Rosen with his swords. Rosen sidestepped Zoro's attack effortlessly, delivering a swift kick to his chest that sent him sprawling to the ground. You have lost, Rosen said with a smile. I, Zoro, will not accept defeat. He gritted his teeth, rising again. You leave too many openings, your speed is lacking, and your reflexes are insufficient, Rosen stated. Becoming the world's greatest swordsman is not merely a matter of brute force. The sound of clashing metal echoed as Zoro's swords were knocked from his hands. Rosen smiled slightly. Do you still believe your efforts alone can defeat me? Damn it. Zoro glared at Rosen. I will never lose. Oh. Rosen raised an eyebrow. It seems you are prepared to go all out. Take this, Zoro shouted, leaping towards Rosen. The impact sent Zoro crashing into the wall. Rosen chuckled, then turned to Xuangyue Jingsenlang with an apologetic expression. My apologies to no worries. He is just a young man. Xuangyue Jingsenlang waved his hand, aware that Rosen had held back, knowing Zoro had no chance of victory. Chapter 8. The duel enrollment. Guena stood up shakily, her youthful face filled with a determination beyond her years. Guena, Xuangyue Jingsenlang said, stop this nonsense. Guena stubbornly shook her head. You said anyone, regardless of gender, can become the world's greatest swordsman. Indeed, I did say so. Rosen smiled gently. There are female swordsmen, after all, but a girl's strength cannot match that of a boy's at a certain age, she countered. This is a fact you must accept, Rosen replied calmly. However, strength is not the sole determining factor. As he spoke, a wave of sword energy sliced through the air and landed upon the distant sea. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated through the sky, sending towering waves into the air. This is not something achieved through mere physical strength. Rosen grinned. Remember, being a girl does not equate to being weak. If strength alone dictated success, women would have long been eliminated from this era. This. Guena fell silent for a moment, her eyes gradually regaining their sparkle. She looked at Rosen, her tone now calm. I understand, Mr. Rosen. That night, within the dojo, Father, I have made my decision. I wish to set sail and explore the outside world. Guena knelt on the ground, expressing her desire to join them and become a true swordswoman. Oh, Xuangyue Jingsenlang looked at his daughter in astonishment. Are you truly certain? Yes. Guena nodded solemnly. You know, my greatest dream since childhood has been to become a swordsman, and now that I have this opportunity, I absolutely do not wish to miss it. But you must understand, the outside world is not as peaceful as our homeland, especially the seas, where one often encounters various dangers that could even lead to one's demise. Xuangyue Jingsenlang sighed. While I hope you can become a true swordsman, I remain concerned for your safety. However, Guena had made up her mind. As a descendant of a samurai family, the spirit of the warrior within her would not allow her to forfeit this opportunity for growth, even if it meant risking her life. If I fail, I can only say my skills were lacking and nothing more, but I will never regret it. Xuangyue Jingsenlang shook his head helplessly. If that is your decision, then so be it. Just remember to stay safe on your journey. Outside the dojo training room, Guena turned to Xuangyue Jingsenlang and bowed deeply before departing. At the port, Guena spotted Rosen and Long still present and quickened her pace to join them. A hint of shyness appearing on her face. Mr. Rosen, I wish to join you, Guena stated. Are you certain? Rosen inquired. Absolutely, Guena affirmed firmly. Why? I wish to see the outside world. Remaining here offers almost no chance of becoming a swordsman. Since this is your decision, then let it be done as you wish, Rosen replied indifferently. But you must understand, becoming a swordsman is not an easy path. I know, Guena said earnestly. Once I embark on this path, I must be prepared. I will strive to succeed. Long chuckled. All right, if you are ready, we shall set sail. Let us prepare to depart. Rosen clapped his hands, signaling for everyone to board the ship. Just then, a voice called from a distance. Guena. Following the sound, she saw Zoro running over, panting heavily. Upon seeing Zoro, Guena's eyes lit up, and a joyful smile spread across her face. Zoro, Guena exclaimed in surprise, clearly taken aback by his sudden appearance. What brings you here? Hey, that's not fair. I also want to join you. Rosen, right? I want to learn swordsmanship too. Zoro panted. Guena stood there, mouth agape, momentarily at a loss for words. Ha. Good things come in pairs, long observed the two youths with a smile. It seems our journey is about to become quite lively. Rosen smiled slightly. Are you also aiming to become the world's greatest swordsman? Zoro answered without hesitation. Of course that I in that case. Follow me, Rosen stated calmly. But I must warn you, the road ahead will be arduous. If you wish to retreat, now is your chance. Quit the chatter. I am destined to become the world's greatest swordsman. Rosen raised an eyebrow. Very well, let us see if your strength can match your ambition. Under the pitch-black night sky, stars dotted the heavens as a small boat glided slowly across the sea, creating ripples across the surface. Guena took a deep breath, closing her eyes. Tears slipped from the corners of her eyes, yet she brushed them away. Guena, why are you crying? Suddenly, the voice of Zoro resonated beside her. Guena opened her eyes, only to find Zoro presenting a towel before her. Thank you, it's nothing. This is my first time leaving home. Ka's eyes brimmed with tears once more, but she quickly wiped them away, replaced by a newfound resolve. This is a rare opportunity. I must seize it. For our dreams, I will give it my all. Is that so? Zoro clenched his fists. That you'd better be careful. I will challenge you every single day. Guena paused for a moment, then smiled. I'm looking forward to it. Meanwhile, Xuanyue Jingsenling looked at the note left by Zoro with a headache. What a troublesome kid, he sighed, hoping they would survive and fulfill their respective dreams. A few days later, the small boat arrived at the naval fortress. As the four disembarked, Colonel Anderson rushed over. Admiral, we've discovered pirates from the New World. Who are they? Shanks. No way. Rosen was somewhat familiar with Shanks, considering he would become one of the 4 emperors in the future. Additionally, according to the timeline, they had lingered in Windmill Village for quite some time. Most importantly, Shanks possessed the Nika fruit, which would be crucial for Luffy's ascension to power. With this thought, Rosen furrowed his brow. So, where are they now? They've already reached the vicinity of the Goa Kingdom. However, our men are in pursuit and should locate them soon, Anderson reported. Then let them hurry and retrieve him. Rosen snorted, I in the East Blue. Who else can compete with me? Chapter 9. The initial clash with Shanks. This was not an exaggeration. Aside from Carp, who often returned home, who could stand against Rosen? Yes, there's one more thing. Speak. After pondering for a moment, Rosen instructed, mobilize every available warship to the Goa Kingdom. Ensure they do not return. Understood? Understood. What is this place? Zoro inquired, surveying his surroundings. This is the naval base. Rosen chuckled. So, what do you think? Cool, right? It is indeed cool, Zoro replied, wrinkling his nose. But you don't quite seem like a Navy man. Why do you say that? You really know how to show off. You fool. Rosen's fist struck Zoro's head. I am your teacher. Show some respect. Zoro rubbed his aching head. Then we follow me. That Shanks fellow is also a swordsman. Although he is young, he is quite powerful. You two should observe and learn something. Oh, Zoro replied. Hey, Beckman, have you found a place to dock? Shanks leaned against the edge of the ship's cabin, gazing at the distant sea. Yes, I found a place called Windmill Village. It can serve as a temporary landing point. Shanks acknowledged. Suddenly, he sensed something rapidly approaching. He quickly lifted his head to see several dark figures on the distant horizon. Yasopp, do you see that? I do. Yasopp squinted, directing his gaze toward the figures. 3 individuals, 1 adult and 2 children. What? Just then, a streak of sword light surged from the distant waters. Shanks' expression darkened as he forcefully propelled himself into the air. Boom! In the explosive clash of air, the sword light was intercepted. Who are you? Shanks bellowed. What brings such a formidable pirate like you to the East Blue? Rosen leaped forward, landing directly in front of Shanks. You seem to be quite informed. Shanks frowned. Of course, Rosen shrugged, as Shanks' companions quickly surrounded him. Beckman silently puffed on his pipe, saying nothing. Who exactly are you? Shanks demanded, staring at Rosen. We are the ones who capture pirates. Rosen's cold voice resonated. If you are unwilling to surrender, I wouldn't mind assisting you in making a choice. A potent aura of oppression emanated from Rosen. Crack. The sounds of splintering would erupted from the pirate ship, and cracks began to spread across the deck. Rosen gripped the hilt of his sword, slowly drawing it. So, will you face me all together, or one by one? Conqueror's Haki, Shanks exclaimed in surprise, a smile creeping onto his face. If we're going to fight, let us do it on land. In an instant, both figures vanished, leaving only a scene of chaos in the cabin. Boom! The sound of a violent collision echoed through the sky. The thick clouds began to roil, as if the heavens themselves were splitting apart, revealing unfathomable chasms. Zoro and Ka stared in shock at the tumultuous clouds above, their faces pale. Zoro swallowed hard, murmuring, "Incredible! I wish I could become like that someday." Kuina's eyes sparkled with admiration. So impressive. She pressed her lips together, striving to suppress the tumult within her heart. This man, Kuina's heart raced. She could hardly fathom the strength she would possess if she wielded such power. Simultaneously, the clash of conquerors' haki generated a tremendous force, instilling a profound sense of dread in the surrounding creatures. It was a power potent enough to make any beast tremble. Boom! The two haki forces clashed, ultimately forming a massive vortex that radiated outward. Boom, boom, boom. Boulders tumbled, raising clouds of dust. Shatter! Shanks roared, his right arm bulging with muscle as his sword transformed into a silver flash, piercing the sky towards Rosen. Rosen grinned wickedly. Not bad, but still lacking in an instant. The sleeve of Rosen's left arm ripped apart, his veins bulging beneath his skin. With a horizontal sweep of his sword, he blocked Shanks' attack, and, utilizing the rebound, sword into the air. Ha! Shanks leapt upward, only to see Rosen cleave downward, the tip of his sword trailing a faint blue ripple, carving a crescent arc aimed straight at Shanks' chest. How fast! Shanks' pupils contracted. Hastily sidestepping to evade the lethal strike. A long gash appeared on the ground, continuing to extend. Meanwhile, Rosen abruptly vanished from his position, reappearing behind Shanks, just as Shanks had narrowly avoided the slash. He felt a chill against his neck. Damn it! Shanks cursed, throwing a punch. However, Rosen pressed forward, withstanding Shanks' blow. As his wrist flicked, the sword glided along Shanks' throat. Shanks let out a muffled groan, staggering back a few steps before regaining his balance. That was close. He sighed in relief, while Rosen swayed slightly, his complexion slightly flushed. I didn't expect you to be this formidable, Rosen remarked solemnly. Shanks touched his neck, noticing a faint trickle of blood from the wound. You're quite impressive as well, but let us settle this quickly. Rosen grinned widely, his form suddenly transforming into a multitude of phantoms. Shanks, swift as a leopard, charged forward. The two engaged in a fierce exchange midair, countless afterimages flickering in their wake. So impressive, Kuina exclaimed, her beautiful eyes wide with admiration as she gazed at the two figures above. Indeed, they are not weak, Zoro acknowledged. Clang, clang, clang. The sharp sounds of their blades clashing reverberated throughout the arena. Shanks and Rosen had lost count of how many times they had collided. Their blades were nearly flush against each other, sparks flying as neither could gain the upper hand. Should I assist the captain? Rikilu furrowed his brow. Don't interfere, Beckman replied coldly. Shanks would never permit it. Yasopp observed the two men with a chilling expression, sensing that the man was not fighting seriously. Ha! Shanks roared, an overwhelming force of pressure suddenly descending upon Rosen. With a smirk, Rosen gritted his teeth and retaliated. The ground began to visibly sink beneath them as they both stepped back, their bodies nearing a mountain wall. Boom! The two sword energies collided, causing the towering mountain, over 100 meters high, to tremble. A massive fissure extended from beneath their feet to the mountain's peak. Boom! The mountain crumbled, vast amounts of earth cascading down. Shanks and Rosen stood atop the ruins, locking eyes. Chapter 10. The confrontation. This guy Shanks exhaled deeply, gazing at Rosen with a grave expression. Although he hadn't unleashed his full strength in that last move, he hadn't anticipated that Rosen could withstand it head-on, even pushing him back. What an impressive individual, Shanks murmured softly. Rosen slightly raised his head. And I too had to concede that you were far more formidable than I had anticipated, at least stronger than Buggy. Buggy, what has become of him? Oh, nothing, just advancing within impel down. Rosen shrugged his shoulders, reassuringly stating, rest assured, I did not kill him. Upon hearing this, Shanks visibly relaxed. However, Rosen narrowed his eyes, his tone suddenly rising. I shall ensure your reunion with him. As he finished speaking, a tempestuous aura erupted from his being, and he lunged towards Shanks like a bolt from the blue. Shanks' icy voice rang out. With you? Do not be so arrogant. A surge of red-black Conqueror's haki erupted from his body, enveloping the surface of his sword, emanating an overwhelming sense of pressure directly towards Rosen. At the moment of collision, a violent explosion reverberated through the air. Boom! A colossal shockwave radiated from the two, carving deep grooves into the ground, while shards of glimmering stone scattered in all directions. Smoke billowed, shrouding Rosen's face, rendering it indistinct. Meanwhile, Shanks maintained his stance, though blood subtly trickled from the corner of his mouth, and a painful groan emanated from his chest. Coughing, Shanks gasped for breath, astonished. I too can wield haki to some extent. Subsequently, Rosen swung his blade, a flash of cold light akin to a falling meteor, stirring up endless ripples. Clang! The sharp sound of metal clashing echoed across the mountain peak. The two long swords collided fiercely, igniting a flurry of sparks. Shanks' body trembled violently, his steps faltering backward. Veins bulging on his right hand gripping the sword, betraying the force he exerted. Such overwhelming power, yet Shanks gritted his teeth and declared, "I will never be defeated by you," with an aura like a raging tempest. Accompanied by a low growl, Shanks raised his sword, unleashing a chilling sword energy that sliced through the air towards Rosen. The sword of the great river descends from the heavens. Rosen showed no fear, letting out a low roar as a blue waterspout surged upward, spiraling and roaring in midair. Instantly, a deafening explosion echoed across the seas, invisible shock waves radiating outward, conjuring towering waves upon the surface of the ocean. How intriguing, Shanks grinned. This fellow named Rosen is becoming increasingly fascinating. It has been a long time since he encountered a human capable of standing against him. Even the recently renowned Mihawk was not so. You were strong, but Shanks suddenly bellowed, his body trembling violently as the Crimson Conqueror's haki enveloping his sword intensified. This is my true power. With his words, his already fierce assault became even more savage. The sword transformed into a venomous serpent, darting through the void, striking at Rosen time and again. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, accompanied by a tremendous tremor, as a vast wave of energy surged forth in all directions. The figures of the two swiftly receded from the battlefield. A massive crater appeared on the ground, smoke billowing, and numerous trees along the beach lay devastated, debris flying about. Shanks panted heavily, gazing at Rosen before him, feeling an unshakable sensation rising within him. Rosen, too, seemed to fare poorly, with a towering tree beside him toppled, leaves scattered, and the trunk snapped in two. Breathing heavily, Rosen slowly raised his gaze to meet Shanks, his expression calm. Your name, Rosen. Rosen, you say? I remember you. Your existence has caused quite a headache for those fellows, who surely the notorious pirates of the New World. Their territories are continually shrinking while the Navy gains the upper hand. This is indeed amusing. Not surprising, Rosen chuckled. The New World is not vast. The Grand Line is far more extensive. Pirates cannot traverse the Grand Line, and over time, their survival space will inevitably compress. How can they muster the energy to contend for anything else? Oh, is that so? Shanks raised an eyebrow. You truly are remarkable. Quit your prattling, pirate. Rosen interrupted Shanks. I have no interest in idle chatter. Suddenly, he lunged forward, his right knee bending, using the rebound to leap into the air, his blade slicing through the air like lightning towards Shanks. Shanks's pupils constricted, his body instinctively reacting to evade. Clang! Rosen's strike missed, yet he did not cease his assault. In an instant, he closed the distance to Shanks, flipping his sword, a brilliant silver light slicing through the air, aimed at Shanks's neck. Crack! A wave of red Conqueror's haki spread from Shanks's side, causing Rosen to feel a sudden heaviness, his arm growing numb. Yet, what of it? Swish! The sharp blade effortlessly tore through Shanks's clothing, leaving a shallow wound. Shanks's expression darkened, his body swaying, vanishing from sight. Whoosh! A white shadow darted past, Shanks materializing behind Rosen, with sharp eyes. Rosen threw a punch backward, while Shanks twisted his body, his sword lunging towards Rosen's lower back. Bam! Shanks's blade pierced Rosen's abdomen, but under the protection of armament haki, it merely left a faint scratch upon his skin. Hey, we should assist him. Luffy's rotund form leaned over the ship's railing. Captain, we must cease this fighting. What are you saying? Shanks glared furiously at Luffy. Beckman quietly puffed on his pipe, observing the two locked in combat, slightly furrowing his brow but refraining from intervening. Continuing instead to smoke in silence, Jesus Burgess remarked, those two kids are with him. Should we not capture them at a crucial moment? Beckman shook his head. No need. Luffy pouted but remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the clash. Chapter 11. Spiraling Sphere Whoosh. Two blades flashed, and Rosen and Shanks retreated simultaneously, smoke swirling around them as they locked eyes, both awaiting the other's initial strike. At that moment, a melodious whistle and rumbling sounds echoed from afar. This is bad. It's the Navy. A pirate atop the lookout tower screamed, and the two kids have vanished. Damn it. Luffy cursed. Captain, the Navy is here. We must retreat. Beckman leapt from the ship. Jesus Burgess, Luffy, quickly organized the withdrawal. Understood. Everyone, it's time to leave. Shanks took a deep breath. Though displeased at the interruption of his battle, the matter at hand concerned the lives of his comrades, leaving no room for discontent. Faced with these two formidable opponents, he felt powerless, recognizing that the military might of the Grand Line would find it nearly impossible to deal with them. He was but a solitary force, and taking them down simultaneously would prove quite challenging. You two must leave something behind. Rosen sneered, suddenly propelling himself off the ground, fissures spreading beneath his feet as he charged towards Shanks. Beckman stepped forward to block Rosen's path. You should give up. Rosen cast a sidelong glance, shifting his foot slightly, but Beckman preemptively positioned himself in front of him, his eyes narrowing, body tense, muscles bulging, as he aimed his pistol at Rosen. The bullet flew forth at incredible speed. And Rosen scoffed disdainfully, evading the shot as it pierced through the trunk of a massive tree. Bang! Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Shanks twirled his wrist, sweeping his sword in arcs, forcing Rosen back. Navy, we shall meet again. Shanks sneered, after which Beckman's figure descended from the sky, a glint of cold light flashing, and Rosen's form suddenly stiffened. Boom. The ground erupted into a deep crater, a chaotic storm of energy swirling forth, engulfing Rosen completely. The pirate ship released a multitude of smoke bombs, obscuring everyone's vision as the haze began to dissipate. Shanks and his crew's ship had already vanished without a trace. Cough, 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 Rosen gasped. Is this the spiraling sphere? Gazing at the crater, a question emerged in his mind. Such primitive weaponry can produce such effects. Indeed, I am in awe. Are you all right? Kuina looked at Rosen with concern. I'm fine. Rosen waved his hand. Did you all see that? See what? Kuina blinked in confusion. I drove off the pirates. Rosen grinned, exposing his pearly whites. Ha ha ha. The two kids exchanged awkward glances, wondering if this guy could truly be their teacher. At that moment, distant cannon fire echoed across the sea, accompanied by the shouts of Navy soldiers. These Navy scoundrels. Shanks let out a cold snort as several crimson slashes caused the incoming cannonballs to explode in succession. Beckman stood beside him, silently gazing at the surface of the sea. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something and turned his head in another direction. There, on the horizon, loomed the enormous silhouette of a sea beast. Starkly illuminated by the sunlight. A sea king, Beckman murmured. Both Beckman and Shanks turned to look at the massive outline of the sea creature, a colossal sea serpent coiled upon the waves, its robust body measuring a staggering 10 meters in length. Its mouth opened and closed, exhaling a foul stench that filled the air. With a roar, the sea king leapt from the water, its massive form soaring into the air with astonishing speed, appearing before the onlookers in the blink of an eye before it gracefully descended back onto the surface, sending waves crashing all around. The serpent's tail lashed out, generating powerful currents that shattered nearby rocks into fragments. What a nuisance, came a voice, and with that, Jesus Burgess fired a lead bullet from his rifle. The bullet streaked through the air like a meteor, striking the Sea King's body and piercing its scales, burrowing deep into its insides and rupturing its abdomen. Blood gushed forth from the wound, and the massive serpent writhed in agony, thrashing about on the surface, staining the surrounding waters crimson. The warships closed in, and as the order to bombard was given, several vessels advanced towards them. Beckman frowned at the distant scene. The Navy was coming on strong this time. This creature is now your responsibility, Shanks said, patting Jesus Burgess on the shoulder. I will deal with those warships. Understood. Jesus Burgess grinned. He was indeed a specialist in long-range shooting. With the navigator's extraordinary skill, they evaded a barrage of incoming cannonballs, while Jesus Burgess stood at the highest point of the pirate ship, firing a shot that obliterated the turret of one of the warships. And without pausing, he continued to shoot, unleashing a series of explosions that sent plumes of black smoke rising from the battleship. Damn it, that bastard. What a nuisance. The soldiers on the warship cursed in anger. Losing their turret made the ship akin to a toothless tiger, its threat significantly diminished. Yet, they knew that from such a distance, they could do nothing to retaliate. Don't panic, continue the attack, a signalman on one of the warships shouted. Raising his flag high, the ship immediately turned its cannons, and cannonballs arced over the sea towards them. Shanks smirked coldly, slashing through the air as he shattered the incoming projectiles with precise strikes. These bastards! The Navy personnel were seething with rage. The futility of their assault left them feeling utterly humiliated, as if they were being toyed with. We can't go on like this. We must find another way. Long stood quietly at the bow, his eyes narrowed. What? Have you thought of a plan? Anderson asked with a bitter smile, feeling frustrated that they were so close to encirclement if only a storm would come. Long remarked, a strange smile creeping on his lips. A storm? Anderson frowned, confused. What do you mean? You need not concern yourself with that, Long replied, raising his gaze to the sky, his arms outstretched as if in worship. As Long spread his arms wide, the clouds above thickened rapidly. Dark cumulonimbus clouds rolled in, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder, heralding the approach of a torrential downpour. This guy. Anderson was taken aback. At that moment, the rain fell in torrents, the large droplets pounding against the surface of the sea, sending up great splashes. The storm is coming, Shanks murmured. A deafening roar echoed as a hurricane suddenly swept in, causing the pirate ship's sails to flap violently. As expected of Long. Rosen chuckled, shaking his head. The ability to manipulate the weather to alter the situation was truly a masterful performance. Chapter 12. Injured. The large raindrops pelted the deck with a crackling sound. The ocean roiling as if it were boiling, the pirate ship swaying perilously in the storm, as though it might be torn apart at any moment. Snake, Shanks shouted, everyone's lives are in your hands. Rest assured, Snake gritted his teeth. As the finest navigator of the red-haired pirates, his skills were undoubtedly top tier. Though the storm was terrifying, he believed he could master the surging waves. Shanks nodded and turned back to the deck. While the others each took on their responsibilities, in the face of the storm, no one dared to be negligent. This storm feels unusual, Shanks mused, stroking his chin. I can't shake the feeling that something is off. You noticed it too? Beckman raised an eyebrow. Indeed, there's something amiss. This storm doesn't seem to be a natural occurrence. After all, the East Blue is not the New World. Just as he spoke, a violent lurch rocked the ship. Water pooling on the shattered deck. That bastard. Shanks cursed as he saw the red force beginning to take on water. What on earth has he done? Long's indifferent expression remained unchanged as he calmly stated, they must have a very skilled navigator on their side. If this continues, they might just escape. Anderson murmured. No need to worry. Rosen is here. Long replied with a smile. It must be said that this storm not only troubled the pirates but also posed significant dangers to the station navy. Brothers, for a clock ahead, charge, Shanks shouted from the deck. The storm had created numerous gaps in the navy's tight formation. They had to seize this opportunity to break through. Aye, Captain. Charge. At that moment, a shadow stealthily approached the red force and quickly drew near. Hey, look over there, someone shouted. Huh. Shanks frowned. Why's that guy back again? The shadow suddenly burst forth from the sea, moving with incredible speed, nearly reaching the ship's side in the blink of an eye. I'll handle him. A figure leaped from the ship, donning a skull cap, with long hair flowing loosely over his shoulders, charging at the shadow with a long staff. However, the shadow abruptly halted, pivoting sharply to swing a long knife. Clang! A surge of lightning erupted from the staff, sending the shadow's weapon flying. The shadow appeared taken aback, lifting its gaze to fixate on the long-haired man wielding the staff. Another lightning user, it chuckled. Gun. Six King gun. The shadow unleashed a fierce onslaught, propelling shockwaves from its fists. The man's pupils constricted, and he immediately swung his staff to block. Clang! The immense force sent him hurtling backward, crashing onto the deck. The blood trickling from the corner of his mouth revealing his serious injuries. Rame Zeus. Locky Lou roared, his body suddenly expanding like a balloon, his robust frame lifting a nearby iron rod to strike. The shadow deftly dodged the iron rod with a slick maneuver, then countered by flinging Locky Lou backwards. Locky Lou collided with the ship's cabin, causing the entire vessel to shudder violently, shattering countless panes of glass. Damn it! Locky Lou spat blood, struggling to rise. This guy is strong. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Shanks' cold gaze. You dare to injure my comrade, Rosen. With that, he stepped forward, brandishing his rapier to carve a circle in the air, unleashing a beam of red light that surged forth with a terrifying aura, reverberating like thunder across the skies. In an instant, a devastating assault erupted around Rosen, carrying a destructive force that surged toward Shanks. And in a heartbeat, blood sprayed forth accompanied by the cries of agony that filled the pirate ship. Shanks clutched his arm. One of his limbs had vanished, blood staining half of his sleeve, rendering him a fearsome specter akin to a demon from hell. Rosen. Shanks glared at Rosen through gritted teeth. You scoundrel. Die. Jesus Burgess bellowed, unleashing a barrage of bullets that rained down upon Rosen like a tempest. The sound of metal clashing echoed, and Rosen let out a muffled groan before plunging into the sea. Shanks was momentarily stunned, seemingly unable to comprehend the turn of events. The ship's doctor, Beckman, shouted urgently, and the ship's doctor hurried to examine Shanks' injury. Captain, your arm is severed. Is that so? Shanks bitterly tugged at the corners of his mouth. What a disastrous journey this has turned out to be. The battle had unfolded in the blink of an eye, and by the time everyone processed what had transpired, it was already over. Shanks lay on the deck, his expression filled with unwillingness as he gazed at the sea. Please, no more fighting. Let everyone survive. But Captain, silence. I know what to do, Shanks growled. If this storm continues, our ship will surely sink. Thus, he implored, so please, no more fighting. The crew exchanged glances, ultimately yielding to Shanks' command, ceasing their combat. A flurry of activity engulfed the pirate ship as the Red Force slowly departed from the perilous waters amidst the tempest. Meanwhile, Rosen surfaced, clutching his abdomen. The excruciating pain rendered his visage pale. And even breathing demanded every ounce of his strength. Though the skirmish had been brief, it exacted a significant toll on him, as both Shanks and Jesus Burgess proved formidable opponents, particularly Shanks, whose mastery of both armament hockey and conqueror's hockey was a formidable combination. Leaving even him, who possessed observation hockey, reluctant to withstand that power. Yet, fortune seemed to favor him as all his limbs remained intact, suffering no critical injuries. As the storm gradually subsided, Rosen was rescued by a naval vessel. Fractured. Is it serious? Rosen inquired of the ship's doctor. A fracture is not overly concerning, but I recommend a visit to a specialized hospital, the doctor sighed, noting that prolonged neglect could result in lingering complications. Rosen nodded, reassured, it's fine. The kingdom of Goa is just ahead. Let's find a medical office in the village. Upon arriving ashore, he noticed an additional presence on the coast. That battle was so cool, big brother. Luffy exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. You were amazing. A faint smile graced Rosen's lips as he replied, your big brother is a Navy officer. Huh. Luffy tilted his head in confusion, then clapped his hands in realization. Oh, so you're in the Navy. That's awesome. Chapter 13. Sees the Navy's medical personnel soon located a neat and tidy abode within the village. However, Rosen was not particularly concerned about such matters. He was acutely aware of his own resilience. Knowing that this injury would not claim his life, hearing that numerous naval ships had anchored near the village chief, Upu Slap, hastened to join them. Upon learning that the approaching pirates were former crew members of the pirate King Roger, his countenance darkened. What? How could such a ruthless pirate have entered the East Blue? Upu Slap exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Indeed, but that big brother is just too cool. The youthful Luffy clapped his hands in excitement. The pirates were driven away. Luffy, what are you doing here? Upu Slap's eyes widened. Then he spotted two more young faces. Who are these two? Oh, these are my apprentices, Zoro and Kuina, Rosen chuckled. Though he knew he could not teach them much in the short term. Can I join you? Luffy gazed at Rosen with starry eyes, eager with anticipation. I will work really hard. Luffy, stop it. Upu Slap sighed, rubbing his temples. Mr. Rosen needs to rest. Village chief, Luffy replied, looking pitiful. Please just agree to it. All right, I will train you to become an excellent Marine. Rosen scratched his nose. That should suffice, right? Really? Luffy's eyes sparkled with joy as he looked at Rosen. Of course. Luffy giggled. I will strive to be an outstanding Marine. Upu Slap chuckled awkwardly. Since it is Mr. Rosen's decision, I shall not stand in the way. Rosen chuckled softly, realizing he needed to keep a close watch on Luffy. Otherwise, the future world would be uncertain. Deep within him, a sense of regret lingered, for missing out on the Nika fruit was a tremendous loss. Otherwise, he could have altered the course of history. However, acquiring it himself might not have been wise. After all, Shanks' decision to refrain from landing at Windmill Village was a significant victory. But Mr. Rosen, Upu Slap pondered, if you truly intend to take them as apprentices, you might need to consult Luffy's grandfather. Understood, Rosen chuckled. Days later, in a training ground. Luffy, you can't do that. Zoro, wielding two bamboo swords, admonished Luffy with a serious expression. Luffy wiped his nose and replied, It's not over yet, Zoro. With that, he launched a punch towards Zoro, and his movements had noticeably improved, resembling a competent fighter. Despite his young age, Luffy's innate talent shone through. Under Rosen's careful guidance, he was now able to awkwardly utilize the 6 styles, albeit with instability and insufficient power. Zoro easily evaded Luffy's attack, twisting his wrists as he thrust the bamboo swords towards Luffy's chest. Luffy sidestepped and rolled away, but Zoro took the opportunity to pursue, swinging his twin swords in a panic. Luffy grabbed a water pipe to block Zoro's assault. Zoro raised an eyebrow, surprised that Luffy had managed to defend against his attack, but he quickly pressed on, and Luffy retreated a step. Zoro, relentless, continued his pursuit. Luffy gritted his teeth and swung his makeshift weapon at Zoro's head. Zoro parried with his bamboo sword, unfazed by Luffy's onslaught. With a fierce shout, he flicked his wrist, creating a flurry of afterimages as he aimed to strike at Luffy's head. Luffy managed to block with the water pipe, but Zoro delivered a swift kick to his abdomen. Luffy stumbled and fell to the ground. Ouch, he cried out. Zoro, that's enough? Rosen stood up, his gaze icy as he fixed it on the two. Luffy, remember to practice diligently. Your Sara technique must be perfected. Don't give up. Yes, master, Luffy replied earnestly. I am destined to become a fleet admiral. Zoro scoffed. Oh, a fleet admiral? You'd better defeat me first. Zoro, I will surpass you and become the fleet admiral. Luffy declared, clenching his fists. Kuina sighed in exasperation. All right. Luffy, Zoro, stop bickering. It's almost mealtime. Upon hearing this, Luffy's eyes lit up. Meat. I want to eat meat. Zoro glanced at him. A sardonic smile gracing his lips. Heh, I'm really worried you might starve. With that, Zoro dashed out of the training ground, and Luffy followed suit, eager to reach the dining hall. Luffy's exuberant personality was indeed lively. Kuina smiled as she watched Luffy dash away, while Rosen merely yawned, knowing they wouldn't reach the meal in time. Hey, why not? Kuina blinked in confusion. Because they're too short. Rosen shook his head. There's south no place low enough here. I in the office, the long-awaited transponder snail rang. Hello, Rosen. Kazan, is there something you need? Rosen reclined lazily on the sofa, having just awakened. There are 3 vacancies for the new generation of admirals. Will you come? No way. Rosen was taken aback. So soon? How long have you been a substitute admiral? 6 or 7 years. Rosen lightly tapped his fingers on the desk. Your qualifications are nearly sufficient. I want to go. Rosen waved his hand. I still want to train for a bit longer. The Grand Line needs me. What? Is the new world chaotic? Not really. The workload has increased, but it's mostly against old foes. There are new pirates, but they're just small fry. Then my efforts haven't been in vain. Rosen chuckled. The stability of the new world relies on the Grand Line. As long as we govern the Grand Line well, we should be fine. If that's true, Kazan nodded thoughtfully. All right, it's time to prepare for the Marines training. Rosen stood up from his chair. If there's nothing else, let's end this call. Okay. After hanging up, Rosen yawned and gazed out at the overcast sky, murmuring, What is Dragon up to? Chapter 14. Dragon, what are you playing at? Attention, this is not a drill. Attention, this is not a drill. As the announcement echoed across the island, the Navy personnel in the fortress erupted into a frenzy. Thud, thud, thud. Uniformed Marines rushed to the flood defense area, a zone reinforced to guard against colossal waves, which also served as a training ground. Dragon really means business, Rosen thought with an amused expression as he observed the Marines on high alert. Ascending the flood barrier, he spotted a naval vessel in the distance, with Dragon standing atop it. Surveying the horizon with a stern demeanor, the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, and a storm was imminent. Dragon, how intense are you making the waves? Anderson called from the bow of the ship. I'll adjust it as necessary. As he spoke, ripples began to form on the surface of the sea. Before long, under the immense storm, the waves grew increasingly ferocious, and under such a tremendous tempest, it was evident that the vessels would struggle to maintain their balance. Hey, you are the Marines from headquarters. Steady yourselves. Don't be blown apart, he exclaimed. You are the elite from headquarters. Rosen rolled his eyes and cast a helpless glance at Obi, who was commanding the troops not far away. These fools, Rosen couldn't help but sigh. Obi, what on earth are you doing? Reporting, Lord Rosen, that we are making temporary adjustments based on the actual conditions of the troops, aiming to enhance their overall combat capabilities. This means less complacency, more ambition, less personal sentiment, more loyalty, less taking, more contribution. Stop. Rosen shook his head in exasperation at Obi's words. Get to the point. Enhance our maritime combat abilities. I had no idea this training program existed. Rosen replied, shaking his head. The storm continued to rage, and the torrential raindrops pelted the faces of the crew like daggers. Yet, at this moment, no one cared about such details, as the oppressive force of the storm had engulfed the entire seawall. Rosen turned to face Long, whose expression remained largely unchanged, though a glimmer of expectation flickered in his indifferent gaze. Obi, immediately notify everyone to prepare for the next round of waves. Understood, Lord Rosen. Obi pivoted and departed. While on the other side, Anderson and his comrades struggled to navigate through the maelstrom. One must admit that the quality of this group of Marines from headquarters was indeed exceptional, despite not being in optimal condition. They gritted their teeth and persevered, demonstrating remarkable teamwork. However, as the surging waves and the colossal whirlpool intensified, their movements became increasingly arduous. Damn it, not again. I can barely hold on. Me too. Anderson gazed at his colleagues, each one collapsing onto the deck, unable to suppress a bitter smile. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed, and the deck trembled violently. What is happening? Just as Anderson regained his footing, He was astonished to discover that the whirlpool surrounding the vessel was growing larger by the moment. They had barely managed to stabilize themselves against the railing, but now they had completely lost their balance. Quick, steady yourselves. Everyone, hold on tight, Anderson shouted, and the others quickly responded. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, gunfire erupted on the deck. What is going on? Sorry, I lost my footing. A frantic colleague nearby explained. It wasn't intentional. No need to explain. Just get steady and don't fall, Anderson yelled. Though he was exceedingly displeased with the situation, it was evident that this was not the time to dwell on grievances. What the hell are you doing, Long? Rosen bellowed. Stop this at once. The deck was now filled with cries of distress, not only due to the fierce winds, but also because their vessel was swaying uncontrollably. Akin to a drunken man, with some individuals already sliding to the ground. Fortunately, the storm had abated considerably, and at that moment, Long finally jumped down from the mast. Apologies, it was my fault. Goodness. Do you have any sense of the situation? Rosen scolded in exasperation. You'll be the death of me. Long stood there, looking sheepish. At this moment, Rosen was filled with mixed emotions. Was it said that both Carp and Luffy had bestowed their intelligence upon Long? How could it be like this? You should practice the moonwalk instead. There are better ways to enhance cohesion, Rosen said, rubbing his temples, feeling on the verge of fainting. All right, I understand. Long scratched his head, not wishing for things to turn out this way. However, gazing at the surrounding whirlpool, Rosen snorted coldly. The overwhelming sea gradually calmed under the influence of his conqueror's haki. Looking at the surviving Marines, Rosen scoffed. Dare there be a next time? And no, there won't be. Vice Admiral, the Marines hurriedly bowed their heads. Good. Now get back to rest. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Goya Kingdom, an assembly of nobles gathered, their faces adorned with joy and a hint of inexplicable excitement. Lord Rosen, the son of King Autoluck II, approached him. Please, where is His Majesty? Father is inside. Rosen replied softly, then proceeded into the palace. Autoluck II appeared older than a few years prior. After all, he was around 70. And now he seemed to be in the twilight of his years. Rosen arrived at the door, slightly bowing. I pay my respects to your Majesty. Come in and have a seat. Autoluck II gestured for him to sit and then raised his gaze to meet Rosen's. All of this is thanks to you, Rosen, he said with a smile. Without you, the Goya Kingdom would not have its current standing. Not at all, Rosen replied modestly. You may not realize, but compared to other seas, in the East Blue, no, in the first half of the Grand Line, the number of pirates is dwindling. Indeed, if ordinary people can live well, what need is there to become pirates? Rosen stated matter-of-factly. By the way, I hope to entrust you with a matter. What is it? My son has been handed over to you. Over the years, their power has been expanding, and I fear they may have ulterior motives. Autoluck II said earnestly, fixing his gaze upon Rosen. Such matters require careful consideration. After all, we are merely the Navy, not the world government, and lack the authority, but you have the right to protect the civilians here. Do you not? Autoluck II interrupted Rosen. Then I will give it due consideration, Rosen replied after a moment of contemplation. Thank you, my child, Autoluck II said, visibly moved. You're welcome. Rosen inclined his head slightly. I shall take my leave now. Wait, let Lord Rosen join us in the front hall for dinner. Autoluck II smiled at his son. Yes, father. Chapter 15, A Disastrous Banquet, Part 1. The prince bowed and led Rosen toward the front hall. Behind them, Autoluck II fell into deep thought. Please. The eldest son of Autoluck II, the future Lord III, personally opened the door for Rosen and guided him toward the banquet hall. Upon seeing Rosen, the nobles present displayed expressions of respect. Fully aware that without Rosen, their current status would not exist. Our trade leader has arrived. A female noble elegantly raised her goblet, her face radiating with a soft glow. Ha! Laughter erupted in the hall. As Rosen's arrival elevated the atmosphere of the banquet to its zenith, with everyone beaming with happiness. Not far away, a young boy crossed his arms, his eyes fixed on Rosen, glimmering with disdain. Beside him stood a young noblewoman, who smiled gently as she observed Rosen conversing with the crowd while also noticing her son's discontented expression. She quietly reminded him, Sabo, do not forget your father's instructions.